T&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, GBAG Nation, 105.3 The Fan, and welcome in on your home of a very victorious Texas Rangers baseball team sitting at 5-2, won another series, won another game, 1-0. And this is pretty exciting, but there is one question, and we'll get into that. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. Jared Sandler's going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes or so. There's Broadus.
Yes, sir.
You have Ross Lubinsky in for Lucius Alexander here on a Butt Naked Wednesday. Yeah, Wolchuk and Chiafalo reunited. It feels so good. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us on the internet, Twitch, YouTube, and such. The question is, can this team hit at 877-881-1053? Go ahead, leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous. Okay, the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open. Now, we do have to celebrate some cool history they've made, but this could easily be getting swept by the Reds. You know, if the Reds had any sort of a lineup themselves. But they did enter today never having won back-to-back 1-0 games. They pulled that off. That's cool history, okay? You only get a chance to do that, though, if you have kind of a crappy offense, don't you? and salute to Jack Leiter. Went 5 innings, gave up 1 hit, 0 runs, left the game with a blister. Salute to the bullpen. Webb, Garcia, Martin, Jackson, 6, 7, 8, 9. How about that? And Josh Smith was nice with an RBI hit. They're scoring Jock Peterson in the 4th inning. Great for those guys, and great for Nathan Eovaldi. How about that yesterday? So there's a lot to be excited about with this Rangers team, but can they hit? That's the question. What do you think?
I think, yeah, eventually the bats are going to get going. Hopefully it's this homestand against the Rays. Hunter Green's a really good pitcher. He's coming off a good season last year with the Reds, one of the better younger arms they've got there. So I do think you've sometimes just got to tip the cap to the opposition. But the fact that you're held to just 1 run the last 2 days and coming into the season, we were all excited about how lethal this lineup could be. It's definitely been disappointing. I think there's definitely cause for mild concern. But I think you're going to see this throughout the season. The pitching is going to dominate. The hitting won't be there. Then you'll need the hitting to kind of uplift the pitching, and the pitching will be down. That's just kind of the journey of 162 that you got to navigate throughout the season. So not overly concerned. I think there's just too much talent in this lineup for them to stay cold for so long. But the longer it goes, the more you're like, oh, what's that? What the hell's going on here?
Yeah, you know, I think you combine it with last year. Is this a continuation of last year or just a slow start? What do you think, Tex? Is Wolchuk sounding like he's speaking the truth, or is he sounding like a homer?
No, it's a guy with some perspective right now. It is a little bit more difficult because we were having this conversation for like the whole season last year. Like at some point they have to come around. At some point they have to come around, and they never did. Now I do think that you're still seeing. I mean, you're seeing some really hard hit balls from. I mean, guys like Langford and Garcia in particular. You're getting hard hit balls. You had the weird weather stuff going on with the wind as well. I think that actually was helpful to a guy like Josh Smith today. But last night I think it was into their face when it comes to the win that was out there. So, and like Wolchuk mentioned, like guys like Crochet, Green today, you're going up against some horses, but it is frustrating. You're just kind of waiting for that moment. I'm still confident. The sample size is still extremely small if you're not counting last year. So I'm expecting it to get together.
Yeah, I mean, it's not good. And, you know, you look at the averages just overall with Simeon and Jock Peterson, you know, it's been really, really poor.
Individuals like Simeon, you're worried about.
Yeah, they've got a lot of guys that have having to play in the lineup, and you have no Young and no Seager today. You know, it's going to look pretty ragged. But I was kind of expecting them to at least muster something up today. And I know Green is outstanding. I mean, just listening to the game, it's just the command that he had. But man, it was like it was very rare for them to work any kind of a count. You know, it was just basically it was 1 or 2 pitches and then outs and stuff. So they've got to figure out a way to maybe be a little bit more selective at the plate. But you look at the way that they've started, I would say, yes, this is an absolute concern.
Yeah, Simeon's story is interesting, you know, and I think, you know, fans are starting to get pretty frustrated with it. Is it still too early? Yes. But I would say in a month, it'll be the sweet spot of when it could really make sense to start taking a look at this thing. You know, the top 100 players came out today by, I think, Jeff Passan. I think he's the one that put that out there, and he had Simeon at like 60 or 65, and I was like, I don't know if I'd have him in my top 100 still.
Certainly not offensively. That's one that I think it is fair to be extremely concerned about.
Yeah,
good to see him just get a hit today, just see one go in.
Yeah.
But goodness, it's been bad for a while now when it comes to him in particular. But getting guys back, like having a Josh Young back, not having Corey Seager in the lineup as consistently as you would probably like to start the season, certainly is a factor. And when he's been in there, he hasn't been his usual self either. So, but Broadus seems like where's the panic button? How far are you from it?
No. The things that we've talked about, and we made a big deal about how this team was going to score runs. The questions were about bullpen and maybe if starting pitching could stay healthy. So far, I think Jack Leiter has, for 2 outings, has been more than just, it's not, I wouldn't call it surprising. I would just say, man, that is a relief for me because I was concerned. I'm concerned about his, Vanderbilt running mate there, Rocker. But like I say, Evaldi last night and, the bullpen's come in, the middle relief's done a nice job of, holding it. These last 2 nights or last 2 games have been just to the point where every pitch, it's just so critical. Every play, so critical. And the bullpen was outstanding. Starting pitcher's been outstanding. But man, we came into this season talking about this team being able to hit, and through 7 games, they really have it.
Yeah, I was just looking at Marcus Simeon in 2023, even though the postseason wasn't great, he had some big moments. 2024, he had 1 month where he hit well. It was 287. Other than that, it's below 250 significantly. I do feel like we are starting to stack up some time as we get into this season where you have to know, hey, we signed these contracts with Simeon and Seager not knowing what it would look like in the second half of those as these players aged. And, not everybody gets to be a Calais Campbell, still getting the job done 18 seasons later, approaching 40 years old, or a LeBron James. I do think, though, Simeon is the kind of professional and has the kind of athleticism that should hold up well. So I'm not writing it off yet, but starting to look that way. Okay, Sandler's going to join the show for 5 minutes. We'll check in with him as they hit the road to come on back home, get ready to take on Tampa this weekend. We're back with Sandler and to set up a big sports day here in the GBAG Nation 105 through the Fan.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning.
of low-fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler joining us here in just a second. Check this out. After giving up 14 runs Monday, the Rangers shut out the Reds back-to-back days, gave up 7 hits and walked 0 batters while striking out 18 Reds over the last 2 games of the series. Just a scintillating performance for this pitching staff. It's Sands joins you now here in the GBAG Nation. How you doing, Jared?
What's up, guys? I'm great. It's not the way that I think people would have envisioned the first week to go. I think, a lot of people thought this was a team that was going to be carried by their bats, and they probably still will be when all is said and done. But they've gotten some awesome pitching, not only from the rotation, but the bullpen to start off the season.
Yeah, I'm willing to give up on the idea of having a good offense if the pitching staff's going to be this stingy with runs, though, Sands. This was fantastic work by them.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't give up any runs, then I guess you really don't need to have a great offense. And that was kind of the formula the last 2 days. But, I mean, they do need to get it going, and I think they will. And I understand, that last year we kind of were saying the same thing around this time, and they really didn't get it going. But I think this year will be different. But either way, it's been nice to see the Rangers not only get strong starts, but also the bullpen. I mean, again, today, 4 different relievers helping to protect a 1-run game, and the Rangers were able to get the job done.
As Jared, last night, if I could circle back with, Evaldi, did you get a sense that he was like lobbying Boch to stay out there and he just wanted to finish that thing? Or did you get any sense of how that all went down? It's very rare what he did to get that complete game the way they do.
Yeah, especially, with how protective people are so early in the year, you usually wait to see guys get a little more stretched out. No, I mean, I guess it's possible. Boch said that that wasn't. He didn't have to be convinced that he had every intention of him going out. Now that was Ellie De La Cruz was his last batter. So if Ellie De La Cruz would have reached, then it would have been Luke Jackson on the pitch. So good timing. He was able to get De La Cruz and get the complete game shutout. Otherwise, he would have been so close. But yeah, I mean, the sense I get from Boch just talking to him is that was. That was what they had drawn up. But, I mean, you're right, Broadus. It's just you don't see it very often, and you especially don't see it within the first couple starts of any pitcher's season just because teams are a lot more cautious about making sure that they're fully built up. The fact that the pitch count was only, in the 80s and then ended up at 99, I think was a huge reason why.
What do you think of this start for Jack Leiter in these 2 games? Has he made it or what?
No. I mean, his first 2 starts have been great, right? And he definitely looks like he has not only improved the consistency of his stuff and, the maturity, and you can just tell he doesn't look like he's as frazzled at times on the mound, whether, fair or not, to assume that's kind of what the mannerisms were portraying. But, he's 2 starts don't make a season, and he's, going to have to, get it done once guys start to get more and more of a book on the updated version of Jack Leiter. But he's definitely taken a huge step forward. You watch him pitch, and the talent, the stuff is there. I mean, he's, throwing his fastball in the high 90s and, having a lot of success with it. He's added the sinker. Today, we saw, and I think Bastick did a great job of explaining this, but probably the best we've maybe ever seen his slider. Not just, in a given at bat, but over the course of all 5 innings. And we saw the curveball and the changeup too. I mean, he threw all 5 of his pitches. And, I understand there was conversation, about, hey, does this guy maybe profile more as a reliever? And listen, who knows what the future holds? But when you got a guy who can throw 5 pitches, and I'd say right now 4 of them are pitches that can get out, that's meaningful and that's tough to do. And, for a starting pitcher to have that, I think that shows he's in the right place. But a really good job by Jack. And, it's to the point now where, excited to see him take the ball next time out. And thankfully, I think that this blister issue is not really that big of a deal. So hopefully there won't be any delays in the next time Jack takes the ball.
That's terrific to hear. How much of a benefit do you think it is to be able to pitch the day after Evaldi, and he gets to kind of see how Evo works through the lineup, and he's able to kind of gain some perspective and maybe some ideas for that?
Yeah, I think that can be a benefit. I'd also say that, we thought that after Evo just tore up the Red Sox with his curveball, that, that was going to be an indication that it's going to be a heavy curveball game from Jack. And the reality is, these guys they're all different. Their stuff is different. Teams make adjustments. I think, Zach, to be honest with you, I think just having Nathan Evaldi is a huge impact. I think that, listening to the way these guys talk about Evo and what they learned from him and how generous he is with his time and taking guys and saying, hey, here's what I'm seeing, and asking, what are you seeing, and working through those conversations. I just think, whether Jack's pitching before or after, the fact that he's sharing a rotation with Nathan Evaldi and able to sit in the dugout during games and have those conversations and in between games is really, really, really valuable. And, I think that's probably where the biggest impact is.
Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. The Marcus Semien stuff, at what point do you start to get concerned about him specifically?
Yeah, so that's a fair question. And, the Rangers are at home for 3 against Tampa. Then they have a week-long road trip, Chicago and Seattle. And I think at the end of that road trip, if things haven't started to turn around, I think it's at least fair to then ask the question, right? Mm-hmm. And start to discuss, hey, what are our options? And, maybe Marcus is still the right guy against lefties, but maybe it's someone else against righties. Or maybe you just want a consistent guy in the leadoff spot. And again, maybe it is Marcus, right? It's no one sitting right now. I shouldn't say no one. Obviously, Adolis is had a little pocket and Wyatt Langford, but it's not like, Marcus is holding the lineup back. They need to get other guys going. And I think that, when you're 5-2, it maybe alleviates a little bit of the pressure. What if they were 3-4? Maybe these conversations would intensify a little bit to try and get a spark. So when you're winning, it buys you a little time. But Eric, I was talking about this with Vasic, and I think after the next road trip, if he still hasn't gotten things going, then I think you can make. They're having conversations, I'm sure, prior to that, but I think you could maybe be in a position to act on some of those conversations.
That surprises me, Jared. I was thinking 1 month. You're thinking about 1 week. That is interesting, but
yeah. I mean, it'll end up being about 3 weeks of the season. So, I mean, you're a little shy of 1 month, and you're also coming off of a down year. So, I think that's I'm not saying that that's when you definitively make the move. I think that's probably the earliest where you would see a consistent change. Now, the other thing, too, guys, I don't know if you heard Bruce Bochy in the pregame said that he was thinking of giving Marcus a day off,
right?
And giving him the double day off with tomorrow's team day off, which, that to me is encouraging. Now, they didn't do it because Corey ultimately needed the day off, and hopefully, maybe they give Marcus the day off on Friday, but just the fact that they're having these conversations already, I mean, it's April 2nd or whatever the day is hopefully a sign that Marcus is going to be more open to resting a little more frequently throughout the year to keep his body fresh.
7 games in, Jared. I know it's a small sample size, but they're 5-2. Man, this is exciting. Have fun, and we'll catch up with you on Friday.
All right, fellas. Take care.
Salute. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. A must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. 2 series in, 2 series victories. Off tomorrow, so that's nice. And they'll get after it on Friday against the Tampa Bay Rays. Okay, NFL news today coming up. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
We got dueling mock drafts, a new twist in the record books, and the tuna is getting honored. That's next.
Was it spicy?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 2 of the nation. Welcome in. It's a celebration of another Rangers victory here, 1-0 today against the Reds. Jack Leiter has pitched 2 games so far, 10 innings. He struck out 10 guys and allowed just 1 run. It's been a special start here to this first full season, hopefully for Jack Leiter. Let's hope he stays up. Can't say the same for Kamar Rocker. Doesn't look like he's going to stay up. If you ask me, it's going to be Patrick Corbin time here before too long, or maybe that Hauser guy.
Yeah.
But it's time for Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. Here's Zachary.
All right, some Cowboy draft updates. UCLA linebacker Carson Schwessinger, who I've got as the second best linebacker in the draft. Agree, Brian?
Probably be right. I
Yeah.
have the 3rd round myself, but I like what you're doing.
Yeah, and I think he probably is about a 3rd round guy. Might go into the 2nd, though, just his little light
absolutely.
linebacker
Yeah,
draft. But
absolutely.
he really is a 1-year starter at UCLA, but gosh, he was good last year.
Sure.
And his best football is probably
Put
ahead
on
of
weight,
him.
too.
Yeah, he did. You mentioned that. He'd put on weight at the combine, which is good for him because he was very slender build.
Yeah, he's a 227 guy, probably up to 242 now. So I think that if he can kind of hold on to that, man, he is a quality player when it comes to coverage as well.
Yeah, and really instinctive in the running game. So the Cowboys linebacker coaches were there today, apparently helping work him out in the drills. They did the position drills. He jumped to 10-7 on the broad, ran on the 6-9s in a 3-cone, 4-1 in the 20-yard shuffle. Chargers, Giants, Saints, Broncos also in attendance. So we'll see. Maybe he ends up being one of the 30-day visits. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. One thing we didn't quite get to yesterday from what Shoddy was talking about, the plan is to keep Cooper Beebe at center right now, according to Brian Schottenheimer. So I wouldn't really look for a move there, especially with the new offensive line coach. We'd kind of figured that's probably going to be the direction they go with Cooper Beebe, especially in a draft that's not great when it comes to centers right now. Unless, like Ray Zabel from North Dakota State, maybe you take him and move him to center, but
Better off moving a guy than you are maybe the guy that's played the position.
Right, yeah,
for a while.
absolutely. Because none of the centers that we've watched really like, ooh, that like Last year, different case. This year, no.
Not so much.
It's nice to have the position flex, but you don't need to utilize it right now.
Yeah, no, leave him there if you can. Absolutely. And then the Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie, has indicated that Nick Sirianni is going to get an extension here very, very soon. So I don't know. Maybe this could be a win. It's kind of weird to say. He's been to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. Maybe the dude is just a hell of a coach. But we've also kind of been riding the roller coaster of like, oh, could he get fired if they're one and done in the postseason? But it looks like they're going to commit long term to Nick Sirianni. So we'll wait and see exactly what that commitment looks like. But I don't know. Win, loss. What say you?
Hey, I'm not scared of him in Philadelphia. You know, I think a lot of people could have coached that team to a Super Bowl championship. That's what I think about the roster and what Howie Roseman gave. I still think he's kind of free rolling. Great offensive line, great weapons, great runner, amazing defense. So congrats to them.
Coordinators were really good too.
Yeah, they lost them.
They went from two coordinators that just basically couldn't get it done to 2 guys that were outstanding. So good for them to be able to move on from those guys. And, I think we're, as much as we don't like Nick Sirianni and want to punch him and that kind of stuff, I think he actually is a good coach.
He probably is. I don't think you can have this much success and not be
I think
good.
that his ability to kind of adapt, to his team and to the surroundings and stuff, I think he gets it. And I think that's what Philadelphia needs. And he allows Howie to do his job. He doesn't get in the way of all that.
His personality is just so obnoxious that I'm glad he's getting an extension, because when this finally expires, when they can no longer keep stringing together these great personnel moves or the salary cap gets him, whatever ends it, I want to see his face, because I know it will end toxically and brutally. And the downfall will be just as glorious as their championship.
Yeah, they that year that the year before where they completely fell apart.
Yeah,
that was the time to do
quick.
it. It got ugly quick. It was bad. A lot of finger pointing and all that. They had some finger pointing going on during this season.
Yeah, he cannot keep those fires down.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just think that maybe there's something there that
he's got other traits that overcome it and more. He's a winner. Good for him.
No, he is.
But he's still an obnoxious douche.
It's just kind of perfect for that city.
No question. Yeah. No question. I mean, I just, you have to ask yourself, would you have liked him to be your coach here?
No.
I was just thinking that. Like, do you think he would work as well?
You just called him a winner.
Anywhere outside of filthy.
Well, he's been winning there, but I think organizations win championships. Can't take away the winning from him. But with less of a roster, do you think he would have made this team a winner? Do you think this team would have done
I don't
better?
think he's giving you. I don't think he's head coach giving you the advantage X's and O's Y's on the sideline. I think he's just kind of the babysitter of personalities, understanding how to press the right emotional button, so to speak, to galvanize the team. But he's not giving you an X's and O's Sean McVay, Kevin O'Connell, Kyle Shanahan type, Ben Johnson type of advantage. I don't think he's doing that.
It's interesting. That guy's got him to a couple of Super Bowls,
Yeah.
I just...
He's been a good offensive coach his entire career.
I just kind of wonder about that. I hear what you guys are saying, and you're right. He probably doesn't give you the X's and O's advantage, but, man, he finds a way to get the right people in place, and he's kind of a caretaker that way.
Doug Peterson got him to a Super Bowl too. I'd rather have Doug myself.
It might just be Howie.
You know what?
Howie
And
gets more credit.
I love Doug as like a brother person. I would no.
Never again with Doug.
No, I mean, I love Doug. I think Doug's one of those guys that's an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what Nick Sirianni is. Maybe Nick Sirianni is just an offensive coordinator guy that isn't really, but he allows that general manager to do what he needs to do. And whatever personalities he brings in or whatever, that guy, they coach him up. Give him credit.
Well, damn it, you've gone too far this time, Brian.
Yeah, screw you, Nick Sirianni. I hate your face.
You know what? I am not. I only worked at the Eagles. I never told anybody I was from Dallas because I was afraid they'd kill me up there.
That was a smart move. Yeah.
It was a smart move. I'm happy
Waco. They didn't know where Waco, Texas was when I told them that. Where are you from? Waco.
Yeah, Waco. They just figured that was somewhere else in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they
it's
didn't
by Pittsburgh, I'm sure.
Quite know.
Travis Hunter could be an option for the Giants with the 3rd overall pick in the draft as both a wide receiver and corner, according to Dabes, their head coach. He said, we're going to evaluate him at both spots. He's got a chance to play both ways for us. So we're getting a lot of info. What may or may not be happening. I saw Matt Miller of ESPN say one of his things that he'd bet on, Jackson Dart, top 10 pick. here in a few weeks. Quarterbacks, maybe 3 go in the top 10. Maybe Shedeur slides. Who the heck knows what's about to happen? But I'm here for it. I'm here for the chaos. I want to be sitting there first round, Brian. We're like, what the hell is going on? We got wild picks happening. But the more quarterbacks, the more better players are moving on down to pick number 12 for your Cowboys. So I'm okay with that. Let 4 quarterbacks go in the top 10. Somebody take Shuck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody fall in love with the Louisville kid.
Let's find a way to get 11 quarterbacks drafted.
All the
before pick number
quarterbacks.
12.
Have them all go. Hell, Quinn Ewers, you go in the top 10. Why the hell not?
But
That's real fun.
Rappaport was saying 3 quarterbacks in the top 15. So Matt Miller kind of up in the ante to now
top 10.
Jackson Dart in the top 10.
Well, because New Orleans is now a team reportedly very interested in a quarterback. And maybe Shedeur slides. I've been hearing some stuff today, like Shedeur could possibly slide. I don't know. We'll wait and see about that. But maybe if he doesn't, then that opens it up for a New Orleans to take a Jackson Dart or one of these other teams. Now, one team that does appear
Can I ask you a question real quick? Would you guys consider taking Hunter and Milroe 1-2
for the Giants?
Instead of drafting Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah.
Absolutely, I would consider that. Because you have...
It's unfair because I know you guys are getting to see like games and you're not getting to watch the tape but
even if you just rotate Milroe for just any one of those quarterbacks they like.
If you for what you're hearing about Milroe and Hunter, would that be better than just taking Shedeur Sanders?
Well, because now if you're playing him on offense as well as defense, you've got the opportunity to have Neighbors and Hunter together.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Plus Tyrone Tracy Jr. as a runner.
Yeah.
You've now got some pretty good skill options there in offense.
I think taking a quarterback at the top of the second might be the play for the Giants.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, Adam Schefter is echoing that as well, and you've been on that for at least the last week now, Broadus. And Schefter is starting to echo that a little bit. And I could totally understand that, especially when you have the Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston factor. It's like, hey, Jalen Milroe, you don't have to step in here and get into the Big Apple and be the guy day one. You got some time to refine some things, and then you also secure a guy like Travis Hunter who might be a two-way super beast.
Yeah, I don't think I'm passing on Shedeur. I want a blue chip quarterback, and if I fail on Shedeur, maybe I come back and hit it again next year and the year after that. As long as I'm in the top 5, I'm taking that blue chip quarterback. If I'm waiting for the second round, I'm thinking maybe that's where I want Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I just don't know that he's going to be there, but I do think that'd be better to where he goes. Another name could be Kyle McCord out of Syracuse.
Yeah.
When I hopped on after the Shrine Bowl, WFAN, to kind of talk about the practices, they were all about like, well, how's Kyle McCord doing? Like he's in their own backyard there, but there might be some interest, and he's another guy that I think Pete Prisco is even talking about.
Sure.
The NFL seems to really like Kyle McCord.
Yeah, they do.
Maybe more than the media scouts do. Number 7, or 6 it is with the Raiders. Genty, that relationship, we've kind of been assuming that might be the pick there. Well, here was John Spytek, their new GM, and he jumped on with the NFL Network and was talking about, well, Ashton Genty.
Yeah, my oldest son has made it no secret that if we don't pick Ashton Genty at 6, that he's walking out of the family and he's going to find somebody else, probably whoever takes Ashton. I think he's motivated.
He's a free agent for fandom right now.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, Jack is motivated by fantasy football and touchdowns in fantasy football, not necessarily all of team building. But I love that my son loves the draft process at 10 years old, and maybe he's starting to fall in love with the scouting process. I hate it a little bit too because I know the life that he's signing up for, but the passion that he has. And he walked right into our building and basically told Mark Davis, like, if my dad doesn't take Ashton Genty, he's doing a bad job.
Is he in there buzzing film with you when you're watching Genty?
No, he goes on YouTube and he watches it himself. So
love it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Jack, those are highlights. You got to watch all the plays.
Complete game.
Watch all the plays.
Don't be swayed by highlights.
Don, you were talking about culture earlier.
Who's your source, by the way?
That's funny.
Your agent.
Okay.
I was also with the same agency, so we have the same agent. You just didn't know that.
All right, Sean.
It's amazing. I do think Genty's probably the pick there, but now his son's putting on the pressure on Pops, like, hey, if you don't take him, I'm switching allegiances. And last year, if you remember the Hard Knocks, it was Joe Shine's kids that were like, draft Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
Well, they didn't have the opportunity to. He went 2 overall, but still, maybe these kids know something.
These kids might have...
maybe listen to the kids.
It would be fun if your dad was a general manager of a team.
I
mean,
really
you
cool.
get to get in the weeds on some of the team building stuff, hanging out in the war room, and you're just a kid, and if you can really like appreciate that, then you just go right up to Mark Davis and you tell him, like, this is damn well what we better do.
Elliott Wolf worked with us in Green Bay when he was 10 years old, and now he's running a draft for the Patriots.
It's pretty cool.
That's how it's done.
Yeah, it can happen.
That's really neat.
Proper Nepo, baby. No,
Absolutely.
but here's the deal. The idea of Genty with Brock Bowers Geno Smith chucking it down the field, and Chip Kelly, the play caller, pulling the strings. That is pretty dang sexy.
Could be
If you're
dynamic.
just going for Vegas sexy, if I'm a Raiders fan,
Could be Vegas sexy.
I'm feeling very nicey about
I'm feeling
that.
real nicey.
And that's terrifying from a Cowboys perspective, like, because you need to come out of this draft with a difference-making running back yourself. But I'll tell you what, the idea of him going to the Raiders, part of it is relieving to me to get you out of that situation where you're pressured to take a guy who ran it like 450 times last year. I mean, the guy had 2,600 yards rushing.
He did.
I know there is not a historical correlation with the rule of like 370 in college. There's a number of NFL Hall of Famers who ran the ball even more than 400 times in a year during college because they were so amazing at it. Like, give this dude 40 carries a game a bunch of times in the 70s and 80s. Like, it happened a lot. But how could it not have some sort of an impact on his long-term durability to do what he did in college over 4 years?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he just started becoming a workhorse. You know, they've been giving him the ball constantly for a half decade, Brian. So
because
I
general
don't know.
managers only have so many years at this job.
Yeah, and I'd be excited to get him, but I'm also saying there's a part of me that's relieved that maybe he's going to be off the board because I just wouldn't want that risk.
Yeah, you're as a general manager, and especially if, say, you're working with the Raiders, you might be in your job for 1 or 2 years the way it is. And so to me, I look at it. I look at player personnel evaluations differently nowadays because as a general manager, you're not given a lot of time. You're just not. And so the whole idea for me always was to take the best player and then sort it out from there. There's a reason why he went from being one of the most mocked players to the Cowboys at 12 to now being where he is, because people realize that they're catching up, that he is one of the best players in this draft, regardless of the position, regardless of the usage. You know, when you talk about his availability, how clean he is off the field, and how he plays overall. And as a general manager, you cannot sit there with any certainty and say that you're going to see the full 5 years of his deal.
Sure.
So that, to me, right there, team building and all that, great. But that goes out the window because of your lack of job security. I think that's a big factor in a lot of these. That's why the Giants should take a quarterback, and they're not. They're not, because that guy's scared about his job. That's why he went out and got 2 veteran guys, because he's scared. He's scared that if I don't do better this year, I'm going to get fired. You know, he should take Sanders. You know, he's thinking if I take Hunter, hell, I might hit a home run, and I might hit a home run with my second-round quarterback. You know, these guys are trying to keep their jobs. Not all of them have the job security like that Jerry Jones has or that guy in Philadelphia has.
Well, and then the fear of, okay, if Genty's off the board, and we've seen plenty of mocks, and then have the Cowboys pivoting to Amari and Hampton, the North Carolina runner. So do they do that? I mean, Brian Schottenheimer, you go back to him in Seattle, they took a guy named Rashad Penny at 18 overall.
Yep, that was John Snyder.
He's been a part of some of those before. So I don't know. I don't know.
That's more John than it is Schottenheimer.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope that is.
Yeah, it's more John.
682's saying like we're exaggerating his workload. I mean, he did have like slightly over 800 collegiate touches.
He's had a ton of carries.
Yeah, he did. I mean,
he's had a ton
touches
of catch.
in general.
He was the Boise State offense.
There's no question he is that. And like I said, but I look at this way. If I'm a general manager, I am not guaranteed tomorrow.
No, you're not.
In team building, if I F this thing up and take him and it doesn't work, I'm going to get fired. I'm just going to get fired. So to me, go out there and take the best player and try and do your best to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, even like for context, Saquon Barkley was just shy of 800 collegiate touches, and he's obviously still getting.
He was banged up a lot early in his career.
He was banged up early.
We did the research, and there wasn't really a correlation. And Gavin, you said that, but I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Where you're hoping like a first round pick, and I get a second contract out of a guy. You've got to be prepared. You're not. But for 5 years, if you've got arguably the best running back in the NFL, that could be a win for you. You know, if you just go in knowing that in general.
Difference maker.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you bring him onto your team, your outlook for next year is significantly higher. I
Might
believe.
be your best player.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Last thing here, NFL News of the Day. This is pretty nuts. The record books have changed. The NFL has announced at the league meetings that the statistics from the All-America Football Conference will be incorporated into the league's record books. The records were officially approved by the league yesterday. So this existed from 46 to 49 as a direct competitor to the NFL before folding, producing the Cleveland Browns, Baltimore Colts, and Niners. Browns won all 4 of the AAFC championships, which is where Brady's championship mark now becomes tied with Otto Graham.
Otto Graham.
Yeah.
Otto Graham.
So the 4 titles Otto Graham won in Cleveland when they were there now adds to the 3 NFL championships he won. So Brady's still the all-time Super Bowl winner, but in terms of just championships, he's tied with Graham. And Bill Belichick, no more when it comes
Paul
to
Brown
being the all-time championships. Yep, Paul Brown surpasses Belichick, George Halas, and Curly Lambeau for the most championships in NFL history. Belichick, Halas, and Lambeau now each have 6 titles to their credit. So still have Belichick as the most Super Bowl titles for a head coach with 6, but Brown passed him for the all-time mark. So pretty crazy. Like Cleveland Brown fans now probably celebrating today. Everyone else is like, what the hell is this crap? Mm-hmm. If you're a Patriots fan, I'd be ticked.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. NFL news today, every afternoon, 3 o'clock here on The Fan. Time for the C-Note, Cowboys news. Micah's mom has weighed in on the haters. And more is next on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back, GBAG Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. All righty. Micah's mom weighing in. She joined the Law Nation sports show. Salute to Law Nation. Says, let me tell you, the podcast doesn't affect anything he does. Trust me, he doesn't really have to do a lot with the podcast. The only thing he's got to do is go on and talk.
Mm-hmm.
Bleacher Report comes on and sets everything up. I do think this might be somewhat of a generational thing. I think I agree with Mom. I think teammates just need to adopt a position that this is just like any other off the field passion or hobby. Certainly whatever Micah says. Now Micah's got to be responsible with it. Whatever Micah says, he's possibly going to be held accountable by teammates there in the locker room. I'm not saying this is without potential consequence, but I think you could say anything could be a distraction. If you're going off of how other people react to it, but hey, I'm doing my life. Some people don't like it if you hunt animals. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, oh, you have this tight end on your team. He's hunting, and he's posting pictures where he killed this deer. I can't believe it, And the PETA portion of your fan base is going to be livid. Some people are going to be offended by stuff. I think that's on them. I encourage Micah to do his life and to tell the haters to hush. So that would be my perspective on this. I think it's cool, and I think he's kind of leading the charge as far as sports players becoming a more active members of the media instead of relying on some sort of a third party. They don't need it. They're talented. They can talk well.
Yeah. I mean, this is becoming the norm. I think it's less about the podcast factor. And if he was checking off all the other boxes, if you're showing up to camp, you're showing up to voluntary workout, you're doing all those things and still succeeding on Sundays, nobody's really going to care what you're doing on your off day, even though it is during the season. I think it's more so about the other qualities, and then you can just throw this as a cherry on top.
Yeah, of the things that are kind of annoying.
Yes.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah, I think it only becomes a problem when there's something that's said that now is causing an issue in the locker room.
That's another good point. Good point.
Like, that's the only thing. Otherwise, you're right. Like, Amon-Ra St. Brown has a podcast with his brother. They're on two different teams. Does anybody care? Is that a storyline? No. Marlon Humphrey's had one for the last 2 years with the Ravens. These are teams that are winning. So as long as you're winning, it's like, everyone's going to turn the other cheek, right? I just want to get Jerry on the show next year. We get Jerry on the Micah Parsons podcast, and the two of them just like give us a little bit of insight on how these one-on-one conversations go, because I'd be fascinated with how that is. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I would too. And I think it should be encouraged for players to do this because they're giving us better content. They get more relaxed. They're sharing different sides of their personality that they just don't want to when they're sort of having to awkwardly get into forced, interview situations with media members. They do a nice job for the most part. Okay, RG3 recommends that Micah demand a trade out of the Cowboys. Says if Micah wants to win and get paid, he should demand a trade from the Cowboys. I mean, and I think he's probably right. That the problem is there's only a handful of teams that I think could have a better chance of getting it done. There's not many teams that are doing it right, as a matter of fact. I think a lot of fan bases should be upset that their team isn't going for it harder. But, I mean, I think Kansas City, Philadelphia, the Rams, Maybe the Ravens are better, the Bills are better, but they're not showing any postseason greatness right now. San Francisco's, they're getting to the dance and then choking. And maybe Detroit temporarily, as long as they have this great offensive line and, their amazing weapons together. I think I'd bet on San Diego. But other than that, guys, I'd bet on Harbaugh in San Diego that he figures out how to make that a championship caliber team.
2 San Diegos in the swear jar.
I'm sorry, Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely
San Diego Superchargers.
I think there's plenty of other teams, and even teams that have. I mean, look at the Commanders now. Not that you would trade them in the division, but the Commanders are certainly a team. There are teams that when your when your priorities are all about winning, you can stumble into some good fortune.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are not that. So they can always look like they're kind of hanging around, but they're never really a real threat to get to number 1. Some teams may look way worse than the Cowboys in some years, but all of a sudden, boom, because their priorities are winning. And the Cowboys aren't. So I mean, I'd almost say if you're looking at trying to win a Super Bowl, you're better off on being on any one of the outside of Cleveland, pretty much every other franchise in the sport, because you're with an organization that is actually prioritizing winning, and so they have a better chance at getting lucky and falling into it. Now, you may miss the playoffs 3 years in a row at that team, and you probably won't with the Cowboys, but that one year you do make the playoffs, you actually might have a chance to do something. The Cowboys have proven time and time again, being in the playoffs, they're still light years away from actually hoisting that Lombardi.
Okay, so I agree kind of in principle with that, but I just don't think there's a lot of teams exploiting the cap like Sirianni did, and there's not a lot of teams drafting better than the Cowboys have.
That's all totally true.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that you go and there's plenty of teams that the contract, if you're looking at every team in the NFL, and you won't even make the playoffs at all. And that's very real. But I still think that team that's not making the playoffs over the next 5 years still has a better chance to win a Super Bowl before the Cowboys do.
I mean, a team like the Jets, inept. No way Woody's going to do a better job than the Joneses.
The Jets get thrown in there for sure. I mentioned Cleveland.
Snake bit.
But in the
Dolphins,
NFC,
the Dolphins certainly.
In the NFC, everybody else has gotten closer than you have during this drought. But the 3 teams that do seem to kind of have it figured out would be the Bucs, the Rams, and then of course the Eagles.
Yeah, and I think those teams are in. That's where I'd want to get traded to. Send me one of those spots. Okay, here's Micah's agent, David Mulligetta. What advice does he give to players considering holding out? Do we have this audio over there, Ross? David Laurie posted this on Cowboys Twitter. He was on with the Alex Okafor podcast.
When in a contract holdout, in your opinion, what's the best piece of advice to players when holding out?
First thing I'll say is players have a lot more leverage than they think, right? You just have to know how to use your leverage. You got to understand who you're dealing with. What I would say to players is first you have to be reasonable in your demands, right? You got to do your best to try to create a win-win. And you got to be resolute in whatever you're deciding. You can't show weakness. If you decide, I'm not going to play or I'm going to hold out or I'm going to do this, if the team doesn't believe you, doesn't really matter, right? So you got to put yourself in a position where the team believes whatever it is you're saying you're going to do, you're going to do. Teams know the guys that can really go through that because it's tough now. When you decide not to show up or you decide you're going to hold out or you're going to push for this or that, fans are fans of the team for the most part, right? So you're going to instantly become the bad guy. So as long as you understand what's coming with what you're about to do and you're okay with that and you're a type of player that can deal with that, then I think you just have to be resolute in your stance and there's always a win. You just got to figure out how to get to it.
So that's Micah's agent, David Mulligetta. I think this one's easy for him. I don't think Micah minds being the bad guy at all. He knows who he is dealing with, Brian. The cavemen is how the Cowboys front office operates. A team that never lets its star players go. And a team that pays its star players even if they have a catastrophic injury. Like this is going to be quite an easy negotiation. And now Jerry Jones perhaps gave him the motivation yesterday by making it personal. Just in case you didn't have the stomach for the fight, let Jerry Jones just swing on by for a little bit of a soundbite for you. Go ahead and touch this negotiation off and send it into potentially toxic territory. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, if he's the shark competitor agent who is after every dollar and after every single contractual win, so to speak, then yeah, this is going to end up being a dogfight right up until the cave takes place on the Joneses end.
So here was the David Mulligeta response, courtesy of Pro Football Talk, and I believe Florio's going to be on with the morning show tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
He said, quote, "I agree with Jerry. It's never been about me. The only person that matters here is Micah. At the end of the day, our goal is for Micah to be able to do for generations of Parsons what Jerry has done for generation of Joneses."
I love it.
It's good.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
It is. Took the high road, but also said, we're getting the bag. And I'm setting my client up for generations.
He knows how to take the high road, but also be super tough, without being slimy. A lot of these agents are either super aggressive or you feel like you're talking with a car salesman. This guy's the real deal.
What I'm sure that Jerry and Steven are reminding Micah is that agent works for you. That if you want to listen to him and Micah came out and said, hey, my guy's one of the best, But what Jerry and Steven then might be banking on is hey, okay, you're very interested in being here. We've had these discussions. We kind of have an idea of where this thing's going to fall. Okay, this is how we feel like that it could work. But remember, that guy works for you. If you want to make a deal with us, you need to tell him that, because we'll make a deal with you. But as long as we all know where we're at, we'll be fine. But I have a feeling maybe the Joneses are in these conversations they're having with Micah they're reminding him that David Mulligeta, and Mulligeta says it's not about me, but in reality, though, he is the one negotiating the deal. He's negotiating on Micah's behalf.
Yeah.
That's the thing right now. If Micah wants the deal, Micah needs to tell Mulligeta to get the deal done.
Yeah, and
That's
he,
what the Joneses
he
are
needs to do what Dak did, which is to tell the team, "I'm not talking to you anymore." And then he'll really get maximum value.
Yeah.
He can just go enjoy his days and let Dave call him up and tell him when the cavemen decide to give him what he wants. Kevin Sherrington today writing about in the morning news, if Jerry keeps screwing up, it might be time to consider trading Micah Parsons. That's the headline, saying Jerry made it worse. I do think it's crazy because Micah's your ticket to having a pretty dang good defense. If you just have another pass rusher, a decent defensive tackle, and a couple of good corners, bang. You got a top 5 defense because of Micah, because how special he is. And if you do find the linebackers and safeties and a couple of defensive tackles, you could have the best defense in the NFL because of Micah. Right? If you were going to win the championship with Dak as your quarterback, it's going to be because your defense was nasty, like Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware for the Broncos in 2014. That's your model for winning. So I can't imagine actually wanting to move on. But I think this Jerry thing, didn't he say something about Zach Martin? Didn't he say Zeke who?
Yeah,
yeah, he did.
He
does
has
this. He
fun.
might kind of be having fun. Yeah, he does. He does enjoy this.
I think stirring it up is a big win in a lot of ways for him. He just can't help himself. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Look at this. Time's flying.
It is flying.
As the Rangers take 2 of 3 from the Reds. Back-to-back 1-zip wins. I know it put an extra pep in your step, Brian. It did for me for sure. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to, Zach and I want to ask Zach some questions about day 2 picks that he might like. We'll do that next.
Okay.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan, the upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Ross. In for Lucius Alexander today. Frank Caliendo coming up at 4 o'clock in studio. He's in town, and he'll tell us more about that here coming up in about 15 minutes. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. We'll get on with it. Zach, I'm looking at like pick 44 now. I look at like all the picks, but pick 44 is something that I've kind of focused on, and I wanted to run by. You mentioned Carson Swessinger from UCLA. Is that a guy that you are considering at 44, the linebacker?
Yeah, I would consider him at 44.
Okay. We're still kind of waiting. We got the full slate of tests from him today. Did you have what he ran and all that stuff like that, you said?
Yes. Let me pull that back up for you. Hold on 1 second. I believe.
But he had a 39.5-inch vertical at the combine, so the explosiveness is there with that. The thing that he had 18 quarterback pressures on 62 passes. Did you find that, like, I said this guy has got the ability not only to cover, but also the ability to be like a blitzer guy.
Yeah, I thought some of his downhill work was some of the most exciting part of his tape.
Yeah.
Like his ability to absolutely the blitzing, but his instincts, like his ability to diagnose and then fill the gap and absolutely be explosive at the attack point to stop the run game. Like he definitely can cover, but I thought he was really good going downhill. So his numbers, he jumped 10.7 on the broad.
Yeah.
6.9 on the 3-cone, which I think is the same time that Fred Warner had coming out.
Sure.
And then 4.1 on the 20-yard shuttle.
Yeah, 4.1. That's an outstanding time. And here's a team that's looking for linebackers. And I, you know what, I would absolutely consider him there at 44. And you said he is the second best linebacker on your board, right?
Yeah, he's behind Jahad Campbell as the number 2 linebacker. I mean, he's a first-team All-American. And the thing is, as we mentioned, he's really only got 1 year of starting across his 4 years at UCLA. But I think he's a guy that he's got some traits that really look like he could be an elite talent to the position.
I agree with you.
So I think he's going to end up going higher than maybe some thought initially because it's a thinner linebacker group. And I think if you want him, you probably do
have to give it 44. Yep, I agree with you. Jalen Noel from Iowa State. If you don't draft a wide receiver at 12, would you consider Jalen Noel at 44?
So I've got him more as a third rounder, but I do like the tape. I'm a fan of the player.
Do you feel like he should be higher there, or the third round grade you feel really, really good about?
I feel good about it 76. I think at 44, I'd be looking at like a Jalen Royals out of Utah State. I'd be looking at Trey Harris at Ole Miss if he's there. Jack Besh out of TCU. But the Cowboys might really like Noel, and I don't have an issue with it if they do, because the tape's really good. I think he's better than Higgins, even though Higgins is a better player. I think you see more of the things that are going to translate from a route running and in creating separation naturally that you know is going to work in the NFL. And Jalen Noel, for his size, even though he's a little bit of a shorter stature, he'll go up and make some big catches. Like, he'll elevate, extension is there. He is a fun player to watch, very, very quick.
You wouldn't take him at 44 probably because of the size, right? Because of the height.
And I think there just might be some wide receivers I like more there at 44.
Sure. How about Donovan Jackson, the guard from Ohio State?
You know I would. I put Donovan Jackson as my 15th best player. He was my last first-round grade. I love him. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being the best overall lineman from this draft.
Do you think he could get to you at 44?
I don't think so. But if he were there...
Would you consider him, say, because he's a first-round grade on your board,
I'd consider him at 12.
You would absolutely...
if he was there at 44... Yeah,
you'd
sign me up. We'd be having a Cooper Beebe night, baby. We'd be cracking Miller Lights there in the studio.
Talk about Donovan Jackson a little bit, though.
So Donovan Jackson was the left guard at Ohio State. So that is the question.
Yeah.
Right? Do you have a worry about, because your need is
You're not going to move. You're not going to move. We've learned we're not going to move.
We're not moving Beebe.
We're not moving Beebe.
So Donovan Jackson then would be your starter at right guard.
Yeah.
So there would be the debate in the room. If you want to take a guard, you've got Tyler Booker from Alabama.
Sure.
Who is a stronger, meaner player. Both have some nastiness in the way they block. But
the pin and pull stuff is better with Donovan Jackson.
I think Donovan Jackson can fit any scheme.
Yeah.
I think Booker is more of your power run scheme guy. I think Donovan Jackson fits perfectly in the pin and pull, like what we've seen Clayton Adams want to use.
Yeah.
I think Donovan Jackson can slide in day one, and he showed the flex to be able to play left tackle and did it really well over the extended run that the Buckeyes had in the college football playoff. So I'm a big fan of Donovan Jackson, and everything I've heard from just trying to poke around it from coaches at Ohio State, like the stuff you heard about Jeffrey Simmons.
Yeah.
That
Josh
seems
Simmons.
to be real.
Josh Simmons.
From Josh Simmons, excuse me, the left tackle. Yeah. Donovan Jackson is like the work hard guy. You don't have any character concern issues with him. Super intelligent, high IQ player, willing to do anything the team needs him to do. I love him. And I think maybe he's not an all-pro, but he's going to be a 10-year starter for you.
What about Siobhan Revelle from East Carolina? Now, okay, that's first round talent right there. Is this the Cowboys at 44 saying, okay, we're not going to be able to grab, we're not taking a corner at 12, but would you take this kid at 44?
Yeah, absolutely would. I've got him as my number 3 corner. And I'm sorry, I got a cough drop in my mouth here, but
you're doing your thing, man.
This dude, long press corner, like I feel like if Al Harris was still here, I would have just locked him in as a possibility for the Cowboys already. But I think if you could get him at 44, that's a first round player that could have maybe been the number 1 corner in this class if it wasn't for the ACL. And he ran already, and he ran a good 40 times, so it seems like the recovery from that, he's got the opportunity to be the best defensive back in this class. He's a willing tackler, doesn't shy away from contact. I think he's got the good recovery speed. The only knock can be a little grabby.
Sure.
So sometimes, like, he doesn't have the natural hip fluidity that maybe you'll see like a Jahdae Barron have when you watch him play. So when he has to go ahead and somebody wants to run a double move against him, maybe he can get it tick late, and so now he's going to grab to try and catch up. But I love Siobhan Revelle. I thought the tape at East Carolina, 6'2", 200. You want to play bigger on the outside? Sign me up at 44. Blue Star Special.
Of the 6'2", 200-pound type players, and Revelle being one of them, Will Johnson's the other.
Mm-hmm.
You have Revelle over Will Johnson, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
And
see, I
could be so wrong about that. I feel like I'm doing Will Johnson a disservice in a way. I don't know why. It's just how I felt about him when I watched him.
It's just the question about the Will Johnson, though, about, like I say, does he really, really have like the deep speed? Does he have the ability to like run with guys? And at 6'2", 200 pounds, can he move as well as, say, a guy like Revelle can?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the biggest question I have, and I don't feel like it's doing Will Johnson a disservice. I have the questions about his ability to run. I mean, that's the thing that worries me the most. How do you have your three technique defensive tackle guys?
Okay,
because they've got Aeneas Peoples, and I'm talking about people around the league, or say, hey, Broadus, you need to consider this Aeneas Peoples from Virginia Tech as a three technique
at 44.
Yeah.
Ooh, I mean, I've probably got like 6 guys ahead of him at that spot. Like, I'd be considering, like, if Derek Harmon fell, it'd be a dream. Tyleik Williams out of Ohio State, Jordan Phillips out of Maryland, I'd consider there over Peebles. Alfred Collins, I'm a huge fan of there. There's TJ Sanders out of South Carolina, more of a 3-tech guy. Darius Alexander of Toledo. And then I'd kind of start to talk about Peebles. I've got Peebles in the 3rd, right around with like Joshua Farmer from Florida State. I'd think of him at 76, not at 44.
Yeah, I was thinking more of a 3rd-round guy, but I'm talking to like gang of 7 guys.
Interesting.
And they're all saying, yeah, you need to watch this Peebles guy.
He's going to go higher than we think, huh?
Yeah, he's probably going to.
I'll go back and do a double check. I mean, I'm kind of at that part now where we've seen so many guys. Like, I can go back and do some homework and like reassess.
No, I just was curious. To me, because I thought the same thing as you did. I was thinking about a guy that, as a 3 technique, I was like going, okay, cool, that's fine. But to me, okay, if you're thinking about defensive tackle in the 2nd, you're thinking more 1s than you are 3s, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going 1s that can also give me, like, I think the good thing is most of the 1s in this draft can also give you some pass rush ability. They're not just your typical, like, 1 run-stuffing defender. Like, I think Alfred Collins can get upfield a little bit, right? I think Tyleik Williams shows the ability to get upfield and push the pocket some. So I think this is a more athletic group when it comes to bigger-bodied 1-techs than you previously have seen.
What do you think about, we talked a little bit about the safety group.
Yeah.
The fact that they were bringing in Makuba as a 30-visit guy from Texas.
I'd love him at 44.
Do you think legitimately, though, safety, do you think that they're thinking about replacing Wilson or replacing Hooker here with somebody that...
I think they could be looking at replacing Wilson for sure. Because that's a guy you could still post June 1 him, and you're saving, I think it's $4 million.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be... you're winning on the cap, and Andrew Makuba would be a tremendous, or Kevin Winston Jr., who we talked about on the draft show yesterday from Penn State.
Yeah.
Like, those would be intriguing options for me there at 44.
Would you like taking a safety more at 44 or the one in the 3rd round?
I don't think any of these safeties are going to make it to round 3, like the top guys. I've got them all in the 2nd. And maybe we get lucky, and maybe one of these guys, maybe because like Kevin Winston Jr. is coming off an injury and he's only got 1 year starting.
Yeah.
Maybe he slides to 76. But I'd be surprised if a Makuba or an Xavier Watts from Notre Dame, one of those guys, because it seems like Nick Emenwari, even though we're not as high as him with some others, it seems like he could be a 1st-round pick.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Whoever wants to take him, I hope he ends up being awesome.
That tape is not as good as that workout.
Little rich from me.
Little rich. What about the tight end? Is that kind of a thing that, we've seen the Cowboys before take 2nd-round tight ends, but is Mason Graham do enough for you to maybe take him there?
Mason Taylor, yeah, I'd take him at 44.
Yeah,
I think Mason Taylor would instantly be, and you guys know I am a Jason Ferguson truther. I stand by him. I think last year, hey, it didn't work out, but I'm hoping he bounces back this year. Problem is, you're going to have to pay him too. He's on a 1-year deal. He's expiring after the season. Mason Taylor could be the best tight end you got on the roster. All-around complete player.
Have you looked at these quarterbacks the way that you need to? I mean, would you consider any of those guys in the 2nd round?
Not in the 2nd round, no. I think it's 76 is where I'd start considering like a Kyle McCord, maybe. But I like Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders I've got as the round 2 players.
Yeah.
I don't think neither of them are going to be there. Next thing, I've got McCord in the 3rd. But otherwise, like, I'm hoping to maybe get in the 5th round. Could you snag a Seth Hennigan from Memphis?
Mm-hmm.
See an option for you? I don't think at 44 any of the, I think you're going to be reaching on one of those names that are still available there for me. Unless it's Milroe. I'd consider Milroe at 44 if he's there, but it sounds like he's even going to go higher than that.
Yeah, I just worry about the quarterbacks. Like I say, I agree with you about the Milroe thing. I think that he is going to go a lot higher than what I have him at. But I wonder if Dallas you'd consider with the extra pick, if you somehow got the extra pick.
Yeah, if you move down, yeah, absolutely. And Milroe is there. I think that'd be a lot like what the Eagles did with Jalen Hurts a couple of years ago. And the Cowboys apparently were considering that. So I'd be very open to that idea.
Yeah, I think so too. I think with the extra pick, I would more than look at it. Without the extra pick, I think I would wait. All right, thanks, Dawson.
Well, thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. All right, Comedian Frank Caliendo is in town. Addison Improv tomorrow night. Tickets are on sale now. And I think he's the most visible comedian in sports history, maybe. Definitely for the NFL for sure.
Oh, yes.
But big star. I mean, NFL on Fox, Mad TV. You know him, you love him. Frank Caliendo in studio coming up next here. It's the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
To remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak it out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the nation here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Texas triumphant earlier today, 1-0 again against the Reds. They took 2 of 3, okay? So that put good vibes in the air already to get the afternoon started. And now, I mean, you know him from the NFL on Fox and Mad TV. He is in DFW, Addison Improv tomorrow night. Frank Caliendo in studio here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to go right into Gruden, man. You guys signed Micah Parsons yet? Did that happen, man? Is that
No,
you guys
sir.
just beating around the bush? He's got to be what? $400 million right now? Is that how much he's going to cost you?
Roughly, probably by the time it gets done. I mean, Jerry said yesterday he didn't even know who Micah's agent is.
Who is his agent, man? You know who his agent is, man?
David Mulligetta.
David Mulligetta, man. That guy does a good job, man.
I think it's pronounced Muffaletta.
Muffaletta. I tell you what, doesn't matter. You ever see the David? That's a statue over there in Florence, Italy, man. I've been there. That's a big statue, like a big cash truck that's going to be backed up for Micah Parsons, man. It's going to be tremendous right there.
How would you handle that, Coach? How would you handle the
I'd call him in, man. I'd say, what do you want, man? I want to take care of you. You're my guy, right? You're my guy. You're a defensive player. You're going to do everything we need on that side of the ball. Other than that, I don't really pay attention to defense. So give him whatever he wants and get moving, man. Muffaletta, Marshalletta, what's his name? David?
Yeah.
I like that guy, man. David. I got a guy named Leonardo. We could make all the Ninja Turtles together, man.
Well, while we have you here, John, congrats on the quarterback school coming back. I mean, that's
Quarterback
big for
class,
the quarterback
like
class,
X-Men
yeah.
first class, man. That makes me like Dr. Xavier. Did you ever see that guy, man? He can do
shave your
stuff
head?
with his mind. I don't have to. It's not that far away, right? Think about that, man. Picture it yourself, man. I sit in a chair. I sit in a hovering wheelchair, and I order people around. That's the best idea in life right there, man. You got a guy, smart guy named Beast. He's blue, man. He's like a furry Smurf, but he's intelligent, man. What are you going to do when Beast comes at you?
Coach, what are you going to do with all these clothes? I've been noticing you've been getting a lot of clothes from these universities. What do you do?
Just going to wear them all at once, man. You ever put on every university in the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands? And we're going to put on each one of those sets of clothes. You ever see those quick change artists? You ever see one of those guys in Las Vegas? You ever been to Las Vegas? They do.
Been to Las Vegas.
Good city,
That's pretty good. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I think that's how it goes, man. Except for me that one time. Something got out there, man.
Frank Caliendo here with you on The Fan. These quarterbacks you're talking to, the Micah Parsons of the world, they're coming after him. Does that give you nightmares?
I'll tell you what, man. You got to be agile back there behind the line of scrimmage. You got to have a great offensive line because these defensive lines, they're scheming to come and get you, right, man? So what are you going to do? You can't just run around to throw wherever you want. You got to set your protection, and then you got to move and understand where everybody's going to be. And that's about the extent of my football knowledge. I almost went to one of those. The quarterback class, he was shooting them the last 2 weeks. I was going to go down there, and I ended up talking to a producer because John wanted me to come down, but he didn't talk to a producer. He's like, you got to come on down. You got to come on down and do one of these quarterback classes with me. So I'm like, let me talk to a producer first. I'm like, are you guys going to throw me in for one line? Because I don't want to go to Tampa, sit around for 6 hours, fly in, fly out. He's like, yeah, we don't really have a ton of time. I'm like, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll do something different, maybe at the draft or something like that. But I don't want to come in and goes, I'll tell you what, Jackson Dart, you're doing a tremendous job. I played a game that's named after you, man. Darts. You ever play darts? It's a good one. Some good stuff right there, man. You play that. You ever play billiards? There's no quarterback named Billiards. Nobody named 8-Ball. There might be a guy named 8-Ball, man. But he has nothing
Green
to
would
do
find
with
him.
it. Yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll find that
His
guy.
name is Ryan Leaf.
He's a Ryan Leaf. Good. He's turned his life around, man. He's a good guy now.
How do you like working in Texas?
Me, Frank?
Yeah.
I don't know if we're still doing the bit or not. That's the problem with my life. I never know if somebody cares enough. Thank you for caring enough to talk to me. I love it. I really do like Texas. I think of Texas as like the Midwest down south because it's got that grounded, a little more we're on our own. Like if there's a war, we'll just take care of ourselves kind of thing. I'm starting to do Gruden. I wasn't even trying to do that.
No.
But yeah, I really like Texas. Kind of very similar. I grew up in Wisconsin, born in Chicago, grew up in Milwaukee, so it's kind of that similar. It's not the L.A. or East Coast vibe. I think of it as normal people with in some cases a lot more money.
Yes, there is a lot of that.
All money. You ever hear that? All money. I think it's O-I-L-O, and it's not even that.
Yeah.
Just O-L-E.
Yeah.
Like Ole Miss, man.
Old money.
Just go about 200 miles that way.
Miles, M-O-L-S.
Yeah, you'll run into quite a bit. Do you ever lose your voice getting
I started
lost?
to right now. It gets in there. Well, that happens with Mel Kiper Jr. Talking about tremendous situation. Look at everything. The other day I was breaking down Cooper Flagg, usually talking about football guys, but look at a Cooper Flagg over at Duke, 6'10", 6'11", to stand next to LeBron James a couple of years ago. It looked like he was towering over him. And then you look at the wingspan, 7'1", 7'2", the ability to pull up. A lot of people compare him to Grant Hill, maybe a smaller Kevin Durant without the same kind of fast twitch muscle. But at the end of the day, Cooper Flagg finding his way into the lane. He's got great ability, and he's going to be number one pick. You'd be hard-pressed to me otherwise.
I love it.
I love the Kiper. We love the Todd. The Todd bit.
Todd. You know how many guys, how many people I've ruined named Todd their lives?
It's bizarre because there'll be sometimes I'll just be in the house and I'll start going, Todd. I don't know how. It just stuck with me in my head.
So I realize that sometimes people are at work. There'll be a guy named Todd. He'll be working at a cubicle. And somebody who is a sports person will walk past them going, Todd, and they have no idea why. And then they're at a show of mine, and I'm like, that's there because of me. I'm sorry. Because Mel used to just go, Todd, and then go into it, and I turned it into that, Todd. And it became a thing where I tried to see how many Todds I could get in. It was like Madden and Summerall waiting for coming up next on an all-new Murder. She wrote. So how many Todds can you fit into a Murder, She Wrote? Figure it out at the end of the day. You'd be hard-pressed to be otherwise. So, it became that kind of a thing. How many would they let me get away with there on TV without editing it down? But and I didn't even have that at the beginning. It was going to be McShay, because sometimes they'll say McShay. But then I started saying Todd, and the producer and I were going back and forth. I'm like, yeah, I think Todd's better. And it was like, Todd. That hard D in there. Todd. And it's McShay's like, you've ruined my life. I'm like, no, you got a couple of big contracts after that. I think it went pretty well for me.
That was good for Biz.
Frank Caliendo here with you. How'd you find your way into sports? Were you a player?
Yeah, look at me. My dad was a minor league baseball player in the White Sox organization in the 60s. He played for the Sarasota Sun Sox. And if you look up Frank Caliendo batting average, my dad has whatever from single A ball, double. I don't think he made double A. Rookie ball, maybe single A, but probably hit like 195 or something like that. Middle infielder, went to Triton Junior College, just like Kirby Puckett. So that's where the similarities ended. But so I was a catcher in baseball, played a little bit of outfield, AAU Junior Olympics, 1988 national champion, guys. I don't want you to
be
too jealous about that.
That's pretty good.
All-American.
U18, you said?
U14. 14 and under. Okay. We played 17 and under. We took fourth, I think. But 18 and under was the third year of AAU Junior Olympics. I still have the trophy somewhere. I've got team trophy. That tells you about a guy with an ego. I'm still living that.
I got all my trophies, man.
Do you really?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
I even keep the ribbons. Even participant, I cross it out and put number one. Yeah,
number one. Just dancing around with the ribbons sometimes at night.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, why not? It's a lot. You can make it as much fun as you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, so it's.
So then, did you go play college? I mean, that's pretty high level for a teenager.
I was going to play. That was 14. Yeah. So I tore up my knee, kind of an Al Bundy situation, we'll say. But I tore up my knee playing football, running an outside jet sweep as a freshman playing the sophomores. Got crunched going both ways. Yeah, and at the time. It was, right after like the Sean Elliott type of time, so that was the knee brace was new and all that type of stuff.
Right.
I never had the ACL fixed. And I had the cartilage taken out of it. It wasn't in the cards. I wasn't going to be there. But I was going to walk on and play Division II baseball at University of Wisconsin Parkside. And then I went to my classes and I'm like, what am I doing? I'm not going to play baseball. I mean, I could hit a little bit, but I didn't really have the arm. And, if I'm looking for a 5-tool player, I had none of them. So it was just like, whatever, I'll just go and I was in a calculus class, a night calculus class with a European professor who I could barely understand. I was 2 days into that class and I'm like, I'm not going to be able to go to these baseball practices. And like 4 weeks later, I was in Spanish 2 instead. I dropped calculus and went to Spanish 2 or whatever it was with some of the baseball players, by the way, who I lived with because I was going to play baseball. But But we played baseball, basketball, football as kids, and trying to think if there's anybody who ended up. It's funny because my kids play in Arizona, and there are so many Division I athletes. You probably have that in Dallas area too.
Yeah,
where there's so many. Like growing up in Wisconsin, there were no D1 athletes, like very few, unless you're Con Knippel going to Duke. But there were not a lot. And in Arizona, there's lots of retired athletes there.
Right.
So their kids play, and it's just unbelievable the amount of talent. And I think Dallas is probably
the Houston area is really big for that because my son plays baseball, and then they were going down to Houston play quite a bit, and it seemed like all the Astros. He was pitching against all the Astros kids.
They're banging on garbage cans and stuff.
The parents are banging on the
nipple buzzers
out in the center field, distracting everybody.
And stealing the signs. But hey, I tell you, no respect at all. But I grew up around all that kind of stuff. Friends with basketball players playing AAU. So I just grew up playing sports as a catcher. I'd be behind the plate. I'm calling pitches, and I'm talking to the ump, trying to make him laugh. I'm talking to the batter, trying to distract him and stuff like that. And it worked out some of the time. So I had a lot of fun that way. And that was kind of probably my first audience was the hitter and the umpire who couldn't leave. So I kind of had them stuck.
How much of your stand-up is sports?
So it gets woven in a lot in and out because a lot of times people know me from different things. So the sports stuff, if you do too much sports, certain people tune out.
Right.
So I keep the sports stuff pretty general. But the people who are in sports, like Barkley, just basically did my stuff from my act. I don't know if it was last week or the week before when they asked him, "What do you think of the first half?" And he's like, well, that's a good question, Ernie." And you found out he wasn't watching, which is my joke that he's like he's asking a question. Well, I don't really know, but I'll tell you what, Vladimir Putin is crazy. He's going to blow up the world. Well, I've been little pieces watching basketball. Back to you, Ernie. So it's when those things happen. Well, he doesn't know anybody's name. He's like, look at number 5, passing to the guy with the blue shoelaces. Did a really nice job. Like, you don't know any of this. You're not even. That's a different game. What do you think, Shaq? He's not on this show. What are you talking about?
So how do you try to, like, at what point do you hear a voice and say, oh, that's me? Or...
Well, if it's a sports voice, I look for commercials and stuff because that means they're bigger than just the sport. Once Romo started doing Skechers, that was when Jim, which I think I've done for you before, is just revving up the car. Oh, Jim, here we go, Jim. Tony. So it's looking for that. Remember, Barkley had it's the $5 box. It rocks that, and there's always different commercials people are doing. So that's a key. Other than that, somebody's winning an award or something like that. The latest thing I've had, and it's probably not going to happen because I talk about it too much now, is I got a call from my agent a couple of weeks ago. He's like, do you, this director for the Madden movie wants you to work, because Nicolas Cage has been cast as John Madden. He's like, they want you to work with Nicolas Cage a little bit. And I'm like, okay. And they want to do a Zoom call. I'm like, no, I want to meet Nicolas Cage. I want to hang out with him. I want to, like, here's my monitor lizard. I want to see what channel it is right here. And I can work on if I'm with him, I can work on this. But I could tell him how you take it from up here in your nose and bring it down here to your throat, and you could become John Madden.
Wow.
I could show him how to break that down. Which is like, I always talk to the one and again, I don't know if I've done this for you or not, but like there's Kermit the Frog and Fozzie Bear. Waka waka. And if you do those two things with your throat, you can go from Kermit the Frog to John C. Reilly, did you touch my drum set? That kind of a thing. To Mark Ruffalo, to Paul Giamatti, I believe. That is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my entire life. Yes. So those, which isn't that far off, if you take the air back out, it's Joe Rogan. Wow, Jamie. Oh, my God. Pull that up. So those are all, and back in there, too, is Seth Rogen. I had no idea he was even in this. That kind of thing. So there's, all those voices are very similar. So I could actually help him with that. I would. It's, but then they every 2 weeks it goes away and then it comes back. I don't know if Cage is out on safari getting new animals for his house in Vegas. Or
it seems
what.
like he could be flaky,
Yeah, maybe that might be the truth. Might be the truth. But I just want to, boom. That's why I just think it would be fun to do him doing Madden and then having the story, because that would become like everything I'd talk about, just walking around Vegas. Have you ever been to the MGM? Let's go. Let's play some roulette. Let's try whatever.
Could you train other people to do voices, you think? Or
somewhat,
is it,
yeah. I mean, you have to be able to. You have to have somewhat of an ability to understand it. But it's anything. It's like anything. It's muscle memory. What do we do when we were kids? We all probably practice. I'm 51 now, so when we went to baseball practice, football practice, soccer practice. And now they do training. They train movements, and that's the same kind of thing with this. Is you just train things in your throat, or they're all card tricks. It's all what do you do with your throat? How do you tighten it up? What do you do with your mouth? I always say the mouth tells you how the person talks. The eyes tell you how they think. So if I were to do John Gruden, that voice works like this, man, right? But like you said, when I put the eyes in there, suddenly it becomes something incredibly different, doesn't it, man?
It does.
It makes you want to agree with me on everything I'm saying, doesn't it? Yeah, right there. Everybody's nodding. Yes, simpatico, I think that's called, man. You ever see that? Simpatico. Little Spider 2Y simpatico, man.
Hey Frank, when I'm like 10 years older than you. I grew up with like Rich Little,
right?
Like guys like that, comedians that were that did impressions. Is there anybody that ever is that something that you ever go back and look at some of those?
Well, I grew up watching. I would watch him on the Muppet Show and the Love Boat. Those are the times I played.
Sure, yeah.
But I watched Jonathan Winters more.
There you go.
And Robin Williams, and that's why I go from voice to voice so much rather than doing the vaudevillian. Right. Where they you watch an old Rich Little bit, he would stay on that bit for, it's like a pitcher without the pitch clock, It's like they take their time. And in this day and age,
you got to go.
Nobody would care. Yeah. So he'd dress up like him the whole time and, take the time to put it on. Now you just got to go next. What's next? And I think that's really, and I have no attention span, as you guys could probably tell. It's actually for me too when I'm doing it. So I just like to go from thing to thing.
It's Frank Caliendo, Addison Improv tomorrow night. Did you ever meet Val Kilmer?
No, I was supposed to meet him, which does not count as meeting him. Obviously, he was going around doing his Mark Twain thing, and I was gonna go see him at the stand up live. No, it was actually the Tempe Improv in Arizona. It was owned by the same people, so it doesn't matter. But I was going to go there, and I think he wasn't feeling well, and they're like, it's not the right time. So because he'd had a bunch of issues. I think it was throat cancer before.
Right.
So
10 years ago.
So yeah, it was, and because he was, I think everybody's talking about, but Tombstone. I mean, I was the straightest arrow as a kid. But I'll tell you what, Doc Holliday. I wanted to be Doc Holliday as a 15-year-old.
Sure,
I'm sounding like Gruden. I wanted to be Doc Holliday, man. I'm not your Daisy. Come on, man. What are you talking here, man? Come on, I'm not your Daisy. What are you doing?
Thank you, Frank. Anything else to know about tomorrow night's show?
It's a clean show. What time's the show? 7:30. 7:30. ImprovTX.com. FrankOnStage.com brings you to all the shows I'm doing because you guys are probably everywhere as well. Even doing a show in a 2 months that you guys probably have a reach to is Lawton, Oklahoma, which I'm doing the Apache Casino. Everything's good. I'm doing the Apache Casino in Lawton, Oklahoma. FrankOnStage.com, May 22nd. It's going to be a different kind of show. There's going to be a show at the Improv this Thursday, which is tomorrow. ImprovTX.com. Every second I've been with you guys, I've been enjoying you. I've been enjoying me. Spider 2. Why banana cream pie for all of us.
There he goes, Frank Caliendo. Yes. Great to see you, sir. Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Well, it's National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day. What are the top 10 things you would be most embarrassed to order as an adult at a restaurant? That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
Welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation. Thanks so much to Frank Caliendo at the Addison Improv tomorrow. Go back and listen with the Odyssey app or Twitch, YouTube. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here he is, Zach with an H, your woolly bully.
All right, what is the most embarrassing order at a restaurant as an adult? Something that you're just like, ooh, I feel a little bit weird ordering this. Where as a kid, it's totally cool, but as an adult, I should probably have grown up.
I got the number one. That'd be a grilled cheese sandwich.
Ah, grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a main, unless you're at a like one of these like Dallas grilled cheeses or something where you're obviously there. And if you
make gourmet ones,
if you can put a protein in it, like if you're getting a brisket grilled cheese, something like that, I think it's a different deal. But if you're an adult and your entree is bread and cheese,
you ever done the tuna grilled cheese?
Tuna grilled cheese, absolutely.
It's essentially a tuna melt.
It's a tuna melt, right?
Tuna melt, yeah. I make those at home all the time. They're just freaking phenomenal.
This is going to be bad.
What's that, bro?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No.
Me, chicken strips.
Dude, how could you even say that?
I just said it. Chicken strips. I think that is a kid's meal.
What about you go to Cheddar's and you get the chicken tender platter?
You could be better than that. You could be better as an adult. You could figure out better ways to have breaded chicken other than chicken tenders.
Chicken fried steak.
Sometimes it's a crap menu, and you just know I need something that's hard to mess up.
I would search other items on a menu than order chicken strips. I'm just sorry.
I would too, but sometimes I got to come back to it. The tried and true staple of mine, Brian. I'm offended.
You're offended,
and you're right. It didn't go over.
I mean, there are some places that do them. Like I do love the honey chipotle crispers at Chili's.
Okay. But I guess it's more adult because it's a crisper and not a tender.
Just because it's got a different name. But I think anything that's on the kids' menu, Brian, like you've got a point. And chicken tendies are.
Chicken tendies are on every kid's meal in a restaurant. Every one of them. That mac and cheese, like there's always something. But chicken tenders is always on a kid's meal.
Okay, so I'm at the fast food drive-through, and I order chicken nuggets. What does Broadus say to that?
The nuggets I'm okay with. The tenders I'm not.
Ooh, I think nuggies are more kid than the tendies.
I agree.
Personally.
There are some places that make tenders that are so phenomenal, though. You do have to make room for them, right? Like a perfectly beer battered chicken tender, not the staple frozen.
You know what? The thing at Chick-fil-A, because you used to do that big platter with the the nuggets.
Yeah.
To me, with the dipping sauce and all that, that's just a little quick thing. But if you're ordering chicken tenders as a meal, you're ordering off the kids' menu.
Do you have different standards for sit-down restaurant compared to fast food?
No, at any level.
All right.
Hey, I like that, the consistency, and this has become a polarizing topic because the text is fighting over this. Some are very offended. Some agree with you 100%. But now the question is, like, what about a restaurant, Cane's? They specialize just in the chicken tenders.
Kids-only restaurant, right?
I don't eat at Cane's.
Okay.
So you don't eat chicken strips at all.
And Cane's is a Baton Rouge place.
Yeah.
Cane's,
Wow.
That guy is giving a lot of money to my school.
That changes the position quite a bit. I can see being against chicken strips at a fine dining restaurant, but if you're just anti-chicken strip,
no, not anti. I just don't. If you're at a restaurant and you're at a table with adults and you order chicken strips, you just, in my eyes, ordered off the kids' meal.
Sure.
The kids' menu.
Which also has the grilled cheese sandwich and corn dogs. That's your top three, Wolchuk.
Yeah, corn dogs and grilled cheese.
Oh, okay.
But time and place, though, right? You're at the fair, you're at the ballpark. Or something.
Yeah, have some in my freezer at home. Love popping them in the air fryer.
We're determined that if something that we order that's embarrassing, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think Dawson hit it with the corn dog, too. Yeah. I think if you sat down at a restaurant and ordered the corn dog, you're looking at, if you order just straight mac and cheese.
Yes, if that's your entree.
If that's like, I'll just have some mac and cheese.
Hakey.
That was an
He's
impressive
also a chicken
order.
strip guy.
I was getting the side eyes with my giant cheeseburger, understandably, But then,
Why?
the bacon mac and cheese comes out as the entree for old Hagee. No one bats an eye. All good there.
I didn't see it.
Well, I think
I know Hagee is going to order chicken strips.
I did get the chicken strips in that setting, actually.
You did, yeah.
Because you couldn't find anything on the menu you liked, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. The other question that I have is chocolate syrup a condiment?
Oh, this was hotly debated.
This was a debate during crosstalk, and I do believe chocolate syrup would be a condiment.
At a nice boozy brunch, for sure.
Yeah, because it's kind of like an add-on, right?
Yeah.
Now, Bobby had to
Waffles.
push back because I said, like, what's really the difference between a topping and a condiment? He's like, well, what about pizza? Toppings are, we're talking about meats and vegetables. They're not even the same realm as a condiment, right? It's a completely separate thing. But if I'm adding, like, mustard
would you say
or ketchup
pizza
to my
sauce
burger-
is a condiment?
Yeah, like marinara is used as a dipping sauce. So, yeah, technically it is a condiment.
Yeah.
It is. So I would go chocolate syrup is a condiment.
I think I would as
I'd
well.
lean that
yeah,
way.
yeah.
I'd lean that way.
It's a dessert condiment.
Yeah.
That's 100% what it is.
Yeah, you can include
Like caramel, same thing.
What was the argument against it? Like, what if it's not a condiment? What is it?
He thinks it's like a topping.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think there's a versatility to.
I kind of
the
think of
chocolate
condiments as something like mustard, ketchup,
mayo, relish.
Toppings is what you call condiments until you realize that condiments are a word, like 10th grade.
Like a topping is actually like a pizza topping, which again, meats,
pepperoni,
and vegetables.
Yeah.
You know,
A cherry.
100%.
Where are we at on quesadillas?
That's kind of a kid's plate.
You think that's a kid's thing too?
I could sense that Broadus would have some.
Probably.
He would turn up his nose to the adult.
Not turning it up. That's a kid's plate. That's 2 flour tortillas and cheese.
No, what if we got
Kid's
chicken
plate.
in there?
I
What if
think
we
we've
got
knocked out the top 4, though.
Yeah, but
Well,
you
the
agree on
honorable mention,
quesadilla.
just getting a plain cheese pizza. That's the honorable mention looking at.
Number 5.
That should be number 1, dude.
That's very childlike.
That is embarrassing.
Number 10 is chocolate milk, which a lot of people texted in.
Yeah.
See, to me,
But I've been with adults who order chocolate milk because it's delicious.
if you're at an IHOP used to be so impressive with their chocolate milk. I think they've changed it. I might be wrong on that. You're at a IHOP, you're at a Denny's, you're at a Waffle House, you get chocolate milk. Nobody should bat an eye.
No. It's amazing.
Did you enjoy your colors and little
is a kid's thing.
Hell yeah.
crayon thing you got there?
He doodles during the show. I mean, that's like an everyday occurrence.
Jerry Jones doodles.
He's a
lot, too.
doodler.
Yeah, I am a doodler.
But did you enjoy your little with your chocolate milk and your colors?
If they'll bring it out to me, absolutely.
You drink it out of a straw?
No, I like to go
Big
mouth
gulp
to
it?
mouth to glass.
Did you have something to add, Ross?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if I'm like out to dinner with someone and they order chocolate milk, I'm going to say, what time is your mom coming picking you up? Because clearly you're not old enough to drive if you're ordering that.
For dinner?
In your
Yeah, I think
face.
it's a time and place
Nah,
thing.
Ross just dunked on you.
He said breakfast.
Ross.
He did say breakfast.
Yeah, and then that's one thing. But
Amazing.
like dinner, yeah, no.
Yeah, I would probably look at you.
Like, what's
sideways.
it pair well with at dinner?
I'm looking at somebody weirder
Some
if they're
chicken
drinking
tenders.
if they're drinking
Ross,
regular milk at
I
dinner.
bet your mom did this on a Sunday evening because she probably made a lunch. But maybe did you ever have breakfast for dinner on a
Well,
Sunday
my
night?
dad would do that.
There
yeah,
you go.
when my mom was out of
That's
town.
when it's appropriate. Breakfast for
That's a good
dinner.
one.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah.
All right, let's rip through this. Number 9 are the chicken nuggets or tenders. That did make the list. They did make it. Number 8, we've got the corn dog. That's the kids thing.
Okay.
7 is a Shirley Temple.
A lot of texts about the Shirley
Only
Temple.
kids, I guess, order the Shirley Temple, which I will say I can't push back on. I've never seen an adult order a Shirley Temple.
Never once have I seen an adult do that.
Never seen that.
My 3.5-year-old, by the way, dead ringer for Shirley Temple. And if you call her by her name right now, she will tell you my name is Shirley Temple. Okay.
Oh,
That's
really?
adorable. Yeah.
I don't even know what Shirley. I've never even actually seen
She's
the
like
real Shirley.
a kid star from the 50s,
Oh
right?
yeah. Good chip
Oh,
lollipop.
did she play Annie?
Yeah. Well, back in the day.
Oh, she was the original Annie.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Gosh. Number 6 is the grilled cheese, Dawson.
I would rather that than chicken
Or as I
tenders.
called it growing up, the cheese toasty.
Ooh, the cheese toast. In South Africa, they call them toasties, too.
Yeah, right.
The
Yeah,
cheese
they're amazing.
toasties. Number 5 is just plain buttered noodles.
Yeah.
That's a very kid thing to do. I used to have that, and then as an adult, you realize, like, oh, there's Alfredo, there's marinara, there's, four
Yeah, but
cheese.
who just serves buttered noodles?
Buttered noodles. The kids love that, man.
Yeah, the kids
love the buttered noodles. But as an adult, maybe if you're a plain person, you like that. Number 4 is any large dessert with like sparklers or fanfare that comes with it. It's a bit kiddie. So we got texts that are like the Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity, like from Denny's, or like the smiley face pancake, the chocolate chip pancake.
Oh, yeah, the Mickey Mouse pancake.
That's very kiddie.
Obviously, yeah, it's for the kids.
Top 3, number 3 are fish sticks.
I'll fight you on that one.
Fish sticks, not a child thing?
No.
The chicken tenders are?
No, you could doll up fish sticks.
Oh, come on. What is the difference? One's just got fish, one's just got chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
That's a weird one.
No, fish sticks are no.
It's basically fish and chips.
It's fish and chips.
That's exactly.
You're
what
not
that
ordering
is.
fish sticks
Yeah.
at a restaurant.
Well, people say chicken tenders are fried chicken, and I think there's more creative ways of doing that.
2 is a well done steak, which you gotta grow out of.
Don't.
You gotta grow out of that.
Don't do that.
It breaks my heart every time my wife orders a steak.
She
Or
likes
has
it
me
that way.
cook her one. I'm like,
my mother.
How do you get it to the right doneness? How do you determine that without burning it?
You basically want to burn
meat thermometer.
Yeah,
is that what you got? Do you use that?
I don't actually.
Okay.
She's easy to please as long as it's not pink in there. She'll eat
You
it.
just wait until it has the feeling of a brick.
Yeah. Once it's firm, I'm like,
what is it? Oh yeah,
You
okay.
feel like a bone yet?
Yeah.
But number 1, the most embarrassing food item to order as an adult is the peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I can see that. Unless it's a fried one with powdered sugar.
Now
Okay,
you're dolling
like
it
a
up.
Monte
Now
Cristo
he's
type of
dolling it
thing.
up.
I
Now
watched-
you're not making.
I watched a video.
Now you're not making it a kid's meal.
Like
That's
you're
what
not
you're
going to go to
doing.
a sandwich shop and order a PB&J.
Maybe a little honey on it.
But I saw a fried Uncrustable with powdered sugar video the other day.
Oh, they're delicious.
Oh my goodness!
All
that
of these
looked-
foods I think are fantastic, and I'd still eat them to this day as an adult, except the plain buttered noodles. I'd probably spice it up a little bit.
If you're hungry enough, you'd eat the plain butter noodles.
Yeah, I would. But I eat most things.
I think when I think of plain butter, I think of something Eric would just eat. Even though his mom makes
over
the
here.
best Italian
Oh,
food
no, I'm
you could
disrespected
ever.
by that.
You are.
That's a misevaluation by the scout.
I think Eric would sit down and just have plain butter noodles, like he eats just ground beef straight.
At Olive Garden.
I think he would. He could put the butter noodles with the ground beef and make it even better. But no, we're gonna have to eat them separately.
Not even plain.
I
Sounds
think
delicious, actually.
Their side.
I'll fight you for that accusation.
Butter noodles. Put some
amazing.
cinnamon and sugar on top of that. Maybe some whipped cream.
Cinnamon and sugar on top of the buttered noodles with cream.
What do you?
Does it sound amazing?
No.
You sound like
Elf.
Like a dessert.
Exactly.
That's
Puts the
weed.
dessert
That's
all
weed.
over it.
What are you doing over
So
there?
we have the butter on it. We're halfway to dessert already. You know?
All right.
Okay, we got to run. MLB Top 100 Player Rankings. The most disrespected player in the big leagues happens to wear a Rangers uniform. We're back with that coming up next here. It's the GBAG Nation on your home of the Rangers. 105 through the Fan.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that we've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Ross. In for Lucius this week. It's time for some MLB player rankings, top 100. This is ESPN.com. Lucius is at that point in his vacation where he's like, okay, I got 2 more days left and then the weekend. Yeah. You're starting to hit the home stretch. Yeah. And you got to remind yourself to appreciate the 4 days off. I mean, in any other situation, this would be great, but you do see that light. You know, it's funny you say that. You always say give Lucius some love on social. If you follow Lucius, which is kind of a lot of fun, He had one of the biggest margaritas I've ever seen.
I love it. Really?
He was sitting outside. Yeah, he was.
That's his happy place.
They were all having chips and sitting outside, and that margarita glass was huge. So, yeah, send him some love. He's still having a good old time out there. So, if I just asked you how many of the top 100 players in baseball do you think the Rangers have, what would you guess, or what would be your selection?
I'd probably guess 3.
3.
Man, I would think more than that. Seager, DeGrom, Eovaldi, guaranteed, right?
Well, DeGrom, I mean, we did. MLB.com came out with one, and DeGrom was not on it.
Eovaldi, I wouldn't think.
Not in the top 100.
No, because it's just been a few years now,
right?
Like, he should be back on it next year, God willing, that he stays healthy again. But like, I think Seager is 100% a lock.
Yeah,
I think Wyatt Langford is going to be on there because I know he was on the other one, and you already told us Simeon was on there earlier. And you thought he was too high.
Yeah.
So I know that there's at least 3. But Eovaldi, I think, should be in the top 100. What he's done in the postseason, even last year, the Rangers weren't good, but Eovaldi was still good.
So you're saying 3 or 4? What do you say?
Yeah. I'd be surprised if it was more than 4. But I'd probably say 3.
Yeah, I thought 3 or 4. You know, I thought possibly 5 with all the names that you mentioned. Langford was the one I missed. That might have been probably the 4th one for me.
Everyone's very excited about Wyatt because the way he was the AL Player of the Month in September, not even just Rookie of the Month, the American League Player. So they were expecting him to do big things this year.
But I thought DeGrom, Seager, Eovaldi would be the 3 guys that I feel like are legitimately in the top 100. And then, you know, we'd see with Simeon and Langford. Seager did come in at 21. Cole Reagans comes in at 48, by the way. That's the next player of note. That one hurt a little bit, but worth it.
Championship.
You don't win the World Series without Chapman, as crazy as that was. That was crazy with him pitching, though, right? Uh-huh. When he came in the other day, I was kind of thinking that maybe I was hoping that he would just be...
He's the one that messes it up for everyone.
Wheels off. Yeah. Marcus Simeon at 50. I need to see it from Simeon right now. I did look at it, and I mean, he had 1 month last year where he hit 287. Everything else was below 250, and sometimes way below. You know, he had some good months in 2023. The World Series run was pretty pathetic. He had a couple of moments. Last year was forgettable. I mean, it's kind of like on the clock now where we need a stretch of a half season where Simeon's at an all-league type of level.
Like, I'll fight against any panic that for the lineup overall. I'm pushing the panic button on Marcus Simeon.
Pushing?
I am.
Officially?
Yeah, I'm there.
And he had the courage to... You asked me that question. I didn't have the courage.
You just stepped away from it. You just dodged the question.
I did. I completely crawfished out of that situation.
Yeah, I think the sample size now is getting too big. It was basically a full season last year. The postseason, he wasn't overly that good during that run. He had a couple of moments. Of course, Game 5 of the World Series, he hit the 2-run homer to put him over the top and seal the victory, but... it was few and far between. Like, how many times in the postseason were we like, we really need Simeon to kind of get going? I think eventually you're going to see him replace the top of the order this year. I think that'll be Wyatt Langford taking that spot. And as a defensive player, he's still going to be one of the best at his position. So he's still worth having out there. But I don't think we're going to see the same old Marcus Simeon we were accustomed to when the Rangers first signed him offensively. I don't think that player's there anymore.
Sandler said we could have a change in the next 9 or 10 games when he joined us. Yeah, you were surprised by that, right? You were thinking he was going to say a month. And then he kind of said, well, it's been 3 weeks, right? Yeah, he said this would have been 3 weeks into the season. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I like that. I don't like just assuming things will get better. I like, hey, you know, if it does get way better, maybe we'll put you back at the top later in the season. But right now, we got to do what's best. And it's kind of surprising they were able to go on that big run they did without him being able to do more at the top of the order. But he is 50th on ESPN's rankings of the top 100 players in baseball. Right? Yes. Bang Bang Wyatt Langford at 65.
Okay.
So he's in there. I think people just, are paying attention and on this ranking and appreciate what he did late last year in spring training. And, so far off to a pretty good start. DeGrom did hit at 70.
There we go. Okay, cool.
They give him credit there, but that's it. So we got to 4, but no Evaldi. Wow. And I think he is the most underappreciated ace. Maybe he doesn't put up regular season dominant numbers and sort of get the credit. But for me, the proof's in the pudding. And if I'm putting together a team and there's an all-time draft, we need Evaldi in our rotation. At some point, the players that play with him speak to his greatness. And you see how clutch he is in the postseason. That speaks volumes to me.
Yeah, big game Nate. That's there. It's tried and true. What he did yesterday.
It was unreal.
With
in a hitter's park.
Yes.
You needed the bullpen
especially
to be
after
saved.
You're just one
after
pitch
what
away.
happened the night before. Yeah.
One pitch away from that thing getting away from you. And he was just locked in. No walks.
No, incredible.
Just,
he really was. He was amazing.
It's crazy. He is. He has to be the most underrated player in baseball if he's not on this list. That's embarrassing.
Who are the future Rangers that should be on this list in the next couple of years?
Oof. I'd love to say Josh
shortstop,
Young.
right? Your guy, you like it. Down Wolcott, maybe one day.
Wolcott, maybe Jack though. Yeah, maybe Jack Leiter. That's a guy that everyone's been waiting for. So absolutely, if he is able to throughout this entire season do what he's done the first 2 games, yeah, Jack Leiter's an all-star.
Yeah.
So he will be a top 100 player next year.
You mentioned Josh Young if he can stay healthy. That guy's an all-star. And then Jonah Heim even. If Jonah Heim gets back into the 2023 version of himself, that's the type of guy that not only behind the plate, but with the bat in his hands.
He was an all-star and a Gold Glover 2 years ago.
He was the real deal.
I think, it's interesting Jack Leiter going 5 innings dominance. Maybe that's the future model with less pitches thrown per start. That's not that bad in today's game to go 5 innings. But can he go 6 or 7? When he can add that, then he'll be really something.
I thought Boach was going to leave him out there if he didn't have the blister.
Yeah, I think you nailed it.
They felt like that they caught the blister before it got bad or could have got bad.
Which, that's put people on the IL before. I think John Gray's been on the IL with blisters. So if you start to see that, like he was favoring it. Yeah. Matt Hicks was talking about it during the call as I was driving in, that he was, kind of rubbing the finger what was going on there. So it's probably smart. Just don't, especially second start of the season.
Yeah.
2-0 though, man. Wow.
But things are going in a great direction with him. Not so much with Evan Carter. None of you mentioned Evan Carter as far as a top 100 player of the future. I saw this from tepid participation on Twitter. He's a Rangers minor league blogger. Is it Michael Tepid, I believe?
I believe so.
Yeah, Dane Dunning, uncharacteristically wild for Round Rock last night. Only lasted 2 innings, but check this out. Evan Carter 0 for 4, 3 Ks. He has 1 hit in his first 15 plate appearances thus far. If you were wondering how Evan Carter's doing so far in the minors, he's 1 for 15. Brian,
is he really?
Is this over? Yes.
Is that real?
Yeah.
You're not ball sacking me on those numbers.
Not ball sacking at all.
Is he only going up against lefties?
Right. That's a true stat fact, and it's unfortunate. But at least we got a World Series from Evan Carter. And for that, JD was right for taking him. Yeah. Okay, football's finest coming up next. Where are you taking us, Chief?
Adam Schefter on Shador and the Giants. Plus, which coach is being made fun of the most at the NFL owners' meetings? That's next here in the Nation.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. We will do a GD edition of LA Live coming up at 5:40. Looking forward to that, but here's the Chief Football's finest.
I guess the Cowboys and the Bengals have more in common than we'd like to think. Their star edge rusher, Trey Hendrickson, looking for an extension. He says communication has been poor over the last couple of months. That's something that I hold in high regard. They have not communicated with my agent directly. It's been something that's been pretty frustrating.
You know, I've been noticing the similarities between the Bengals and Cowboys quite a bit this offseason, and I think the Bengals have much inferior facilities. They have much less ability to capture the nation's attention. But I think it's maybe the closest comparison.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, the Cowboys aren't broke. The Bengals aren't cash rich. So the Cowboys kind of voluntarily behave like them. It's interesting.
Yeah, except they actually have like a bona fide, surefire Super Bowl champion level quarterback.
Oh, the Cowboys do too, right?
Well, depends on who you ask.
A lot of similarities there.
Bobby's driving around in his car right now nodding his head like, yes. Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott, there is no difference.
Pretty much the same guy.
Hey, the Chiefs have asked the NFL to make them a staple of the Christmas Day schedule.
Ooh, okay. So I like this. I like teams putting their claim in for this.
Make
like
it their
the Cowboys
Thanksgiving.
and Lions. Yeah, exactly. That could be good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing
How
about
often does this happen, though, with the way Christmas Day falling on?
Well, it doesn't seem to matter. It seems like they're making Christmas Day, whether it's a Wednesday. I mean, there's no day of the week where they're going to be like, I guess we can't do it this year. It seems like the NFL is definitely heading in the direction of Christmas Day is our day.
Yeah, I thought there was only a certain amount of time that we could do this because of the calendar.
Well, what they're probably going to try and do is maybe not every year, if it's a Tuesday or something, that maybe they can't do a triple header, but they're going to now want to have a game no matter what. So they'll probably find a way with the teams they want to play it. They'll give them an earlier game. Maybe they play the Thursday night game, and now they get like a couple extra days. The next week they'll play Tuesday. They'll find a way to make this thing work. But I think this year it's a Friday. So
I don't even know. Is it?
Was it a Thursday last year? Maybe it was a Wednesday last year.
It was a Wednesday.
I thought,
Thursday.
I thought we were up against it where we were. Christmas Day is actually on a It's on a Thursday.
All right. Yep. So you're good to go.
That'll be easy for this year. But it seems like the NFL wants Christmas Day to be a big day in the NFL. I think the Chiefs thing, it makes sense for now. I mean, while you're in the Mahomes, Andy Reid era, where the Chiefs are going to consistently be a Super Bowl contending type team. But once that ends, I don't know if that's an organization and a franchise that you necessarily want to commit to long term in a spot like that. Now, granted, the NFL's done it with the Detroit Lions, so who am I to say? But like right now, it makes plenty of sense for the next probably decade or so. The Chiefs on Christmas Day, that's probably going to be a good play.
Absolutely.
But after that, like, don't the Chiefs just end up going back to being the Chiefs? You know, like, what are the Patriots now? The Patriots were awesome for a heck of a run. But now it's like, if they made this decision 15 years ago about the Patriots playing on Christmas, we'd be at a place now where, like, crap, we got to watch the Patriots on Christmas. Maybe Drake May changes that, but we'll see. Chiefs, I think it's fun that the Chiefs are actually going full bore with like selling themselves on it though. They want to have that. Okay, let's get to Adam Schefter. He was on his podcast talking about, now he's already acknowledged the Browns at 2, probably not thinking Shedeur, probably thinking more Abdul Carter, the pass rusher out of Penn State. So then you get to 3 with the Giants, and there's so much talk about Shedeur with the Giants. Sounds like Dion and Shedeur themselves both want to end up with the Giants, but here was Adam Schefter kind of raining on that parade.
And it's starting to feel like the New York Giants at number 3 are starting to look elsewhere other than quarterback. Yeah. So if the Browns don't take Shedeur Sanders at 2, and if the Giants don't take Shedeur Sanders at 3, and that is the feel that I'm getting recently, where is Shedeur Sanders going?
Well, this is going to be the most interesting story to follow on draft night, other than, of course, just what the Cowboys are doing. But the one player everybody's just interested, where is he going to go? There's so many different options there in the top 10. I don't see him slipping out of the top 15, especially with Jackson Dart conversation about him being a top 10 to 15 pick. Yeah. So I wonder if it could be the other New York team. I mean,
Jets?
Could it be the Jets? Now, they do have Justin Fields right now, and Justin Fields is doing the thing. I don't know if you guys saw the clips from last week. New Giants quarterback Russell Wilson decided to sit courtside at a Knicks game, Madison Square Garden. I'm the Giants quarterback. Let me go ahead and welcome myself.
Did he like sign a football or something?
He was signing footballs and throw them into the crowd.
Okay. Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, a week later, Justin Fields, Jets quarterback, courtside, Madison Square Garden, doing the exact same thing.
Wow.
Copy and pasting, Mr. Unlimited.
That's how you do it right there.
I guess so.
Guy's got the blueprint. I don't know how, if you're the Jets, if you're the Saints, how you could look at this situation and do anything but taking Shedeur Sanders if he's there. You look at how Joe Burrow has transformed the Bengals. They're a contender if they can get a defense. You don't even need an offensive line. Just give me 2 wide receivers. We're good. Okay, we're going to get 30 points. Don't even need a run game. Okay? The Chiefs couldn't win a home playoff game for a half century. Patrick Mahomes, dynasty. Okay? You don't turn down chances to draft quarterbacks. And if there's anything resembling a guy that has the potential to be a generational player at that position, you take him. And if you're wrong, you live with it, but you take another one the next year or 2 years later. You know, if you want to give him 2 years, I think that's fair. You know, I wouldn't give him more than 3.
Yeah, I mean, I see eye to eye with you.
I agree. I mean, that's why
it's wild.
I've been thinking quarterbacks will go 1-2. You know, I mean, I'd be surprised if the Browns actually said we're going to let one of these guys fall, but maybe they just love Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. But number 9 to the Saints.
I just, like I say, to go back to the Giants, that general manager's got 1 foot in the parking lot. He can't wait on a quarterback, even though it might change the fortunes of his job. He's looking at it, if I got to go get players that can help the quarterbacks I currently have. Let's go try and win 9, maybe 10 games with Russell Wilson / Jameis. I mean, those guys, him and the head coach are lucky that they're back. You know, the Maras are just, the Maritish family showing a lot of patience with that whole situation, you know, and to bring him back. So he's not looking at a quarterback, I don't believe.
Now, we have the NFL owners' meetings taking place right now, and all of the NFL head coaches are representing there as well. And here is Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell talking about sort of the rookie hazing that is taking place there at the owners' meetings, and it's all directed at the new Jags coach, Mr. Liam Cohen.
I will say that there may or may not have been a few Duvals from a few of us coaches throughout the week. I think he's probably had about enough of that, but that's all part of it.
I love it, dude. I love the coaches. It's just like the locker room. They're going to be making fun of you. I mean, how many times has he heard that over the last couple of days?
He won't even do it anymore. I mean, they asked him like after it happened, they go, "Hey, would you do one?" He goes, "No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not going to say that anymore." Kind of a thing. So
yeah. I think he knows
he
now.
He just
might need to put that one to rest.
Put
forever.
that one to bed. Yeah.
But Kyle Shanahan is also getting some internet feedback about just his face and the aging that's taken place. I mean, the stress. Even Ben Johnson. They have the Ben Johnson, who hasn't even coached a game yet as an NFL head coach, hasn't even gone through one single offseason as an NFL head coach, and the way he looks from his intro presser to now is just a much more exhausted looking, stressed out, disheveled version of him. It's the eye bags in particular for Kyle Shanahan, though.
Yeah.
And the gray hair is a part of it. Like when he became the head coach of the Niners, he was clean shaven, no gray hair in the head, but now lots of gray in the head hair, and then the beard is basically probably 85-15 gray to black, and then the bags under his eyes, dude. The bags are ridiculous.
Yeah, he's stressing.
That's the president.
They missed their window. They're not a Super Bowl team.
No, they sure did, because now Jed York's talking to all the players they can't have anymore because they're about to play Brock Purdy.
Yep, they are going to have to completely rebuild that thing, and so he is probably going to be a part of some losing football there for a little bit.
So we talked about Calais Campbell going back to the Arizona Cardinals. Brett Coleman on Twitter had a football fun fact of the day. Kurt Warner was teammates with a player who was in the league in 1985, and now a player that was in the league or is in the league in 2025. So Kurt Warner.
Oh my gosh, that's wild.
I don't know if Broadus. I mean, you'll know the name when I say it, I'm sure. I wasn't familiar with this guy that used to be teammates with Kurt Warner.
Was with Green Bay.
Started his career in 1985. I don't even know which team it was, but
1995.
No, this guy Kurt Warner was teammates with a player who was in the league in 1985. So that's just the discrepancy. Kurt Warner had a teammate that had been in the league since 1985, and now he's also got a teammate that is still in the league in 2025. The guy's name is Steve Bono.
Oh, the quarterback.
The old quarterback for the 49ers?
Quarterback for the 49ers.
UCLA, I believe. Yeah.
Well, he was a teammate of Kurt Warner at one point, and so now that's the delta between Kurt Warner age teammates. One from 1985 and now one in 2025. I still can't believe what Calais Campbell's doing. It's absolutely fantastic. Did you guys see the video of Derrick Henry and his offseason workout stuff?
Running up hills and stuff?
Throwing tires.
Yeah.
I feel like throwing tires is probably a part of his regimen, but he does the super steep incline hill, but he's not just running it, not just doing basic running. He's doing
pulling a chain.
He's doing the same type of, like, remember the Zeke videos that we used to see all the time where he was dancing through trash cans and little cones and stuff? That's what Derrick Henry does, but up a hill. So he's dodging, dipping, weaving, acting like he's breaking tackles, and he's doing it up what looks to be an extremely steep incline.
That's carrying Calais Campbell.
That's the monster, yes, with Calais Campbell and Steve Bono on his back while Kurt Warner watches along and just gives analysis. But that's Derrick Henry,
that's old
dude.
School right there. That's Jerry Rice stuff, running hills, right?
Yeah, but this is Jerry Rice, like, running routes on the hill,
hills.
you know, like, because this is like the twist on it, you know, because you see a lot of guys doing the sand stuff, like the sand hills seem pretty intense. That would be exhausting, but Derrick Henry's doing drills on the incline, and that's how you get to that long of dominance at that position
at 270 pounds.
Yeah,
unbelievable,
just a total workhorse,
freak of nature.
Do you guys like the idea? How about the suggestions from guys like Sam Munson, who's a good buddy of Broadus's from PFF?
He loves me, yeah.
The thought of all this overtime crap. Why do we even do overtime in the regular season in the NFL?
Just play ties?
I'm with it.
Just go full soccer style.
Oh, okay.
And just take a tie. Yeah. Now, obviously, in the postseason, different story.
That's spoken like a Scotsman.
Regular season, NFL, do we even need overtime?
Yes,
we couldn't get it done in 4 quarters. go the hell home.
You got to embrace your roots. Your roots are football, which is soccer. And tie is fine. You know, it's the regular season.
Oh, my gosh.
Well,
It's penalty kicks.
There's a point value for it. It's not a loss.
No. Ties are like kissing your brother. Never forget that.
Who said that?
Walchuk doesn't even have a brother, but if he did, he'd know for sure.
You don't want a tie. Okay?
I mean,
we play to win the game.
A tie is still possible, though. So apparently you're fine with it.
But the likelihood of it is not high because now you have an overtime. So somebody's most likely going to win. If we did this, now we're going to probably triple the amount of ties that we've ever had.
You certainly would see more ties.
So
yes.
do you think last year we have any?
But how much of
overtime?
How much of a problem
Each
actually
team gets
is it?
the ball, and they shorten the overtime by 5 minutes. You might have more ties.
I don't think we're going to have more ties.
Why?
Damn sure would if we didn't have overtime, though.
No, I mean, but why do you think that you're not going to have more?
What's the innate problem with the regular season?
Hasn't really seemed to be an issue as long as you have an overtime. We're not having ties.
Nothing wrong with it.
It's few and far between that you have one.
I just think there might be more ties with taking 5 minutes off the.
So then you know what they need to do?
And
don't pretend that you care about player safety. We're going full 15 minutes.
There you go.
Well, but they want the 18th game though too.
Hey,
so they're going to
have the 18th game because you're going to have it because it's money, baby.
Well, they're going to try.
Just lean into it. We don't care about the player safety. That's why you have Thursday Night Football.
You need to lean into your roots and obey your daddy, which is soccer. Okay?
No.
Embrace the tie.
Soccer
Let's get some player safety on board here, Wolchuk. I thought you were passionate about player safety.
I am. The league isn't. So I'm sick of the hypocrisy. Play the 15-minute overtime. We don't want the overtime. So next thing you know, it's already weird with the tiebreaker rules. Imagine if we're incorporating ties. We don't want this. I can't mathematically do this math.
And you don't have to. We got the computers.
No, the computers don't even know what the hell they're doing.
That's why we got the robots.
It's Chat GPT. Maybe they can figure it out. I don't want a damn tie. Let's have the kickers go out there. We'll do a kickoff deal. You want to embrace the roots. There we go. Brandon Aubrey is going to go ahead and kick however many 40, 50, 60. We keep backing them up. Do something creative there. Kickers win the damn game.
Would you embrace college rules for ties?
Sure.
I would.
You want to go with college rules? Let's
in
do that.
overtime?
That's fine with me.
Absolutely.
I just want a winner.
Yeah.
That's ultimately what it comes down to.
Just want a winner.
It would be a weird feeling to be at a football game and then all of a sudden you walk out and you don't really know whether or not you should be happy or sad. And like the road fans are also like. You're all just walking out
be
there.
Happy you didn't lose.
Well, if you're the road fans and you get a tie, you got a result. You know, that's good.
Yeah.
We didn't lose.
We didn't lose. Yeah.
We went to enemy territory and got a tie.
Could have been worse.
This might put us in the playoff, boys. We did it. We held on for the tie.
Playoffs.
Or you could lose out of the playoffs because you didn't get that damn win.
It can be a win.
I mean, I don't see anybody on the text that's really tripping about the idea of just going to a tie in the regular season.
I don't want ties.
But that's a fair point about the wagering aspect.
Yeah.
I don't know how that would necessarily play. I guess it plays
the
with
fantasy
soccer.
aspect. More football, more fantasy points.
Yeah,
it makes the payoff bigger for a win because tie is also a result you can bet on.
Ooh, bet on the tie. All right.
Yeah.
Okay,
and we're back. Yeah, it can be fun.
Let me ask you guys this. Let me just pull the curtains back for a second. As football's finest proper has closed down, just how confusing was the Kurt Warner, Calais Campbell, Steve Bono thing?
Very.
Just in all honesty.
Yeah,
I was like, how's this connected?
How ridiculous was that? I took it and I ran with it and I fumbled.
Yeah,
and then the defense picked it up and I think they scored a touchdown. To tie the game, and we all went home.
When you said it, I was just glad you moved on.
Off.
Yeah. You know me, I usually gatekeep everything you said. I couldn't gatekeep.
You couldn't wait to rid that from your brain.
I figured I was too stupid.
When you said Steve Bono, I threw in there, 49ers, UCLA, and then I just quit after that.
Potentially one of the worst decisions I've ever made from a content standpoint.
Bono was a nice player, though. This was in the day where your backup quarterback was good.
He was Steve Young's backup dude.
I thought you were talking about the singer from U2.
Bono.
Oh yeah, Bono.
I wasn't honestly sure how to pronounce it, Bono or Bono, but there's just one
pronounce
N,
it right.
So
Steve Bono.
Yeah. We have the Expressway coming up, a GD version of LA Live at 5:40, I believe. But big college basketball news happening in state. We'll lead off with get you caught up on everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast afternoon next year. It's the GBAG Nation on the Fan. How about we? All right, welcome back. It is the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time to hit the expressway. And it's brought to you by the On Time Experts, and it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Man, it's great to see that up there on the TV screen. Mookie Betts hitting 375 with 3 home runs in 4 games after that spring mystery illness. I was a little concerned for him. It just seemed weird. But he's rocking and rolling, and obviously nobody's rooting for the Dodgers over here, but it is cool to see that he's okay.
7-0 the Dodgers are right now.
Yikes. It's disgusting. I do think Eovaldi and DeGrom gives you a chance in a 7-game series against the Dodgers. Just got to get there to the World Series and take them down for the world. I think the world outside of maybe Japan would be cheering for you. But the Rangers did win again this afternoon, 1-0, so the dream of World Series glory is very much alive. Join us in this summer of baseball glory, I think is what we're in for. Jack Leiter was great, 5 innings, did leave with a blister, so maybe he's going to have to skip a spot in the rotation. Usually when you get a blister, it is that kind of a situation, especially as a pitcher. You don't want to dork around with that kind of thing too much. I don't know what that means. Is Patrick Corbin ready? What do you do here if Leiter's got to miss a start? Plus Kamar Rocker, not looking good. I would imagine they got to be thinking if he goes bad, you're going to need to be looking at his spot in the rotation as well. But hey, this team is 5-2, and Josh Smith had the game-winning ribby today.
Had a hell of a defensive play too.
Wow, and he's coming up huge.
Yeah,
you love having Josh Smith on the team. So, questions for you boys here on your baseball team: has Leiter arrived? Are we locked in now? Is this a big league player?
He's arrived.
Or a guy just sniffing a little success before he's rejected?
He's here. Step aside.
I do think that the stuff is so good, and we knew that, but now we were wondering about sort of the mental aspect of it, and he's taking strides from that standpoint. So, I mean, you never know exactly how consistent he's going to be. Is it going to remain like this? Is he going to get even better? But I think he's shown now, yes, he's absolutely a big league pitcher. And, I mean, even worst case, bullpen, like this is a guy that's here to stay.
Yeah.
It's just like what level can you actually reach from a consistency standpoint?
Yeah.
But when you talk about Jared's talking about he's got 4 out pitches. He's got 5 total pitches in his arsenal. As long as he can stay good between the ears, I think you got a real piece.
He upped his miles per hour by 2.
Wow.
As well this offseason. I mean, I think it's finally clicked for him.
The emotional and mental part of it, though, is key, though, Chief. I think that you brought that up. Everything's gone well so far. What happens if there's a bad inning? There's going to be a bad inning. How's the next one go? Do you get out of it? Do you limit the damage? And can you come back in your next start 5 days later and be good?
Yeah. Well, he's doing a really good job. And what you talk about with the sliders and stuff, but he's getting people to swing and miss. Get 11 of those today.
Wow.
So that's
six Ks in 5 innings.
Yeah, there you go. So as long as Jack Leiter is able to kind of command his slider and then also get those swings and misses, and it keeps him out of trouble too. When he's able to not have guys on base and he has to kind of worry about those things. The last couple of times out, he's done a really good job of kind of limiting those problems for him. So pitching with a lot more confidence that way.
Well, he's gotten defense behind him.
Yeah,
he didn't last year. There was a couple of innings where it would have looked a lot different if Leote makes a play, if the infield doesn't allow something to slip through the shortstop and second base. There was a couple of times he had some bad luck, defense didn't perform, but also no walks. And that was a massive issue for him, was the walks.
Next question, Mr. Broadus. Are we just going to have an average offense out of this club?
Oh, you know me. I'm hitting the panic button already.
Okay, so now you're hitting it. You avoided the panic button question earlier.
No,
graduated to hitting that thing.
I owe it to you to give you an answer. And yes, I'm panicking.
Usually, when you hit the panic button, do you do it with the Super Bowl ring on, and you do it with the Super Bowl finger, championship finger?
I don't.
You have a panic finger, and
I don't have a panic finger, but I'm
shaking.
I'm thinking of right now though that I am panicking because I really did believe coming out of spring training that this team was going to hit, and they've faced some quality pitchers, but this is alarming.
Yeah.
The guys that are, several of them being under, an average of 200 right now. That we thought, okay, they're gonna hit the ground running, and here we go. But the pitching, the bullpen, A+, hitting F right now.
You know when you're kind of laying in bed in the morning and you're like, I don't know when I'm going to get up, but I know I got to get up. I'm going to get up at some point.
Borderline.
That's how I'm
every
looking
day.
at the panic button right now. I know at some point I'm going to hit you.
Oh, okay.
I know it, but not yet.
Not yet.
And I'm just
Too
hoping.
soon.
I'm just hoping. I realize I actually got 2 more hours of sleep in me.
Yeah.
I actually at some point, we got to start hitting, and we're 7 games in after watching all of last year. I don't think it's panic. I think it's just follow through on what we know this team has been. And what do? You added Jake Berger, who is actually worse than Nathaniel Lowe, and you got Jock Peterson, who's hitting $150.
Well, I don't think that either of those guys are going to you look at their track records, they're going to figure it out. Simeon, I'm hitting the panic button on. The rest of these guys, they'll end up being fine. It'll be okay.
A lot of people are saying, hey, man, you got to get the torpedo bats for these guys. It's like, that doesn't help your batting average. That doesn't help you hit the ball. It helps you hit it harder, but that's not solving your inability to hit the ball questions right now.
Yeah. But I would definitely be checking the doors, the porch every 15 minutes looking for these torpedo bats if I was the guys.
No question. I want to see him. I really want to see most of the lineup have that thing.
Absolutely.
And at this point,
just because they look cool.
Yeah, they look cool, and we want moonshots.
Stars hosting Nashville tomorrow night. They've been ticking off just a couple of points week by week. Is there enough season left where they could actually catch Winnipeg and be the number 1 seed in the West? That would be exciting.
They could do it, man. They're just 4 points back right now. They've got one more game with Winnipeg, and I believe the Jets have played one more game than the Stars have. And, right now, you just had today, Pete DeBoer was talking about the hope is still getting Sagan and Miro back for the first round. Don't know for sure, but some positive news. Sagan remains ahead of Rupe in that. But, yeah, I thought a week ago, it's too far. 4 points, this could happen.
ESPN's Pete Thamel saying today that despite significant discussions to potentially join Texas A&M, Ole Miss coach Chris Beard has decided to stay with the Rebels. That's tough. That's an L. Getting Chris Beard at A&M would have been amazing.
Would have been huge.
So now who's next? Who are you looking at next? Tough one. I know Aggies fans were starting to get excited about that.
Yeah. The fact that he's staying at Ole Miss, and he's done a great job at Ole Miss, don't get me wrong, and it is an SEC school like Texas A&M. But, man, you get the facilities at Reed Arena and all that, and the money they have at Texas A&M, and for him to say, nah, I'm not interested in that gig, if I'm an Aggie, that kind of hurts me a little bit.
Well, they should realize it's not that good of a job. Who's ever won there? Anything of some substance.
Yeah.
They've never won. They never do. They can float their money around as all they want. A&M doesn't win championships. So as a coach, especially a guy who's a Texas dude, like Chris Beard is a Longhorn, and then he coached at Tech, he probably doesn't really want to go to Texas A&M.
But don't you kind of feel like, though, Zach, with the NIL money, though, that's your best chance? I mean, it's better to have, and maybe
they'll change it eventually. They keep trying.
That's what I'm saying. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong about the championships and stuff like that, but you give me a chance where I could, as a coach, that I could buy my team and coach. Ole Miss was wandering around in the friggin' desert too, trying to figure out basketball down there.
Sure.
And he came in there and gave them, like, even Rick Pitino was talking about, hey, Rick, I know you're not going to take the Indiana job, but who would you recommend? He recommended Beard.
Yeah.
He recommended that guy.
He's one of the best coaches in college basketball, 100%.
So to me, like, I kind of feel like that if I had the combination of one of the best coaches in basketball and a lot of money.
Oh, if you're an A&M fan, yeah, I'd be super pumped about that. For whatever reason, it's like the New York Jets or the Cleveland Browns if you're a quarterback and you go there. No matter how much NIL money A&M has and they throw around, it never seems to really work out for them.
But maybe they needed, there was a time there they were ranked pretty high. Buzz Williams, yeah. Buzz Williams and Buzz Williams
won a couple of tournament games.
Yeah, had him.
They collapsed down the stretch.
But it's like, are they ever better than a Sweet 16 team? No, not really.
No. But I mean, the hiring of Jimbo, the shots that they take, I'll salute them, and I think they will eventually get it figured out. And as it shifts more to a for-profit business operation in college sports, I think that bodes well for them. The NBA's looking at a Grizzlies star, Ja Morant, using his hands.
He did.
To mimic shooting a gun.
Gave it to him
towards the Warriors.
Going off the court.
Draymond Green pointed out to one of the refs, he's like, dude, John Morant's sitting here shooting at our bench. But the league probe is also going to look into Buddy Hield's gesture ahead of Morant's finger gun motions.
He went sideways with those guns, too.
League officials conducting an investigation to talk to involved parties. I mean, just look at the video. It happened. The question is, do you want to be, I guess, I mean, I don't have a problem with a sniper rifle celebration, but when you're actually gunning at the members of the other team, I don't think that's consistent with how the leagues, presented themselves over the years. I think that's probably like
they got him. I mean, he's guilty of it.
Yeah,
he clearly is.
Yeah. You can't be aiming that thing at somebody, especially the sideways kill shot.
Well, he was going
maybe like at the rim after you get a bucket and you just kind of like shooting at the rim. I guess maybe you could get away with it, but it has to be clear and obvious you weren't aiming for.
You got to be like guns upping a little bit,
Yosemite Sam kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State guy. What are we doing? Pistol Pete.
Probably just got to retire the finger guns.
I mean, if somebody is finger gun shooting at me after doing something, I think I'd feel a little threatened. I'd be like, what exactly is going on here?
I guarantee you I'm going to finger gun at him back.
Yeah. I mean, this is a standard ground state.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
we got a finger gun off going on here.
My finger guns are shotguns.
A 16-year-old boy. This is a sad note. Let's transition away from joking about violence to LA Live coming up next.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Okay. Man, we go to a high school in Frisco at a track and field event. Authorities dispatched about 10 a.m. this morning to the David Kuykendall Stadium there at 6900 Block Stadium Lane, where one student stabbed another. And unfortunately, 16-year-old Austin Metcalf died as a result of his injuries. Incredibly sad. Cannot imagine how the friends and family are feeling at the hour.
Jeez.
School district officials wrote in an email sent home to parents. An 11th grader at Memorial High School participated in both track and football. So everybody was immediately sent back to their schools and then sent home, and obviously a tragic day in DFW high school sports history.
Oh my goodness, man! I was do we know the details of, like, are these two competitors? Was this like a competition rage situation? A guy loses and he's got like a knife in his sock or something?
I don't know. I don't even know if they.
I hope they weren't teammates.
If they were involved in activities at the time or the location of it. There was no other details in either of the two stories that I've read about it. But yeah, they have one of the kids in custody who was involved. I remember when I was in junior high school, there was a stabbing. It was outside on the football field, but the guy used his geometry compass.
Yeah,
which was incredibly terrifying at the time to see it wielded. But obviously this was a much more lethal blade.
Eric, do you ever use a compass
that was deployed? Surprised it wasn't used for fights more.
Compass?
The old compass with the point on it that you put the little pencil
I was asking because Eric had that look on his face like he's never used a compass.
I have. I just didn't know that you could use a compass as a weapon.
You can actually get a really good grip on it, and you could.
Yeah, there's the compass for like navigating, and then the geometry compass with a little pencil on it and the stabby point.
There you go. Well, Chuck, your new top 10 list for tomorrow,
weapons.
Like things that aren't actually weapons but could be used.
Hey, my number one seed, car keys.
Compass.
Could have been dangerous. Could have got an infection. Mavs hosting Atlanta tonight. Hawks on the second of a back-to-back. Mavs are 4.5-point faves in this. They are ninth in the West.
No guarantee there.
They are in line to play Sacramento in a play-in game, and then the T-Wolves or Clippers for the 8 seed, whoever loses that initial game.
Yeah.
You could have to play the T-Wolves. How are the T-Wolves a possible play-in team? That's wild. The Suns are just eliminating themselves. They are 2 games back of the Mavs now, and KD's out there. They might just totally wave the white flag and put all the youngsters out there.
They're not too happy with their coach over there right now, so, yeah.
KD's definitely gone in the offseason.
Yeah.
Shams keeps hammering that home. It's like 5 teams he's interested in. T-Wolves being one of them. I think the Spurs are one of them. Heat, Knicks, something like that. But KD is good as gone.
Well, that'd be horrible if he went to the Spurs. Let's send him to the East.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that, like Wemby, KD, Fox, assuming the Wemby stuff gets handled.
Yesterday, the big news, Jerry Jones talking about Micah Parsons' contract. Not sure what his intent was, but he said he doesn't know who Micah's agent is. Micah took that as disrespect. How could this impact the negotiation moving forward? I think people want to know. But, to me, is this just like when he said Zeke who? or things that he said during the Zach Martin negotiation?
I think he knows who David Mulugeta is. I just don't think he knew how to say the name.
Yeah.
I think he didn't want to butcher the guy's name. I think that's why he didn't say it.
He would have said Muffaletta, wouldn't he?
He would have said something that wasn't David Mulugeta's name.
Mulugatti.
No. Yeah, he would have said something wrong.
At some point, I feel like...
Is that more embarrassing?
Do you think it was the David or the Mulugeta that was going to get him?
I think the Mulugeta part would have probably
David.
got him.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would have probably got him.
I wish we had heard it, though.
Could have been a double slip
I
up.
wanted this pronouncer from Jared.
No, and then we needed Eric in there going, keep going. Keep going. You're
Right.
You're getting it.
You're
almost
right there.
You're right there.
But he
Keep
could have
going.
just said like the agent, like when he says the player, you know?
Yeah, well, he was in his mind. He wanted to say the agent's name, and he didn't remember the agent's name. That's what happened.
What is it?
Go ahead, keep going. You're almost there.
It's on the tip of your tongue, Jared.
Come on, you can do it.
You can feel
There
it.
you go.
Come on, buddy.
Keep drowning.
Buddy, want a cracker?
I can see the Muffaletta in your mouth right now, Jerry. Just spit it out.
And the muffaletta.
All the olive lodged in there.
I like that as a probability, but I think the Zeke Who angle suggests that when he's in these negotiations, he likes to pretend like the other party doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
No, he just didn't know this guy's name.
I think both that
Take your word
that would
for
be
it.
hilarious, but listening to the audio, I kind of do side with you on this, Gavin.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
But he's
He
trying.
sounded indignant.
Yeah, well, because he said multiple times, like, I'm not trying to disrespect the agent, but then he kept disrespecting the agent.
Then would he have said, "I'm just kidding"? Would he have given it one of those? Would he given it a Jerry Jones smile?
A wink.
Maybe.
Yeah, like come on.
I mean,
Did he with Sean and
regardless,
RJ?
nobody can schmooze better, like, if you've offended somebody, and then once they get in the room together, like, Jerry will make it fine.
Yeah.
You know, like David McGillen might say "screw you, Jerry," and then they get in the room together
he
and
will.
they're talking.
He will,
and he'll end up loving Jerry by the end of it because that's the charm that Jerry has.
Yeah.
He gets all of us.
He does, you know, and he's
I'm at all.
magical in
Anytime
that
I've been
way.
around him, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's Jerry Jones. I mean, I'm listening to you, I'm laughing, I'm like, God, I love this dude.
I think at times, though, like it's getting a little bit less on point, less laser focused. The all-in statement from last offseason, like maybe his ability to perfectly craft that and maneuver is not quite what it was. But at any rate, it's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Ross Lubinsky, filling in for Lucius Alexander, gets us started on a Wednesday night edition of LA Live.
All right, you squares. But naked and stuff.
Fire up this funk and let's have a tub. It'll make you dance, some of everything.
Why, Johnny Tyler! You madcap.
Doc?
Where you going with that shotgun?
I didn't know you was back in town. Well, well. How the hell are you?
Wyatt, I am rolling. Morgan?
Doc.
Virgil?
Who's Doc?
Wyatt Earp.
Going into business for ourselves, Doc. Well, I just got us a Faro game.
Oh. Since when is Faro a business?
Didn't you always say that gambling's an honest trade?
No, I said poker's an honest trade. Only suckers buck the tiger. The odds are all on the house.
Depends on how you look at it. I mean, it's not like anybody's putting a gun to their head now, is it?
That's what I love about Wyatt. He can talk himself into anything.
Yes, sir. Welcome in on a Butt Naked Wednesday here, named for the great Erica Badu. I, too, was raised underwater with $3.06. And tonight we celebrate the life and the career of the great Val Kilmer, playing, of course, the great Doc Holliday in that scene there, the iconic scene with Billy Bob Thornton, the landman himself, a bloated younger man, as Johnny Tyler, Doc reuniting with the great Wyatt Earp and his brothers there on the streets of Tombstone. And incredible movie. Kilmer also, played so many other great characters. He had to run as Batman. He was Iceman in Top Gun. Maybe my first introduction into him. Had a cameo in the most recent revisited Top Gun scene. We did a 20-year anniversary showing back in 2014, by the way, of Tombstone to celebrate it at the old Studio Movie Grill back then. Kavanaugh was just as big of a fan as I was of this movie Tombstone, but I thought Doc Holliday was the best.
I have a shameful admission, man.
Never saw it?
I have not seen it.
Okay.
I have not seen Tombstone. I feel terrible admitting that.
You don't feel terrible.
I do. It's something that, I mean, Dawson, a couple times a month, will give us a Doc Holliday reference here on this program, and I look him right in his eyes. And I just fake it.
Right.
I just fake it.
Laugh. Like, oh, what a great reference. What a great line.
I just fake it with Dawson all the time. I'm so sorry.
If you listen closely and you love that movie, you will hear me reference Tombstone at least once a day.
At least once a day.
Sometimes more.
See, that's what I'm saying. I said only a couple times a month because a lot of these are going over my head.
Yeah.
I'm missing these dailies, daily docs with Dawson.
He was good as Jim Morrison of The Doors.
There you go.
That was another movie he was in.
Great movie.
1991. Yeah.
He was so good at that, people thought there was a Doors record playing next door when he was practicing.
No.
He spent like months practicing how to sing like Val Kilmer. Or not like Val Kilmer, but like Jim Morrison.
Yeah, sure.
That's badass.
Yeah.
That's dedication.
Yeah, he pulled that off. But how about this one? I won't spoil it. We go to the first big night of the Pharaoh game in Tombstone where Holliday stands by watching Wyatt Earp deal, and he meets the Cowboys' top gun, Johnny Ringo.
That's the rumor.
You retired too?
Not me. I'm in my prime.
Yeah, you look it.
You must be Ringo. Look, darling. Johnny Ringo. The deadliest pistolier since Wild Bill, they say. What do you think, darling? Should I hate him?
You don't even know him.
No, that's true, but I don't know. There's just something about him. Something around the house. I don't know. Reminds me of me. No, I'm sure of it. I hate him.
He's drunk.
In vino veritas.
Logic Rodagis.
Credat Judaea sotella non ego.
Juventus Stultorum. Magister.
In pace requiescat.
Come on, boys. We don't want any trouble in here, not in any language.
That's Latin, darling. Evidently, Mr. Ringo's an educated man. How I really hate him.
Staring down the barrel of Johnny Ringo's pistol. One of the great scenes in American movie history, if you ask me. Now I really hate him. I'll save the spoiler on that for how that one ends. But quite I think, a character, maybe one of the greats in Western movie history there, Val Kilmer's Doc Holliday.
Yeah. Tuberculosis, right? Is that what got Doc Holliday?
It did. Yeah, right there at the end, the longer. The tuberculosis, the terrible disease of the West. Okay, who are the most marketable players in college sports right now, gentlemen? It is in season here with the NCAA tournament. It appears most of them are basketball players, but who would you guess are the absolute most marketable right now when it comes to these NIL deals?
Arch Manning is going to be number one, right?
Livy Dunn.
Yeah, Livy Dunn.
Good guesses.
She's still.
Oh yeah.
This is her last year finally.
She came back for her fifth year, and they gave her a lot of grief about that. They got coming back to gymnastics for her fifth year, and she's
giving her grief for that when there's a million players.
And exactly.
Doing it everywhere.
And she even brought up Garrett Nussmeier, like, well, LSU's quarterback's coming back for another year. So she's trying to deflect all that's going on. That group at that LSU bunch though, that's a team. They're very, very marketable.
So it's actually the North Carolina guard, R.J. Davis, that made the big shots in the ACC tournament and I think the play-in game. And Juju Watkins, they lead all male and female athletes in endorsements over the last 12 months. 25 NIL deals. Can you imagine how much money that stacks up to be?
I think she does State Farm stuff. I think Juju's a State Farm.
She does.
Lady.
Travis Hunter. Yeah, I mean, those are massive. Those are $1 million deals.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter has 19. Quinn Ewers and LSU basketball player Trace Young have 17 deals each.
Jeez.
So I think that does speak to the difference in marketability and the advantage of not having a helmet on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Watkins, okay, she has 20 NIL deals. The Cavender twins have 18 combined. Paige Beckers, the upcoming
UConn.
number 1 pick of the Dallas Wings, yes, and UConn Final Four participant, she's got 16 of them.
She is nasty. Oh my gosh.
In what way?
Yeah.
I mean, the skills, the skills.
She's now gone to 4 straight
dude.
Final Fours. She's the first UConn Husky to do it. Would be the only one not to win a championship if they can't fulfill that.
She's spectacular.
Yeah, she was kind of Caitlin Clark before Caitlin Clark and then tore her
She got hurt.
ACL.
Yep.
And, there's obviously a lot of star players there, but she has had a big run in the tournament. The big difference is the shooting percentage isn't there, the playmaking isn't there. But, she's kind of like a lesser version of Caitlin Clark. Taller, better rebounder, better defender.
Much better defender.
I think so. She does have some things that she does better.
Two-way player.
Okay, what else do we have here for you, boys, in a Wednesday night edition of LA Live? There are reports, Argentina declassifying documents that could confirm the Fuhrer lived after World War II in a German enclave in Argentina. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
There was a great show. It was like 2 or 3 seasons called Hunting Hitler on History Channel.
Okay.
And they found evidence of like other high-ranking SS members that like they were buried. They found their remains in Argentina. And they go around to the families that are living there, and it's very like hush-hush. A lot of them don't want to talk. They ended up finding, I think it was like Goebbels' granddaughter was still living there. There was DNA evidence to prove it. So if you're talking about high-ranking Nazi officials getting out, Hitler got out.
There was,
I wouldn't be shocked.
10,000 Nazi war criminals estimated escaped to Argentina. The narrative says what he was burned in that garden behind the spot there in his hideout.
Ava Braun.
Yeah.
Which they were shot, is what they said.
Yeah, apparently he shot her, then shot himself.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
all right.
That's what they say.
That's what they say.
But nobody ever found the body.
But I guess the speculation is there was a tunnel that got to an airplane that ultimately got to a submarine that took him across the Atlantic. Okay, what else here on an LA Live here for you on a Wednesday night? Nintendo announcing a new console, the Nintendo Switch 2. Okay, June 5th is going to be the launch day. It's introducing a screen share and an interactive chat. But check this out. A demo of the new Mario Kart game appears to be the flagship presentation here that they're going to try to market off of, where players can do flips, tricks, and rail grinds. Plus, there's a new James Bond game revising the classic 007 game on N64 that really touched off the entire first-person shooter genre.
Oh, hell yes.
And it's going to be backwards compatible with previous Switch games. So I know there's a lot of Nintendo fans out there, maybe more for your kids than you, but I know there's huge nostalgia involved there when you're talking about Mario Kart and the 007 game. Spent a lot of time playing that back in the day on the N64. That hit for you guys at all, Mario Kart?
Oh, of course.
Big Mario Kart
Loved
guys
it.
back in the day?
And the GoldenEye stuff. I used to play that a lot.
Yeah, GoldenEye for sure. I was a Super Nintendo, like Mario Bros kind of deal, so it wasn't the Mario Kart as much, even though I'm definitely familiar. Actually, I think it was one of those games that like at the dentist we would play a lot while we're waiting around in the
they
lobby
used to have, like,
area.
a kids area.
I mean,
try and keep you at ease a little bit. 'Cause everyone was a little nervous about the dentist.
Because I
still am.
I have 3 brothers, so when we would go, it would be all of us. So you get to wait around, when you're done or when you're waiting for your turn, and you're carting it up, dude.
That's fun.
Yeah, Mario Kart was huge. I mean, it hit right when I was in like college, right? So that was the game that you'd get around and drink beers until like 4 o'clock in the morning and see who could be, the champion that would stay in or whatever. Khloe Kardashian with a new designer line of apparel on Fabletics. They're a Lululemon yoga pant competitor. They say it really makes the tush pop. Okay. She wants to empower women to feel their best while working out. It is false advertising. I think it is interesting. It's socially acceptable for women to alter their appearance in so many ways. For guys, what do we get? We get like hoodies and beards, maybe a ball cap. That's all we get. That's what you get to work with.
You get a little dodgeball pump going from time to time.
A little sock in there,
little sock action.
A lot of those are false advertising, though, just in general. Like, these girls are getting ball sacked thinking they're about to be wearing some pants that's looking great. I've seen the exact pants, and it's like, it's not one size fits all.
Not flattering.
Not every rump is getting the pop.
Apparently, these play with this with the stretchiness there, where the top of the leg meets the tush, so they can really pull in that upper leg and then let the tush hang. You know, it gives it a little
that fold,
a magical scientific type of
that crease, man.
Yeah,
it's all time stuff.
Oh, the crease.
You gotta give consumers what they want, Brian.
Yeah,
but this Lululemon stuff is way too overpriced.
Give him a crowbar.
I can't afford it. I don't buy it.
Yeah.
My wife gets it. I'm not going to dabble.
It's like $120 for a pair of pants.
It's a joke.
You know, there's a pair of tights. That's what you're looking at right there.
Yeah, come on.
But I don't know what the price is on the Fabletics, this Khloe Kardashian
Probably double
competitor.
that.
Do you need a BBL for it to really work?
I think it will improve the look of any tush by at least a point, maybe two.
But you're going to have to deal with the scent that comes with that. Lucius told us all about that. The BBL stench.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
And you start to sweat in areas you didn't know about.
Those are the hazards that they don't talk about.
Yes, you get creases and spots and sweating in areas that God did not intend. Okay, as much as you might appreciate the aesthetics of it. Okay, Lucius is hopping a bird home pretty soon. Probably seeing some pictures of him on social media, living it up. Flight attendants say you should never order these 5 items on a plane. Here's why. Coffee or tea? You a coffee on a plane guy?
I've ordered it.
No, that's usually where I'm a ginger ale on a plane guy.
That's something to do with the water, doesn't it?
Yes.
I do the ginger ale.
Ginger ale on a plane for whatever reason, man. With the pretzels, it pairs so well with the pretzels.
Yeah, they say get beverages that are in cans.
Yep.
They need to be popped
Water.
open.
Don't deal with the water on a plane.
They say they utilize potable water tanks, and often water sits in there for a long time. I don't think I'll ever order coffee on a plane again. As much as I enjoy it, especially an early morning flight with a cup of coffee coming in hot. Oh, it is nice, but apparently it's also nasty. Okay, strong smelling snacks. They say corn nuts, even though they're sometimes served in flight, they're pretty tasty, but some of them stink the second you open the package. Says we actually serve them in our first class snack basket. The roasted barbecue flavor is the worst. When you open the bag, it smells like something is burning on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
We'd avoid other onion, garlic, or barbecue flavored chips or snacks too. No one likes a stinky plane, so the flight attendants say, please don't take these snacks and open them up. They hate the smell.
Well, the thing about that, some people have just taken liberties of bringing on like seafood, like shrimp and stuff like that on planes because they encourage you to do that. You could bring food on, but they're bringing on like fish products and stinking up planes.
Oh yeah, you definitely do not want to go to the salmon.
Yeah, but people bringing that on the plane, like boiled shrimp and stuff like that.
Oh my goodness.
I feel like the airplane, if you're bringing a meal onto the airplane, I think the adult list from earlier of like what you'd be ashamed of,
the kid items.
I think that's actually the place for it. Like you see an
corn
adult
dog
with maybe it's a corn dog, but just like nuggets, tenders, something PB&J.
Keep it small.
Keep
easy, light,
sort of odor free.
Like
somebody's bringing their leftovers with like meatloaf and green beans.
Can't be doing
side
that.
of salmon.
Yeah, I mean, but you will. I've been on planes before where the people have brought seafood on, and they'll stink that thing.
Even the Chinese food, like they've always got a Chinese place there.
Yeah.
I mean, Sandler used to hit the office microwave with fish.
Yeah,
and broccoli.
I had a roommate in college who used to heat up fish in their microwave almost every single day in our dorm room.
Wow.
Was this one of your gal pals?
Wow.
No, God, I wish. Then I would have, put up with it. But no.
You had to ask a different
nice
question.
kid named Namdi. Shout out to Namdi.
Okay, the attendants also say stay away from meat because you're putting your trust in their ability to store this meat for a long time, and you don't know where it's been or how it's been cooked. Gas-inducing foods that you don't want to be farting up there, and then booze. They say stay away from the booze, but booze is amazing. If you're on an airplane, you got anxiety, you need to fly.
A good booze cruise.
Crack a couple. All right, proper round tripper coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
I actually want to carry over this conversation and ask you about what's up with all these naked people in the airports. I keep seeing videos of this. If you run into this, 877-881-1053, people are just like disrobing and freaking out and panicking, and they're running around naked in the airports. This is a serious issue, and we've got to get to the bottom of this right now. But let's go around the bases. Why these Rangers are unlikely to go full torpedo. That's next.
Hey, it's Corey Majors from the KNC Masterpiece, and we have a busy household, but it wouldn't be the same without our adopted best friend, Landry. Go to 1053thefan.com/adopt and check out some of our fan ambassadors waiting to be adopted. We would love to feature you and your best friend on social media. We can make a difference, Tolos. That's 1053thefan.com/adopt.
Inside info about the Cowboys. Inside info about the Cowboys and the upcoming NFL Draft. It's Love of the Star, DFW's top Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, and Zach Wolchuk on the Odyssey app presented by Comerica or wherever your podcasts are found. From your home of the Cowboys, The Fan.
This is Andy Grashwell in Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Alex Ovechkin is only a couple of goals away from passing Wayne Gretzky, and it feels like, unfortunately, no one is paying attention. Ovi doesn't pass Gretzky as an all-time great, but he puts himself right up there with the greatest scorers of the game. Hopefully, people will start to pay attention. I'm Andy Grash.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
P&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 5 of the Nation, a victorious Texas Rangers Wednesday here in the Nation. They went to Cincinnati. They lost the first one, got tatered, but then they get back-to-back 1-0 wins. Evaldi last night. Leiter went 5 today, and the bullpen was really good once again. Luke Jackson got the save after the second hitter, I believe, got on base. They get out of it, and they get the win, 1-0. So off to a 5-2 start. Off tomorrow, another day off for Corey Seager. And then hosting Tampa on Friday in a game we're going to be at the ballpark.
Yeah, we'll be there. And, Ellie De La Cruz, right? Both the final outs
both
of
days,
both games.
yep.
I was like, please don't let this guy bat, but hey, good job of getting him out. Two nights, a night and a day. But, man, what a great job by the Rangers holding
First
that
time
back.
in franchise history they won back-to-back 1-0 games, and they did it in less than 24 hours. Isn't that nuts?
That guy crushed us, though, the opening night, though. De La Cruz,
the Rangers got outscored in the series 14-5, yet won 2 out of 3.
You got to love it.
That's the way it's done right there, boys.
Baseball gods are on your side. And for more on this exciting opening storyline, here's Wolchuk with your proper round tripper.
Yeah, I asked this to Jared earlier. He kind of poo-pooed it, but I definitely thought there was something to it. So baseball guy of the day, that's me. Screw you, Sands.
That's right.
Evan Grant just got an article out about how Nathan Eovaldi's performance really propelled Jack Leiter today. I think there's got to be something to that, right? Like if you're watching a guy just absolutely take down a lineup the night before, I'm going to try to emulate a little bit of stuff. Jared's 100% right. Not everybody's able to throw the same style of pitches, not able to have the same type of movement and command on it, but certainly Leiter knew exactly what Eovaldi did, and he followed suit. And
you don't know the league as well as a veteran would.
Right.
So just like going through the lineup as a similar pitcher with similar velocities, you got to be taking notes there of what works.
And it also goes like every guy that we've talked to for the last 2 years since Evo's been here, the leadership that he has, not only just for the pitching staff, but in general, and his knowledge of the game. So Evan Grant noted an Evo's 99-pitch shutout threw the lowest percentage of four-seam fastballs in a start in his career. He mixed in the splitter and his newly rediscovered curve more frequently. It kept the Reds off balance. Afterwards, he goes and he speaks to Leiter, and he says, soft. Leiter knew exactly what Eovaldi meant. In 5 innings today, he threw 31 sliders, 10 curves, handful of his new kick changeup. He threw only 16 fastball seamers. So he certainly went ahead and did some of the change stuff, the off-speed pitches, and it worked out, both of them, to get out of that Reds lineup. And, hey, kudos to Josh Young as well. An amazing diving grab. The defense was great as well.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff. Josh Smith, you meant there.
What did I say, Young?
Yeah.
I got my mind on Josh Young. I'm hoping he can come back soon.
No, a lot of good things happening with this baseball team. I think right now you got to hope that Leiter, Malley, DeGrom, and of course Eovaldi are really good, because I don't know what Kumar Rocker is going to be able to give you. And with Leiter's blister here, I do feel like this team needs to get healthy and they need to start hitting, because you should feel fortunate to be sitting at 5-2.
Yeah, let's hope that ends up happening during this Rays series at home on Friday, which we'll be at their Friday broadcasting live from the Globe. So the Rangers now can add Kyle Higashioka to the team torpedo. He's going to be one of the ones that's going to use this torpedo bat. Yankees have certainly set MLB by storm with what they've been able to do using this, but it does not appear Corey Seager and Marcus Semien are going to be doing.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I think this is an easy one where you should just trust the science, trust the data. What's it telling you? They can plug your swing and its trajectory into a computer and study it, and these people are going to spit out where exactly the sweet spot should be, and then they can build a bat perfectly for you. What's the problem? I don't see why every hitter shouldn't do this, other than being stubborn or maybe having a little bit of ego here. Fear of change, all this stuff. Maybe you don't like how it's gone viral. Whatever your personal bias against it is, the data disagrees, guys.
Right.
This is not a place to be injecting opinion.
Well, Seager says he's more focused on putting himself in the right spot to do what he needs to do, and he's also just a routine guy, and he's more concerned with the body movement than the technology. He's apparently been loyal to a pair of bats that he picked up from Vlad Guerrero Jr. and Robbie Grossman, which he's kind of turned into his own hybrid bat.
Mariucci's?
And then you've got Simeon, who said, I want the Marcus Simeon bat to start hitting first. For me, it's kind of a comfort thing. Comfortable with certain things. I've pretty much used the same two models for the last 5 years, and he doesn't want to change it up. But I'd say it's a safe assumption. If the Marcus Simeon bat doesn't come around, he's got to try it out.
At some point, you're going to go through a slump, and you'll do a batting practice with it, and you'll notice the extra pop, and that physics is actually real.
Boom, it works.
Yeah.
We had a lot of extensions today in Major League Baseball. The Padres extended Jackson Merrill for 9 years, $135 million. So congratulations to him. He just got a hefty payday. And then Ketel Marte of the D-backs got himself a 6-year, $116.5 million extension. So money being thrown around Major League Baseball today. Congratulations to those that got paid.
Rolling in it, baby.
History made. Dustin May, Northwest High School Zone. He returned after 22 months. Dodgers got to 7-0. And the Dodgers became the first team to come from behind to beat the Atlanta Braves to improve to 7-0, tying the 1933 New York Yankees that featured Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, for the best mark to start a season for a reigning champion. 1933, we got to go to here 2025 for a team to have a 7-0 or better start. Pretty incredible.
Steve Bono.
It's the second time we've had the Bono reference today.
I just thought that was...
He's involved, isn't he, in this?
Oh, he's not involved? I thought there was a big gap between 33 and 25.
I mean, you think he was born in 1933?
No, I was kind of making fun of the fact we had a pretty significant from one to the other.
Yeah.
I just threw it in there because it was
that was good.
Awkward
that was good.
Pause there for a moment.
No, I was hoping I'd get some feedback from you guys. I'm struggling over
Steve
here.
DeBerg.
Steve DeBerg, slapping the base. Yankees set the Major League Baseball record 17 homers through the first 4 games amid the torpedo debate, so they continue to keep crushing it with the ball. And then we had the Blue Jays. You always complain about the bunting, Brian.
They don't know how to bunt. They don't know how to bunt.
Well, their skipper, Schneider, went ahead and did a batting competition. A bunting competition. Spring training. We divided the guys up into teams, with the winning team getting $1,000 courtesy of me, the manager. He gave away his own money. And as it turns out, it was a good investment, because yesterday they had a 5-3 win over the Nats, and they had an excellent bunt single from Will Wagner that kept a 3-run second inning rolling. Then, as the Blue Jays were building momentum again in the 8th, they got bunts from Ernie Clement, and Wagner again kept the line moving until Bo Bichette delivered a big hit. So the small ball worked out. The Bunskies got the Blue Jays a victory.
There you go.
I think more bunts.
It's amazing
if you
to
actually
me.
spend time on it.
It's amazing to
You
me
work on
that
it. You make it
teams don't
happen.
know how to bunt.
You make it happen.
It is
Except
incredible.
the
You're
Blue Jays.
you're at the ballpark for so many hours before
Exactly.
the
Why aren't
game.
you bunting?
Exactly.
Why aren't we doing bunt
I was
challenges?
wondering that.
Let's have a bunt challenge.
We're going to take 27,000 swings in the cage this season, trying to hit home runs, pull home runs again
pull
and again. Yeah.
Let's rip some bunts together.
Let's rip some bunts. Let's get a little bunt cake in here. Let's
Listen,
make it happen.
if you're like the 24th or 5th guy on the roster, Ezekiel Duran, guys like that,
Be a bunt master.
be a bunter.
Yeah.
Be like, we need to send you up. We need to move the guy over, and you might drag one for a hit, or you might place one perfectly that they throw the ball away and we get a guy to third. We don't have that, I don't think. We don't have anybody that can and
lay the Bunsky down.
Well, the teams decided that they weren't going to bunt for about a decade. Right now, it's coming back a little bit. There was a lost time where you weren't developing it, and now we're sort of in this post. Everybody try to hit home runs or strike out type of
The
deal.
launch angle stuff.
Yeah, now we're like, well, maybe at times we should be able to play small ball. And I just think that, there was a loss there in the generation of handing down that
yeah, I
knowledge.
know a couple of times our center fielder's gone up there and tried to bunt. He's been awful.
Hasn't worked out.
No.
And you think with his speed, he'd be able to pull it off.
That's what I'm saying. Just be able to lay the ball down to get somebody to second base. Or you never know. Like, pitcher comes flying off the mound and throws it away, and now you're first and third.
Everybody's safe.
Yeah.
Scoring
We
position.
never
Get
did
it
that.
going.
Yeah.
All right, Tim McMahon just came out and said Derek Lively is going to return tonight from his stress fracture.
I bet Derek
Let's
Lively
go.
could lay down a mean bunt.
Apparently, Jason Kidd said that he's going to play. He's going to be limited to 15 minutes against the Hawks. No PJ Washington, though. He's dealing with an illness.
Play him the last 15 minutes if that's what you're going to do.
Just save Derek Lively for the end?
Yeah, just
having
I like that
Gafford
idea.
back and Davis
I'm
back.
telling you, they're going to need him.
He's a closer.
I think we've had a chance to see enough of it. How much does Lively coming back push it over the top?
Big time. Championship.
Gafford, though, got hurt the other day. Like he bumped knees with somebody
They were
else.
knee bumping each other, and he was rubbing
I
it a
thought,
little bit.
oh my God, he's coming out again.
I don't know. I'm hoping to see enough that they could at least make an entertaining series, but Davis just isn't trying right now, so it's tough to evaluate. Like I think he's coasting at like 70%. If you get to the playoffs and he's like, okay, I'm going to go try to score 40 every night, maybe it's a different look, but I still see the inept offense for extended stretches out there.
Yeah, you can tell that they just don't have the guard play to make it happen. Last thing here, I wanted to get back to this naked airport stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
What the hell is going on? We had a temper tantrum lady that was running around naked. Then today I saw we had like a Spirit passenger that got upset. She started getting naked. She's running around. What's up with stripping and getting nude and running around all upset and angry or just wandering aimlessly at the airports? What are we
my
doing?
theory, I spoke to it a couple of weeks ago. I think people are dabbling in edibles thinking it's going to make them super relaxed on a plane. But you start eating that weed and not smoking that weed, and it can do crazy things to you. I think people are panicking under the influence of hallucinogens.
I mean, that's one of the only logical things that I could even consider, because I don't understand how a sober-minded human being just steps into the airport and just becomes a completely ridiculous version of themselves.
Don't enjoy it.
Because you don't see this in other establishments. It's not like there's this new internet craze where you just show up to different places of business and get naked and just get pissed off.
There was streaking in the 70s. That used
Streaking,
to be,
yeah.
Streaking was
You
part
also
of it.
had angel dust in the 70s and 80s, the PCP, that would make people spontaneously take their clothes off. It actually got the nickname Butt Naked. The street drug Butt Naked because people would do that angel dust and get naked.
Yeah, maybe the angel dust is making.
But I don't think it's making a big comeback, or would be something that people would want to do before they got on an airplane.
But you're right. Like, why aren't people getting angry at Walmart and having a temper tantrum and getting naked? It's only happening at these airports. At least it's only getting viral from the airports.
Yeah. And maybe there's a part of that where
You think we're doing it for notoriety?
Yeah, it might just be.
You think we're just like now everything is about
I don't know. Some of these women
clicks
trying to
and
go
likes,
viral. Some of these
clicks
people
and
probably
likes.
don't need to be doing this, and it's
What do
embarrassing.
you mean by that? They're not.
You know
they
what
don't.
I mean by
they don't
that.
pass the eye test. You saying you got to be at least a 7.5,
Look,
8
I'm
to
saying
pull this
I'd
move?
be embarrassed if I had a naked video out there go viral, and these women should be too, because we're big.
Get hotter before you go do the naked airport
Should we
rage
vote
fest.
for that?
Yeah,
Like,
if there's a
somebody's
sexy
thinking
naked
about
one.
it, if somebody's thinking about it, they should make a gate announcement. We have somebody that wants to get naked. We're going to vote here.
Yeah.
Does this person qualify?
Yeah.
At
I
least
had
be a
noticed-
solid 8.5.
Yeah.
I do remember there was a
Raise
deal.
your hand.
There was,
I want to see this.
Okay. No, you're not going to get naked. So sit back down, please. Thank you very
go
much.
to the bathroom and run around naked there. Just hide yourself.
Another announcement: we will be boarding in 7.5 minutes.
there was a dude at DFW who did it some years ago, but it seems like this has been a
lady thing.
A lady thing, at least.
I haven't seen any guys doing this yet.
Yeah, not
lately. I did. There was the one dude.
Yeah.
full on hang down, mix up. There was helicopter
Up, actually.
Did he claim mix up on that? I accidentally just fell out of my clothes, sir. I don't know what I'm doing.
He forgot the clothes. He pulled a Dawson and just forgot the suitcase, and he had to strip.
Who just snorted there? Was that you?
Yeah.
It was me.
Chuck's battling today.
I'm in a world
You've
of
been
hell.
grinding through this thing.
Tried to send you
Really
home.
am. I know. I just couldn't do it because then you'd have called me the P word off air.
I would have, but you did a good job
Thanks,
today.
buddy. I'm
Really.
trying.
Yeah, you can't be out on the injury report with the sniffles.
You think it's people that are just like on the cusp of mental health breakdown, and you add a little bit of booze and the stress of the
I
airport,
think
maybe they miss their
There's
flight.
a lot of stress
They feel
going on
trapped
in the airport.
They've just had it.
Yeah. People don't
Yeah.
like to fly.
You
man.
might have just nailed it. All of that stuff together. Next thing you know,
They were at their tipping
Nudity.
point already when they walked in
Yeah.
the airport.
I mean, I'm not going to get naked, but I could see myself like hitting a wall and breaking my hand out of frustration on some of these travel nightmares that I've been on.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, when you keep losing your boarding pass and have to get it reprinted, you're just like, you know what? F
I lose
this
my
place.
boarding pass all the time.
Where did you lose your boarding pass?
I don't know.
Anywhere and everywhere.
I think in the bucket, maybe at security.
No,
Maybe
no,
just falls
no,
out
no.
of my pocket.
Like in the last trip, like
Yeah, last 2 trips. Yeah.
Let's see. This is common. This is
okay. So
consistency
actually,
now.
only lost it once. The second time,
Was this the Frontier flights?
I just got through security without it. No.
How'd you get through security without a boarding
They started
pass?
just asking for a license.
Yeah, you don't need the pass until you're getting on the plane.
Yeah.
But they check the license with the boarding pass.
Not
Most
from our
of the time.
experience.
Some of the time.
Well, they do sometimes for us when we're doing the TSA pre. In general,
I thought
sometimes
every-
it's just the
Huh.
driver's license.
Dawson
Yeah.
gets a little lackadaisical though, because when we sat down and you had the what did you get? You got the corned beef
Corned
or
beef
something.
sandwich,
You got
yeah.
the corned beef, and we had the burgers and stuff.
Yeah.
And then we get it from the table, and Dawson's ready to go get on that flight. He didn't realize he just left the boarding pass right there on the
I
table as
did.
if it was like a napkin for trash.
I don't know
I had
what
to
it
flag
is.
him down.
I
like,
got a mental
hey.
block with that damn thing.
That's the way she goes.
Okay, we got to run. Thank you for that proper round tripper, Wolchuk,
Anytime, dude.
as we come in and stomp home base here in the GBAG Nation. Rangers are rolling. Got to score some runs.
Yeah.
Hopefully they get the bats going this weekend against Tampa. But if they don't, I bet CY would remedy that thing before we get to even June. They'd be like, "Oh, you guys aren't hitting? Okay, looks like we're trading." Okay, or maybe we're going to bring our guy Osuna up.
Oh, Osuna, sure.
I bet he'll put on a show.
Oh,
Osuna rather than later.
That's right. I love it. Okay, Hodgepodge next, Chief. What do you got?
The two best April Fool's jokes from yesterday's holiday, plus a very unfortunate basketball injury next in the nation.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Tolo's storm season brings door-to-door storm chasers just pushing sales quotas, but not at Greystone Roofing. Visit greystone-roofing.com today and see how they prioritize quality over volume with no sales team. They're experts in roof repair, replacement, and navigating insurance claims with licensed adjusters on staff. They've been serving the DFW for over 20 years with the fastest, most top-quality, honest work that you can find. Visit greystone-roofing.com today. It's Greystone Roofing and Construction.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on the Fan. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Go to Car and Truck Wreck Attorneys in Dallas. Now, here's the Chief with that evening hodgepodge.
You give me one ballpark in the MLB to go enjoy the cuisine outside of Globe Life Field, I'm going to a Mets game. They have Big Peach's smoked turkey sandwich that looks just to die for. But how about this one, Walchuk and Dawson? Cinnamon bun egg roll.
Yes, I saw that.
Oh,
it was
my goodness,
delicioso.
Dude. That
And
just
they've got
came screaming across my timeline.
craft burgers and stuff
So
from celebrity chefs.
That's incredible.
So the outside of the egg roll is a sweet roll with stuff in the sweet roll?
I think you're talking about the innards being a cinnamon bun with the outside being egg rolled.
Okay, so they're not using the egg roll, like roll it out.
Right.
And then put stuff in it, then roll it back up.
I believe so.
Okay, I see what you're doing here. Okay.
I mean, they had me last week when they announced the bucket of 20 chocolate chip cookies.
Which is real. That's real.
With a team logo on it. I thought the bucket by itself was a good buy, but then you put the 20 cookies in there. Goes next level.
Also saw from Darren Ravel for the 23rd consecutive year, the pimento cheese sandwich at the Masters will cost $1.50.
Yep, there you go.
It's incredible.
The last price change was in 2002 when it went from $1.25 to $1.50. In 1997, it was $1. Factoring for inflation, the sandwich today is 50 cents cheaper today.
I believe their beers are $2.50.
Yeah, that's a bucket list.
Seriously, you
item
could,
right there.
You can punish some beers at the Masters.
Really, really want to do that. I want to do some beer punishing at the Masters with my bros.
Yeah,
like let's make that. Can we just make that happen?
But man, you can't be like, stand up, let's go, 2 outs. You can't be that guy.
I'm not gonna be
Birdie
treating
putt.
it like a World Series
On your feet.
Yeah, that's Eric, like, what do we got here?
Mr. President, get up.
Yeah.
Isn't there
Come on,
rules?
George, get up.
Isn't there rules like to everything, including you can't get above a whisper anywhere near that course?
You could cheer and stuff like that.
Just
but
whisper cheers.
It is
after the shot.
It's
Whisper boos.
amazing how quiet it is though walking around that place.
You hear the birds chirping.
Yeah, seriously.
Guys getting ready to put on a green dogs barking.
They'll toss you. They'll toss you if you like get too drunk and sit down and try and like lay down like you did out in the outfield of the minor league park.
I love that.
Yeah, you
just
would
like-
100% talk in somebody's backswing.
Oh.
Now we're all thrown out probably. But it was worth it.
It's still worth it. Yeah. It's a great story.
Yeah, but if
Got
you
kicked out of the Masters.
you would just like if you were like, oh, I think I'm going to lay down here at the on the 8th green, buy it. They ask you to stand up. Please.
They're
don't lay
also
down.
debuting a limited time tomato pie that's handheld.
You call it a tomato pie?
Yeah.
At the Masters?
Yeah.
What do
I
you
will
mean-
say.
What does that even mean, tomato pie?
It's like one of these, it kind of looks like a sausage roll.
Oh wow!
And then on the inside,
So it's like tomato sauce.
on the inside, it must be like, I don't know if it's fried green tomatoes or.
I don't know, man.
But the pastry itself
Ugh.
looks delicious.
It's like a kolache with tomatoes in it. Maybe.
Yeah. That's a great way to. It looks.
That could be disastrous.
Might be. I don't know if they're serving it. Maybe this is like a Georgia thing.
Let's put the cinnamon rolls in there. you know?
Should be
Ooh,
peach. If they're gonna do that,
yeah.
do peach.
Peaches would be nice.
Yeah.
We're in
Instead-
Georgia.
instead
Like a
of-
peach cobbler pie.
Yeah.
Well, they have that peach ice cream bit that
They
It's
do. That
really-
looks
it's
amazing.
really- it's good.
That was the number one overall pick, I think, in our Masters food draft
Yeah.
from a couple of years ago. Congratulations. Steph Curry last night, 32 points, 7 rebounds, 8 3-pointers made.
Dawson's on to
in the
something.
first half.
In the first half.
Dawson's on to
Oh.
something. Let him shoot the ball 100 times and see what happens.
He totaled with 52 points and 12 of 18 from the three-point line. An absolute legendary performance. 10 boards, 8 assists, 5 steals. I mean, just ridiculous. And the Warriors are now 18-2 when Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry are in the lineup together.
Man, I hope they win it. Now that the Mavs can, I think that's who I'm rooting for. But yeah, he was putting on an absolute show. And yes, Brian, I think let him shoot so many times that he could break Wilt Chamberlain's record. Let's do the math on this, right?
How many
What is
shots
this?
need to put up to break the record?
Well,
60 shots, he'd do it.
I was going to say, last night, 52 points on 31 shots. So you just think about doubling that if you can be as efficient as he was last night.
Might
then-
need 75, but let's do it.
Yeah, I would guess
nobody's
probably
shooting.
70, I'd say.
Nobody's
over-under.
shooting until Steph gets 100.
Hey, real quick, Eric, circle back. Sorry, I'm way behind here.
Yeah, you are.
You know you wanted to go to Citi Field to eat.
Yes.
Second most expensive concession items in the league.
Yeah.
Beer, 2 16-ounce beers are $18.50.
Yeah.
For a beer.
I mean,
2 sodas, 20-ounce, $22.50.
It's a trip you got to save
4
for.
hot dogs, $28.
That's pretty heavy-handed.
San Francisco has the most expensive. Citi Field is the next, and then Boston's Fenway Park.
That's just the geographical nature of it, right? You would think, just like anything in San Francisco, anything in New York is gonna run you.
Well, smuggling a flask, spend their money on gourmet food items.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
I agree
here.
what you're talking about. Like, hey, let's do this. But man, if it's the second most, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, we'll have to save for a while.
By the way, one of the most overrated parks is number 4.
Oh, Wrigley.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know about your disdain.
Yeah.
Okay, so also last night in the association, Russell Westbrook cost Nikola Jokic a win on his 61-point triple-double night. 61, 11, and 10 went Nikola Jokic. By the way, we didn't even address this. Should have been the lead story and best of the weekend on Monday. The Euro step, full court, one-arm shuck.
He does that all the time. So
halftime buzzer beater.
It happens all the time.
Acting like nothing even happened in terms of celebrating afterwards. Nikola Jokic, I've never seen full court Euro step, one hand, full court shot, bucket, buzzer beater. Let's go to halftime.
It's like a floater.
Let's go get my Uncrustable at my locker.
It
was special.
Like length of the court passes and stuff like it's He's got such a feel for that.
His ability to see over the top of his strength.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was like it was the same effort that I would give in like a trash ball shot. You know, like just crunching up some paper, shooting it Kobe style or Colby style, like Broadus says, into the trash can.
Kobe Bryant.
It's the type of it's the same effort I would give in that as what he gave to send that ball full court. But Russell Westbrook was sadly the story of the game because the final sequence of this was just truly awful. And we will go ahead and hear Kevin Harlan paint that picture for us.
Conley to Anthony Edwards. Gordon is there, and he threw it away. It's a turnover. 2-on-1. Brown. Westbrook. No. Rebound Alexander Walker. Final seconds. Here we go. Conley the other way. Edwards looks at the clock. Drives. Feeds. Forwards.
They got a foul.
They got
a foul on the three-point shot.
It's a foul on the three-point shot.
Okay, so then Nikola Jokic, after a 61-point triple-double, and the Nuggets lose thanks to Russell Westbrook. They were down 138-137 with 20 seconds left. Westbrook misses a free throw. Then they're leading, and he blows the transition layup, as you just heard. And then after blowing the layup, he goes and fouls the three-point shooter at the buzzer to allow the Timberwolves to win in double overtime, 140-139. Pretty hilarious stuff there from Russell Westbrook. But even funnier was Anthony Edwards after the game, just marveling at Nikola Jokic, but also himself.
That might have been the best game of my life, that I've been a part of. Nikola Jokic, bro. Oh my God, he might be the best basketball player I've ever seen, close up. Besides myself, bro, he's incredible, bro.
What a great line. Maybe the most incredible basketball player I've ever seen up close, except for myself.
Of course.
I don't know how real this is, but the internet is alleging that Anthony Edwards made a historic move by paying out the full child support all at once,
18 years.
covering 18 years worth of payments, just a touch over $1 million, $5,000 a month, but he just settled it all up front. So
yeah, I guess that
he
would
doesn't
be,
want to hear from her for the next 18 years.
Yeah,
her being the baby mama.
Yeah, I guess that takes that concern off of your radar. To not have to worry about it. I hope she doesn't go and spending it all at once. Yep. I'm just worried about the kid. I hope that money makes its way to its kid.
It won't.
Man,
It won't.
It's just saying it won't.
It's going for Sunday Fun Day.
It's
bottomless mimosas.
Some other thing
every Sunday for the next 18 years.
Find another guy that will give her money. That
and as a dad, are you paying for that just to totally go away? I hope for that kid you want to be involved.
There's a part of me that feels like this is the last you'll be seeing.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
Kind of out of sight, out of mind now. Yeah. Don't ask me for squat.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was in my 20s, I could not have handled the responsibility of a child. That would have been a nightmare for me, a personal nightmare.
Couldn't pay my bar
right?
tab.
Right.
So I made sure to not have a kid.
Well, that would have gotten in the way of all your fish tanks and whatnot.
It would have. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been tough.
That would have thrown you off. And
Your
the beer
fish
drinking.
tanks.
Yeah.
Now, we also, I think the saddest thing in the NBA last night was the halftime performance in Atlanta where a Hawks fan reportedly tore his ACL while competing with another fan.
Yeah.
Did you see this?
This
was sad as Broadus is laughing. No, it's hilarious, but it is sad. This is here now. This is like the Chris Arnold.
We signed a waiver
of Atlanta Hawks.
Signed a waiver.
I was wondering about this. Like, what type of waivers are being signed?
Absolutely signed a waiver
when you compete on the hardwood during halftime.
That was my first thought. Like, yeah,
you signed a waiver.
They were playing some sort of game. It's a 1v1. You both are on opposite ends of the court, and you have to make a certain amount of shots. And then if you win, you win.
Guy got her on the layup.
This is this guy is going for the layup, and it must have been slick, dude. Must have been slick. The floor cleaners or whatever were slacking there because this dude goes up for the layup, collapse, leg goes back, knee apparently gets torn up there in the ACL. Here is the in-game announcer. This is the way it all sounded. And
this is the Chris Arnold?
This is the Chris Arnold of Atlanta. It's a female who doesn't know how to handle it now that this person has just gotten hurt, and the other competitor doesn't skip a beat. Like, he's going for the win.
We're going for the American Airlines tickets here. What are we doing?
Take it away, Atlanta halftime.
All right, then tick, tack, go! Oh!
There it is.
James! Oh, no! Hold on. Let's make sure my guy is good.
He's not good.
Make sure my guy is good.
Oh, man.
Surgery.
Oh, man.
Well, this is not really a fair game at this point. James! Can you just be kind and come over here with me and check on James? Dog, Des, we know you won, but okay.
Dude's just laid out
Turn around. Okay, we gonna check on him, but
non-contact.
I mean,
Maybe a wet spot on the floor.
I don't.
She just petered out. Just I don't even know what to say or do. Throw it to commercial. Can we get second half started a few minutes early?
Chris,
that's why CA makes the big bucks.
We need to ask Chris because Chris has been very creative. If Chris has used the "you want to get away" line before, like the Southwest, like something happens, like
he will.
He was supposed to interview Harper, and Harp went to the men's room before the interview, and never came back. And so Chris was just standing there by himself, and he threw the Southwest Airlines line at him. You want to get away?
Mm-hmm.
And so Chris, I'm sure, would do something creative, with the guy laying on the ground like that.
Speaking of creativity, I felt like this was a pretty dang good April Fool's joke.
Poor guy.
Somebody at their place of work at their office just had like a couple of Krispy Kreme donut boxes stacked up for like.
Oh, this was hilarious. I saw Gojo go ahead and quote tweet this.
And you open it up to read April Fools, and instead of Krispy Kremes awaiting you, it's just broccoli and cauliflower and carrots with some ranch.
So mean.
It's brilliant.
That is a great.
That right there is a pretty dang good April Fool's joke right there. It doesn't cross any lines, but you never forget that day when you got ball sacked in the way of thinking you're getting the Krispy Kreme and here's some cauliflower.
My
to
goodness.
Start your work day.
I don't know how I'd recover from that. I think I'd have to go down to the store and get some donuts.
There's definitely going to be some retaliation involved. But I thought that was a pretty good one. The one that got a little bit too heavy-handed was, did you guys think at any point yesterday that Dennis Rodman had lost his life?
No.
Believable, though.
And even more believable when the April Fool's joke was not only that he died, but specifically he died due to autoerotic asphyxiation accident.
Yeah, totally believable.
Choked off.
Totally believable.
If you had to play the game, what former athlete's most likely to die that way?
Yeah.
Dennis Rodman probably
maybe the number one seed
towards the top of the list there. So he had to come out and say, "Hey, this is not real. Just wanted to let y'all know this was fake." I think it started on Facebook. And Facebook is
toxic,
really wild west when it comes to the fake reports.
I heard he said. I actually was doing that just this morning,
but I didn't lose
survived.
my life because
I survived.
I'm an old pro.
I've done this before.
That's one of the funniest ones ever, dude.
I got a little prank last night in the middle of a water break. The girls got up and spontaneously, just as an entire team, got up and ran away. You know? I was like, what's going on here?
Coordinated effort.
Threw you off a little bit.
But it didn't work because I was secretly thinking, yes, about freaking time. So I got him back like 20 minutes later. I called an end to the drill, and they were like, is practice over? And I said, no, but you're going to wish it was after what happens next. Oh, that was BS. And then I went in a little bit, and then Abby could tell that I was not serious. So she hollered out the April Fools as the look of terror across the other girl's face was reaching its crescendo.
Because she knows the real look when you're being serious.
Yeah. All righty. Thank you, Chief. There, an evening sports hodgepodge in the books. Time to get over here to the Fan After Dark, see what Fred and Blake have cooking for you next in the nation.
Well, let's talk prize picks, shall we? Springtime.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ross Lubinsky, in for Lucius Alexander today. Did a nice job, Ross. Thank you once again. 5 hours here, just about in the books. Time to hand off the sports radio broadcast baton to the Fan After Dark featuring Fred and Blake. Fred Davis in studio here. It could get ugly tonight. I think you're going to have Catbird seat here on quite a storm show.
That's what we're hearing.
It's coming in. Should be. You'll just see dollar signs raining down.
Damn right we will.
And flashing in the sky. Hope everybody stays safe. I mean, this could get tornadic not only tonight but on Friday as well.
That's what I'm hearing, man. It's supposed to be ugly the next few days. So
damaging hail possibly. You
stay safe out there, folks.
A lot of different ways to get your roof torn up, pelted. Maybe you just have the shingles clean blown off with the strength of some of these winds that are coming in. So, yes, Fred, how we doing tonight, buddy?
Well, look, hopefully if my co-host is listening, 877-881-1053, go ahead and text into the Frankel text line. Let me know that you're going to come be here tonight. I'm not convinced he doesn't think that we're on 9 to midnight.
Oh,
Blake Elliott.
He might be asleep.
There's no telling.
Okay.
I mean, we've called, we've texted. Me and new guy Jake have tried reaching out, and so far, nothing. This was in between us trying to get in touch with Dave Raymond and Mo Vaughn. So,
okay.
I was thinking
busy pregame.
maybe Blake thinks today's April Fool's, and he's just pulling a fast one.
Gotcha.
Is he meal downstairs right now?
Getting freaky with it.
Is he low cell phone battery guy? Like, oh man, I got to charge my phone. He's always down at 2%.
Not usually.
Maybe he's just coming in hot.
Last time this happened, he had taken a bit of an afternoon snooze.
Yeah, that was.
I remember that.
Slumber bled into the PM.
Which I could see him doing that again because, like I said, I know he is, doing the breakfast thing, serving and bartending right now. So I could easily see. Now we had a text message from him at like 4:00.
Okay, so he's alive.
Oh yeah.
He was as of 4.
And he's not crash out, disappear, hammered guy, is he?
No. That is one thing about Blake is locked in. That is one thing I can say about him. Look, 25-year-old Fred.
Yeah.
Oh, hands down.
Well, because
guarantee
25-year-old Kavanaugh would walk up with like a Miller 24-ounce can in his hand while the music was playing.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, Blake
put his bare feet up on the console.
You remember too, though, this generation doesn't drink. They just don't.
I don't know what's wrong with them.
They'll vape, God knows what, for days on end. But as far as getting hammered drunk, no. What's that?
They're not boozing?
Not as much.
No,
not
it's
as much.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. There was some number. I don't know. There was some bar graph that came out. I don't know, a couple weeks ago, whatever it was. They talked about how the difference in generations and how much booze they buy. And my generation, your generation brought
We're drunks,
us.
yeah.
Now, are you guys considered Z or what the hell generation are you guys?
No, we're millennials.
Yeah,
are you?
I think so. I was 91.
Okay. You're definitely
I think
a
I meet
millennial.
the millennial.
Okay, so you're right there. You're what? You're Gen X.
Yeah.
Gavin, and you're
Baby boomers.
You're a baby boomer. Okay, and I'm considered a Zennial, half X, half millennial. Okay, so we got the whole thing.
Zennials.
Oh, is that what a Zennial is?
That's exactly what it is. Born between 1977 and 1982. So,
okay, 1977 and 82.
1977 and 1982. Because the beauty of my generation is that we, grew up without the internet, knew a little rotary phone, but then right after we graduated, a little Prodigy internet. You know what I'm saying? A little AOL. All right, a little Hotmail.com. Here we are.
But you guys had drinking problems. I think.
Oh, we absolutely did. Come on.
We had drinking problems.
No, but it sounds.
And we drove without seatbelts and with a cigarette hanging out of the corner of our mouth.
It sounds like fraternities are still getting after it pretty good though. Like there's still pockets of drinking with these younger generations, right?
Naked stuff. Yeah.
It's just telling me it's not the masses anymore. Like it used to be, I guess.
No, and it's probably a good thing.
Oh, absolutely.
But they're popping pills though too.
Oh, they're
probably doing
it's
worse
just
stuff.
a substitute. If it's not the alcohol, it's something else.
It's something. They're doing something.
I mean, if you take out the Jack Daniels and you replace it with fentanyl, I don't think that's a good idea.
not a winning combination.
It's that angel dust crap we were talking about earlier. It's making a comeback.
PCP. What's coming up on the show tonight?
Great question. Well, right now it's a solo show, but when he does finally decide to show up, we got my boy Sam Quinn from CBS NBA. Covers the NBA for CBS. He had an interesting tweet this morning. He said the 3 teams that need to blow it up going into next season: the Suns, the Mavs, and the Bucks. And I don't think a lot of people would be necessarily, the Suns. I mean, that goes without saying. Bucks are kind of in this weird place right now. But I'm curious to get more of his thoughts on why the Mavericks. All right. I mean, I think we know why, but I'd like to hear kind of a non-local perspective on that. And so, of course, then we're going to talk a little baseball tonight. I mean, real quick, how long can we go with the whole, it's still early, let's not worry about the bats just yet? For a team that we keep hearing, and Bochy says it every game, every post game, the bat's going to come around. It's going to be all right.
Give it at least another week.
At least, right? But what's the line of demarcation? What's the line of demarcation to where we can't stop? We have to stop saying it's still early.
If you're a month into the season and this stuff's not fixed, then we got a problem.
Okay.
I think realistically we'll know in 10 days.
Really?
You know, but I think traditionally you'd go 40 games.
Okay.
And that would be fair. At 40 games, you'll be like, forget about it. This is 100% signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, because you're a quarter of the way through the season, right? Yeah. At that point. So
I just don't know what you do. You know,
that's the $1 million question.
You're looking at Marcus Semien. You got to get Josh Young healthy. You know, and if Evan
Seager
Carter's going to struggle this much in the minors, I don't know if we'll ever see Evan Carter up here again.
Yeah.
Okay. Looking forward to the
haikus, by the way, too.
Fan After Dark. Fred and maybe Blake.
Bless you.
Seriously. Hopefully Blake's all right. Call in or if you're around Blake.
Or show up.
If you see Blake.
If you're Blake's neighbor, go check on him.
You got to get Shoddy's number. Just so that you have a point of contact, or hit up Mama Elliott
too.
He refers to his girlfriend as Shoddy.
Yeah, he does.
Okay,
he does. He's kind of changed it up a little bit.
Shorty.
He did. He had to change it up a little bit because people were thinking that he was talking about Brian Shoddy. Sleeping with him. So that weird, but whatever. That's not.
Interesting content choice there.
Very much so.
That's okay, Fan After Dark is next. Thanks to Blake Lubinsky. I'm sorry, Blake Lubinsky. Thanks to Ross Lubinsky doing a nice job over there. 5 hours. I think that was flawless. There goes Wolchuk. Get well soon, buddy. Thanks to Eric Chiafalo as well. Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and Brian Broaddus. I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the nation, Eddies.
It's Afternoons with the GBAG Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
It's March matchups at BetMGM. Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at our exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Experience college hoops like never before with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Some U.S. promotional offers are not available in Mississippi, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. First bet offer for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Total.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration, and I have a question for you business owners out there. What would you do if your building suddenly flooded or caught on fire? Would you be able to deal with your insurance company and keep your business on track? If you're like most, you're too busy to even think about it. That's why you'll love this news. All you have to remember is DowerthRestoration.com. When disaster strikes, we'll be there just like you planned all along. It's good to have friends in the restoration business. DowerthRestoration.com.
March is here, and it's time for tip-off. Are you ready for wall-to-wall basketball? Specs has got you covered. With a huge selection of handcrafted brews, canned cocktails, and top-shelf spirits, Specs is the perfect assist for your game day celebration. Take a time out and feed the fans with Specs sweet and salty gourmet snacks. It's time to crash the boards, and Specs is your sixth man. Specs, the fun starts here.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
The Law Tigers, Dallas Harley-Davidson, and your Dallas Stars have teamed up to give one lucky fan a custom Dallas Stars Harley-Davidson. Enter to win at DallasStarsBike.com. This one-of-a-kind Harley will be given away live at the last Stars home game of the season on Saturday, April 12th. It's on display at Dallas Harley-Davidson. Come on down and check out what may be your future ride. Enter today at DallasStarsBike.com. That's DallasStarsBike.com.
Rates are lower and huge rebates are back. Auto manufacturers are addressing affordability with long-term financing agreements. Those terms don't come close to matching most people's trade cycles. A D&M Easy Lease offers the lowest payments and terms that make sense for you. With the Easy Lease from D&M, make no down payment, have no payments for 60 days. Just call 817 or 972-35 lease or visit them online, dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have you on board on a Haiku Hump Day Wednesday, and more importantly, a Victory Wednesday for your Texas Rangers. A little daytime baseball day it was. The pitching staff continues to do big boy things, and if we were going to say to ourselves, all right, this team is 5-2 to start the year, 7 games into the season, you win the first series against the Boston Red Sox, you win the second series on the road, first one on the road against I would say a scrappy Cincinnati Reds team. I think the Reds are a little bit better than what we've seen in recent years, and they've been kind of that, kind of a middling franchise for the better part of, the last 20, 25 years or whatever it's been. But I do think they're, on the right track as far as things go, improving in the NL. But you took care of business after what was, look, you got off to a rough start on Monday, all right, giving up 14 runs. Didn't help that Kamar Rocker looked like absolute you-know-what for the first couple innings. Our guy, Nathan Eovaldi, comes out yesterday and absolutely pitches his heart out, pitches an absolute gem. First complete game shutout of the 2025 Major League Baseball season. For all this hype about home runs and the Dodgers and torpedo bats, it was nice to see a good old-fashioned complete game pitching performance. And, oh, by the way, he was able to do it in fewer than 100 pitches. And then today, another young upstart for this Texas Ranger baseball team comes out. One young Mr. Jack Leiter. He comes out, gives you 5 strong innings. Your bullpen comes out and does an absolute bravo job. And you needed to see that. Not to say that they haven't done a bravo job all season long, but got a day off, got some rest, and were able to come in today, take care of business. I'm going to ask you, new guy Jake, because I know you're kind of a baseball guy in your own right.
Yeah.
I know we only pitched 70 pitches through 5 innings. Are we okay with the continued slow play of Jack Leiter? I get it, we're only 2 games in. Would another inning have killed anybody?
I don't think it would have, but I'll tell you this, because the Cubs kind of went through this last year when we called up our top pitching prospect. Some of it is getting him out of the game on a high note,
right,
and not wanting to, because
don't want to push your luck.
That third time through the order, his confidence is really up there. He's coming through. He's got 6 strikeouts. Sometimes if you push him that extra inning, he's going to give up that really bad inning, that crooked number, and it kind of just it shoots down everything that he did prior to that. So I think almost it was more of like kind of getting him settled in, but at the same time be like, you know what?
Yeah.
5 solid, we'll take that. We're going to push it to our bullpen now.
Well, and look, you're exactly right about that as far as, let your bullpen take over, let them do their thing. Because again, if outside of Garabito on Monday and Luke Jackson, who threw 1 bad pitch on opening day, this bullpen's been pretty dadgum good. All right. I mean, they've through 7 games so far, through 7 games so far. I mean, they've been lights out for you. I mean, really, outside of Kamar Rocker, let's be real. When you take away
Kamar Rocker's first 2 innings and Tyler Malley's first 2 innings, okay, this pitching staff has been lights out so far. Okay, your starting pitching's been great, your bullpen's been fantastic, and let's tip of the cap, bell ring to our boy Luke Jackson, who I think, again, for a team that I know it was easy to everybody wanted to jump on and say, all right, here we go, bats aren't alive. You know, you knew you needed a closer. Luke Jackson spits the bit opening day, but I'll tell you what, my man's come back in a big way. So I feel a lot better about where this pitching staff's at. However, when it comes to the bats, that's another question. You and I will get into this here in just a little bit. In case you don't know, Fan After Dark, I'm Fred Davis. That gentleman to the right of me,
he's not here.
Is MIA.
He is not here.
Okay. Now look, I'm if you and I are you're more of a betting man than I am.
I am, yeah.
Okay. You don't mind to put a little action, little juice.
I am a degenerate
on a wager. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, look, your truck's still in the garage, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so that's a start. If I had to guess, he's asleep.
Do you think this time it's because of just tired from the morning shift? I know you mentioned in crosstalk, he's running those breakfast shifts.
Those pancakes aren't going to serve themselves,
no,
boys.
They're not. No, they're not. Those mimosas, somebody's got to pour them.
And he is bartending, too.
Yep.
So, and I want to say I'm about 92% sure that Blake was bartending today.
You think Blake's a heavy hand kind of guy? Like, you think he goes light on the alcohol, or do you think do you think it depends on, if it's a mom,
I was going to say, Blake strikes me as a person-to-person type pour.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
He sees you and I come in, all right? Now, great, I don't drink, but if I did, chances are I probably look like the kind of guy that would want a heavy drink.
Hey, I'll drink whatever you don't drink, so I'll take both of them down.
All right.
No problem there.
No problem whatsoever. But no, he strikes me as he's going to dictate the pour debate, as to who's there. So I think you're right. I think, and again, we were texting earlier today. I was out in Wiley taking care of some roofing business. Back, hell, that game went by in what, 2 hours? Max?
I didn't even know they were playing early today. I know I was talking to Alex Salas last night because I ran the 2 on the Rangers game when they lost 15-4, and I think I had 27 highlights to grab, and he gets back-to-back 1-0 games that take all of 2.5 hours.
Well, Alec 2.0, he's lucking out big time, and he took part in Tank Top Tuesday yesterday. He actually just took his shirt off and just kind of meandered around the
that's
studio.
What I would have done too.
Yeah.
I had it planned out, man. I was going to pull up in a black wife beater, and we would have rolled. Did Khaki Kev? Did he participate?
He sure did.
Yeah.
Khaki Kev, not one to back down. So
no, he's not.
No. So if you're on, and I want to say I think we're off next Tuesday. I think the Rangers are playing next Tuesday, so we're not on. But look, it's a staple now, and it was bandied about as to whether or not I am barbed wire tattoo guy.
I saw that.
Okay. I lean towards no. First of all, I don't have a barbed wire tattoo. 2, I'm not really sure what about me gives people the idea that I would be barbed wire tattoo guy.
Oh, you'd absolutely be a barbed wire tattoo guy.
But what makes barbed wire tattoo guy is what I want to know. Because from what I grew up, and I think barbed wire tattoo guy, I'm thinking like heavy metal. Okay, probably got silver rings on. Okay, with maybe one of them the skull.
Maybe like a motorcycle gang kind of guy.
Motorcycle gang guy. Okay, that's what barbed wire guy says to me. Okay, I'm none of those things.
Fred, I think it's there's a rugged wild animal side to you. It borders on redneck, but there's
but if you know me, you know I'm not.
I think it speaks to your T levels. No, this is just what you exude. Okay? So this isn't like I got to know you and now I think you're a barbed wire guy. This is just, hey, I got one look at this guy.
I agree.
Just paint a picture. And I think it's really just out of respect because you have to have some level of strength and
That's true. I think it's
power.
Because I think if I shaved, I don't think people would get that same barbed wire vibe.
Without question. It's the whole package.
By the way, we've got Eric Chia following here, and I'm not telling anybody, they don't know. When are we going to get the milk plug? Because I get it. When I first got here, you didn't know me, so maybe it was a little bit weird. Okay, I don't know this dude, but I feel like I think we can break milk. We can break bread and drink a few little leche together.
There's no question about that.
I'll drink some milk now. I don't drink alcohol.
Yeah,
but we can go shot for shot
now
on some milk.
You want this because this is
the real deal. This is straight from the udder.
This is straight from the.
Ooh, baby, I like it raw.
This is raw,
okay,
delicious, top tier whole milk sitting in my fridge. It's got your name on it because I'm going to re-up on Friday. So whatever I have, I will bring it tomorrow. You guys have a show? Yeah, you guys have a show tomorrow.
We do.
Because Rangers are off tomorrow.
Rangers are off tomorrow.
Okay, Thirsty Milk Thursday. Thick, thirsty, raw
it's a thick
milk
Thursday for us.
Exactly.
And it's Thirsty Thursday for y'all. You guys do Thirsty Thursday?
Absolutely, we do.
Okay, so it's a Thirsty Thursday for you. It's Thick Thursday for us.
/ Ladies Night in LA Live traditionally on a Thirsty Thursday. But yeah, this is a Thirsty, thick, raw milk Thursday. Fan After Dark, GBAG Nation collision course.
You want me to bring some Chips Ahoy?
Yeah.
Are you a cookie guy?
Come on.
No weather's really not. I mean, what aren't you?
Borderline disrespected by the question. I'm gonna let it fly by the wayside. I'm absolutely a cookie guy, and I'm a cookie with milk guy. Like the New York Mets. The New York Mets are doing the cookie bucket.
I saw that.
It's like 20 chocolate chip cookies. Hopefully they're like top tier cookies.
They have to be.
But the idea is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it is.
But my thinking was, and I don't know how many milks are being drank at ballparks across the United States, but that particular ballpark, if you're doing cookie buckets, you got to have a milk pairing to go with that.
Look, my guess is, you're not going to have milk on tap, but I would guess you're going to have the milk, not necessarily a carton, because let's call it what it is. That's elite. But probably like, your little plastic jug.
Yeah, like a Oak Farms kind of style, whatever. Now, if you really want to class it up and get that thing out of a jar, then I can take home like a New York Mets jar of milk to accompany my bucket of 20 chocolate chip cookies.
All right, so what do we want to do? Do we want to do Chips Ahoy? Do we want to do Oreos? What do we want to do? You tell me. Ooh. You provide the milk, I'll provide the cookies.
Let's go it's been so long with Chips Ahoy. It's been, I would say it could be upwards of a couple of years since I've
had a Chips Ahoy.
Had a Chips Ahoy. The Oreos
Does
are
Mrs.
a staple.
Chiafalo not allow for Chips Ahoy at the house, or are you guys just going a different direction? Plus, I know you got kids, and you're not trying to get them all sugared up, which I appreciate.
Yeah, but there's also the idea when you have the young kids and you can like kill time with projects. Like, hey, we're baking cookies. So, we're doing a lot of the cookie dough. Yeah. They get to kind of put it on the sheet.
I like that.
Throw
cookies and we're calling it
college me not cooking or not baking cookies.
College Chiafalo's not baking.
I'm going right to the pantry. Even though I don't even think I actually had a pantry officially in my apartment.
Yeah.
I had roaches for roommates. It was a disaster.
Hey, look, man, that's what. But you lived and you learned.
Yes.
Okay, and you're better for it.
I'd like to think so.
So I think so. All right. So you're bringing the milk. I'll bring the cookies. Are you gonna be here tomorrow?
I'm not. No. I know. I would have brought something.
So no. I just to enjoy it and just to partake.
Yeah.
So that's all right.
Too.
Maybe Blake will be here.
Perhaps even Blake will join us for the festivities.
Maybe Blake will be here and do a little radio, eat a cookie or two. I don't know if he's a big milk guy though. I don't know if he's a milk guy.
We got to have him at least. He's got to at least try the raw milk.
I'm geeked.
I didn't even grow up a milk guy, but with cookies, it was always the thing. Like, or cereal or whatever. Like, I was never just drinking milk to drink milk, but with cookies or something, it absolutely calls for
about
it.
Being poor growing up, we always had milk. Didn't have anything else. Always had milk. I don't know why. Don't know how. All right.
But that's why you got the strong bones.
WIC approved. Okay, maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Cornflakes and milk always had two staples that you're always going to find in the Davis household back in the day. I mean, there's nothing worse than like a hot middle of summer day coming inside and just guzzling some milk because that's all that's in the fridge.
That's what you had to do.
Because as a kid, you're not drinking water. Okay.
See, I was drinking.
At least you weren't in the 80s.
When I was thirsty, I was drinking water.
Give me some milk.
That's crazy. After a sweaty summer day.
Sweaty summer day. Glut, glut, glut. Just down in milk.
That's vomit inducing. I mean, for the average Joe.
That may explain a lot now that you got me thinking about
it. Some of the gut issues that might have been taking place. Did you grow up drinking raw milk? Is that
no? I just grew up drinking milk. Period.
Okay, but not the raw milk. So would this be one of your first experiences when I bring raw milk to you tomorrow?
This may be my maiden raw milk voyage.
I'm so excited for you, dude.
I'm geeked.
Yeah.
We got to do this on air.
Just when we thought your T levels couldn't get any higher.
Oh, they're about to
Here we
explode.
go. We introduced the raw milk. Shout out to Circle and Dairy Farms, by the way, for providing.
Does raw milk increase your testosterone?
Oh, I don't want to ball sack people, but absolutely it does.
I'm drinking it all. I'm drinking it all tomorrow. I can't wait.
You're not even going to need a ladder to get on those roofs on Friday.
I
You're
may
just gonna be
just,
leaping.
you know what? I may get to the parking garage through this window.
You will. It's going to give you a burst of energy, dude.
I can't wait.
The cream top factor too. I love that when it kind of creams
cream
up.
top.
Yeah.
So that's all I need to know.
I'm excited for tomorrow, dude. And I feel for you right now. You might. I think you're taking this thing to 11 o'clock.
I'm guessing. Look, he'll wake up. If I had to guess, Blake will wake up because I'm guessing his mom's probably been listening to the show. So I'm thinking he should be here no later than 8 o'clock because he doesn't live that far from the studio.
That's the good thing.
I mean, look, if he was like in Louisville or something like that where I live, then yeah, you're talking about with traffic and everything else, you're talking about a good 30, 45 minutes plus.
I think Mama Elliott is perhaps knocking on his apartment door right now.
Got to.
Saying, what in the hell?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? She's like, I DoorDash some food that's waiting at the security desk for you, thinking you were going to show up to work.
Seriously.
Unbelievable. 2 no-call, no-shows in a matter of, what, like 6 weeks? Maybe a couple of months.
Well, when was that last? What was the one we did?
It was around New Year's, maybe? I don't know. There was a...
No, I'll tell you what it was. It was December. It was around New Year's. You're exactly right.
Okay.
It was that last week because I want to say, because it was just you and Broadus.
That's right.
That's exactly what it was.
I
It
was
just
producing.
That's what it was,
So
right?
It's been, since the time I've been here, it's been 2.
So you and Broadus were doing, because you two were the only 2 left from GBAG, and y'all were holding it down. And so,
So I guess this is sort of like a quarterly no-call, no-show for Blake.
Once a quarter.
That's his habit.
And, the thing is, too, I've got his card. I've got his card that he was dying to get. So
he can't even get himself into the building when he decides to show up to work.
Our boy James downstairs will take care of him. So.
Yeah, you guys got the.
Have you
hookup
met
down
James?
there. Yeah, he's super friendly security guard.
Tell you what. Now rumor has it, and I know this wouldn't be you. Rumor has it, somebody from the Mickey D's next door left a bunch of coupons for us. Okay, for here at the station, for us to get some, some.
This is the first time hearing of that.
Okay, well James says, hey. They left the McDonald's people came over. They know that 105 through the fan, big fan of the McDonald's next door. All right. I mean, we love him up all the time. All right. Even a little short dude who, fronts on, mugs everybody. They brought some free coupons for free food for us. Said somebody that he'd never seen before, snatched them up.
Scooped them all?
Said they were from the radio station.
Wow.
I don't know who it was.
Well, there's a handful of radio stations in this building, so.
Look, dude, I've been on the 10th floor. Okay, it's like a ghost town down there.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, who's there?
Who would have done?
They got a great break room.
I know that, and I don't want to start.
We don't want. Hey, look, I'm just going off of what I've heard from James.
I know. Bobby Belt in the morning loves a good McGriddle for breakfast.
But this was the afternoon, though. This was today. This was this afternoon. This was today.
Wow.
Because I got here a little bit earlier than usual. I got here right around 5 o'clock. James was like, hey, somebody snatched up your free McDonald's coupons.
Is this a Carter Freeman situation?
Now, look,
is Carter capable of something like this?
We had a pretty candid conversation with Carter today. I don't know that I'm really, maybe I'll share with you off air, but.
Was he bitching?
Okay, good. We have got, I'll tell you what, Carter and I are going to do a show next Wednesday because Blake is going to be at the, provided he's awake, will be at the Mavericks game next week.
Carter's going to host?
Carter's sitting in. Okay, so me and Carter are doing the show next Wednesday. We've got a ambitious deadline that we've set for some personal goals for Mr. Carter in his personal life.
Oh, this is female related. This is absolutely. He's on quite a dry spell. I heard about it. My boy is very parched.
The Mojave Desert is taken aback by
I can't believe he's
the
not
drought.
picking up honeys on all those 5Ks he's running, man.
Well, I told him, I said, are you in a running club? And he's like, no. I said, well, there's your first problem.
It would help if he got the sunburnt sunglasses off of his skin.
Look, I gave him, and new guy Jake can attest to this, I gave him about as straightforward of advice as I could possibly give him about what he needs to do to mix this drought or to flip this thing. I said, number one, you need a slump buster.
I was going to say slump buster.
The bigger,
Easy.
the better. The bigger, the better. And don't even Just do it.
He's got that build too. That you know how you often see the scrawny guy with the heavier plus size.
You preach to the choir, man.
Honestly,
you ain't got to tell me.
He might step into something.
You ain't got to tell me.
This might broaden his horizons in a big way.
Look, I've got stories that aren't even fit for 10 o'clock hour radio, okay, is all I'm going to say. Yeah,
personal.
Okay, I'm just going to say Super 8 Motel, Bangor, Maine, circa 2000. That's all I'm going to say.
Are we talking $2 bills?
Oh, we're talking. We're talking.
Are we talking like a fullback, or are we talking like a one tag?
I'm talking. She could probably back up Brock Hoffman.
Damn. Okay, we got ourselves a bully in the middle of the O-line.
Oh, let me tell you something right now.
That's a pulling guard.
Look, she was Brock Hoffman. I was Mozzie Smith. Okay, let's leave it at that. Okay,
you got pancaked.
I'm going to let the mind wander, okay? We'll just let the mind wander, all right? He's Chiafalo. I'm Fred. That's our new guy, Jake. Blake is, we're going to find out where he's at some point. Coming up next, though, let's talk a little Texas Rangers. We'll get into that big win they had today as far as the bats are concerned. We'll also talk a little bit about what David Mulugeta had to say. Taking the high road. What did he have to say, and does this mean we're going to see a Micah deal done sooner rather than later? That and more. Don't go anywhere. This is the Fan After Dark.
Stars fans, we have the top.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Programming note, Blake Elliott is en route to the station.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Okay, so good news, nothing wrong, nothing a matter, just dozed off. And if there's one thing we know about Blake Elliott, when my man goes to sleep, he's out.
Yeah, heavy sleeper.
Okay, he is a heavy sleeper. Meanwhile, I'm lucky to average 4 or 5 hours a night right now. So I'm just kind of all over the place. But happy about one Mr. Blake Elliott, who will be making his way to the station and should be here momentarily. That said, we're going to get into some Mavericks talk here in just a little bit. They're playing tonight against the Atlanta Hawks. You guys have been fantastic on the text line. Obviously, big shout out to our boy Eric Chiafalo. Spent a little time extra with us on that first segment. So excited about the milk tomorrow that we're going to be partaking in. Raw milk. Haven't drank it ever in my life. Maybe when I was a kid. I don't remember. Who knows? But very excited about that.
I mean, how could you not be excited?
I'm a milk guy, dude.
How could you not be excited?
Look, I don't drink anymore. All right, I was telling you before the show, it'll be 9 years in May.
Yeah.
But I make up for it with copious amounts of milk.
That's beautiful. I mean, I grew up drinking milk. I almost chimed in.
God bless you.
You know, actually, when I was a kid, you know, after I was done throwing up, after I was, you know, the crackers and the Sprite, just you got to force it down, then you throw it back up.
Yeah.
Big milk guy after throwing up. I don't know what it is.
Interesting.
When I was a kid,
it's a hot take.
After I got all the bad stuff out of my tummy, you know, I felt like I could run a mile. I was like ready to go.
Well, hey, like I said, man, after a hard day of playing outside, what better way to chase it down with
some leche?
Big old glass of milk, bro.
Yeah.
Big old glass of milk, maybe a little bread too, just because you know, why not?
Yeah. Did you ever have SOS?
What the hell's that?
So it's my dad used to make it whenever it was my dad's night to do dinner.
Okay.
Or my mom was working or something.
Yeah.
He would always make us SOS. It was like bacon and something else in like some heavy cream sauce that you put on bread. It sogged all the way through the bread.
That's incredible.
It was like the most white trash thing I'd ever eaten.
It sounds kind of white trashish.
Yeah.
It sounds to me like a, you know, like you know what goulash is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or were you on the show when I talked about hillbilly stew?
Oh yeah, I was.
That's kind of sounds. I get that vibe that this is kind of like your dad's version of hillbilly stew.
Yep.
Is SOS. So
I was just about to bring that up. What'd you say was in that again?
Hillbilly stew?
Yeah.
Just straight debauchery. We're talking about beans and just ground beef.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I got it pulled up. I'm going to show it on your computer screen.
I mean, if that doesn't sound like prison, I don't know what is. So there you have
you
it.
go. It's on your computer screen. That's SOS right there.
That looks disgusting. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Are we concerned yet about the bats, or are we just going to kind of keep playing the whole don't worry about it, they're going to come around? I mean, we don't have a choice right now.
Yeah, you got to also kind of think that you're facing guys who really haven't been seen. Like starting pitchers, I feel like personally always get off to a good start unless your last name is Rocker. I think
rough.
You faced some tough pitchers in Cincy. I wouldn't worry about it yet too much. I mean, you still have Jock Peterson. You know he's going to hit his stride.
And you don't necessarily face those, and you don't necessarily face those guys a lot either.
No, you don't. And I think the one thing that they haven't had, I feel like, is consistency at DH. Even in their World Series run, I mean, they sucked at DH. Besides when Mitch Garver got out of his mind in the playoffs, but once he turns it around, I think he's going to be like the engine that makes this whole thing go. And I mean, you still have Simeon. You know, he's going to turn around. Seager, I mean, he's a stud. He's always going to be good, but.
Are we worried though with and again I mean look he got the I think he got the first hit today. I think it was the third inning or something like that, a little bloop over the left center field, but you know then he gets left on base. But you know again you know back-to-back days 1-0 again, not a lot of production from the top of your order again. All right, and so I guess I just wonder, and that's why I asked the GBAG boys, you know, at what point do we start to say, all right, is this kind of, because you know the thing about with Simeon, we saw this last year, right? I mean, he kind of, you know, fluttered to the finish. I'm a little nervous that, okay, is it a continuation of what we saw last season? So, like I said, hey, get the win. Let's get the dubs right now. All right, you're 5-2. You've taken 3 out of 4 from the Red Sox, 2 out of 3 from the Cincinnati Redlegs, as our guy Eric Hicks says. I thought that was absolutely phenomenal. Which, by the way, listening to those two, I absolutely. Pound for pound, 2 of the best play-by-play guys of any sport. You get a day off tomorrow. Going to see a little bit of DeGrom. All right, we'll see some Tyler Mahle. The question I have, and I'm not really concerned about DeGrom. Sleepyhead in the house. And you know what? I knew that it was a sleeping issue. All right. And you know what?
See, you know, I feel like I have a valid excuse, but at the end of the day, the last word is what matters. It's just an excuse.
Well, I didn't want to. You said it for me.
You got to be here on time. And, you know, a lot of stuff going on, mismanaged my sleep.
Fatties just want to hear from you.
And
they don't want to hear about it.
And you know what? I did a disservice to them because I had to go a segment and a half.
They missed you.
A segment and a half without hearing.
They threatened to turn the station off.
Crazy hot take. You know how I know?
Luckily, Chief was able to hold it down and
had a feeling
we kept it. Chief. Yeah, I mean, come on, team player. Bringing milk tomorrow. Are you a milk guy? I know we've talked about this. Are you a big milk guy?
We know.
Oh, that's right. You're not. So you're not. Then you're not.
So are we talking Rangers baseball? Because I'm geeked. Let's do it.
Well, we did in some of the first segment, too.
Well,
go ahead. We got a few minutes. We haven't heard yours yet. I want to hear yours. I want to hear your take. Because we're going to do some Mavs and some Cowboys next, but we got a few minutes. Go ahead and chime in.
I just end up repeating everything that's been said.
Jack Leiter's been phenomenal through 2 games.
No, but I had a homeboy call me on the way here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, come on. This is a friend that I talk to pretty
regularly.
I'm like, why are you calling me? You know I'm supposed to be on the air. Like, last thing I need is somebody.
But he's like, no, you're not on the air. That's why I'm calling.
And then he texts me. He goes, this man, Fred, just said, we all know when Blake goes to sleep, he's out there, but he's on the way right now. I was like, first segment, homeboy's texting you of what your co-hosts are saying that you're not there.
Yeah.
Gotta be better. But okay. Either way, my Rangers.
We said nice things about you, though.
I appreciate it.
That's all that matters.
My Rangers take. I'm gonna go on a limb here.
Bats are gonna come around.
Jack Leiter, like I said, is gonna be that guy. I said Paul Skeens type year when you get out of Jack Leiter. I said that preseason. I said that preseason, and you know what? I think the blister was the best thing that could have happened to him. I honestly don't need to see him go 7-8 innings to prove to me he's gonna be good this year. Did today with having just one earned run or zero.
Zero. No,
zero.
He gave up no runs today.
One run or one hit. Excuse me. I think I texted you middle of the 4th inning. I said, don't look now. My boy Leiter's got a perfect game right now. I mean, no base runners allowed. 1 by Leiter, 1 by Chris Martin, and 1 by Luke Jackson, if I'm correct. Hits allowed, only allowed 3. Same amount of hits your Texas Rangers got. Now, they were able to capitalize theirs in 2 runs, is where the Reds became with 2 relievers, and they were just didn't really do much and didn't materialize so much. But Jack Leiter, preseason prediction coming to fruition. And I listened back to yesterday's show while I was doing the dishes today, and I was like, so I have to stay in true on what I said. I said, if Jack Leiter comes out tomorrow, aka today, and performs well, regardless of what the bats do, you have to feel very good about the Texas Rangers rotation. And of course, a tweet was coupled by it. So I'm sure you've already shared it, but just for my own conscience, I'll go ahead and share the tweet that I think is the biggest factor of the Rangers.
Well, so far we've talked milk, cookies, baseball, you not being here. So if any of that.
So Nathan Eovaldi, Jacob deGrom, Jack Leiter, obviously been your 3 best pitchers.
3 best.
I don't think I need to go far on that. That trio in 5 starts, so we're combining everything they've done in those, have allowed 15 hits.
Yeah.
Here's the best part: 3 walks between 3 guys and 5 outings. 3 walks, and one of those guys being a young guy in Jack Leiter, I think is phenomenal. And struck out 33. They have a combined 0.9 ERA. So under a 1 ERA. 3 walks, over 30 strikeouts. I think those 3 guys have been phenomenal. Like, you have a case now. Obviously, they're not Cy Young, but I'm just saying you have maybe 3 of the top 10 pitchers if we're going just off stats.
Well, so far,
just on what's happened, you got to feel very good moving forward because they're going to go back to the mean. I don't think Eovaldi's going to be like this every game. DeGrom will get rocked, but I'm saying to start, I would rather this be happening to the pitching staff and the bats get to where we think they can and live up to expectations, because your pitching is going, especially with Leiter, going way above expectations so far.
No, he's given you 2 incredible starts thus far. DeGrom, I don't think anybody was surprised by what he's able to do. I think we're just kind of all with bated breath, just making sure he can stay healthy.
One tidbit, April 11th is when Patrick Corbin may be ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
And so that coincides with Kumar Rocker, who will only have 1 start between now and April 11th. I'm not making a prediction. I'm not Jared Sandler. I'm not Hicksy Nadale, so don't take my word for it. I'm just throwing it out there, and we'll ask those guys when we do speak to them in the near future. I wonder if when Corbin's ready, if Kumar doesn't do well in his second outing.
Oh, no, Kumar's gone.
What that AAA to swap setup looks like, or maybe he goes to the pen.
If he gets rocked again.
Yeah. Maybe he goes to the pen.
No, he's a starter. I
agree. You want to get him reps.
You need him reps.
Yeah. So I can see that happening. April 11th is a good date,
which is
watch out
okay.
for.
I mean, look, here's the reality of it, and I think this is the important part. And I go back to what Mike Bassick said after his first start. The guy has not played a lot of professional baseball. Okay, which is okay. Like again, Jack didn't get off to a great start.
I like Al Leiter.
So let's not, again, hey, who's on the Kumar Rocker train before anybody else?
Fred Davis.
Okay, your boy. All right.
I think you were even a little bit on the last year.
I've been on this Kumar Rocker train. Okay, he's gonna be okay, and I'm telling you right now, anytime you got a dude who grew up in a professional household, and what I mean by that, his dad played professional football, was a coach. He knows how this thing works. Okay, and I think something else, and we'll go to break. The fact that he, and Boach talked about this, I think it was yesterday with Eric Hicks, the fact that he went back out for that 3rd inning, all right, because as Boach said, he goes, look, he had about 15, 20 pitches left in him. We knew he still had some work to do. He went out there, what'd he give you? 1, 2, 3 inning, okay? I'm telling you right now.
The stuff's there. It's just,
the stuff's there. It's
in
just
the mental.
Pitching's exactly, man. And again, once he gets that control and starts getting, because the thing about Kumar, and we heard this from, I think it was Sandler talked about this, he doesn't get rattled, okay? Yeah, sure, he might get rocked, but does he get rattled mentally? That's the important part. All right, coming up next, we talked about this. We will do it this time. David Mulugeta firing back, or did he? What did he have to say about what Jerry said about him? And does this mean a Micah Parsons deal is going to get done? Plus your text message and more. The family is all back. All right. Blake Elliott's in the house. I'm Fred. New guy Jake behind the glass. We got to find out a new nickname for him. We got to figure out what our 2 haiku topics are going to be. So much to get to. Don't go anywhere.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Brendan Haywood, former Maverick, previews the Final Four, plus another concert ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, Customize approval workflows and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey Tolos, Eric Chiafalo here with Josh and Alexis Vining of Greystone Roofing, a family-owned business that's been serving DFW for years.
Thanks, Eric. Here at Greystone Roofing, we're licensed, we're local, and we don't use door knockers or high-pressure sales tactics.
We just deliver honest, quality craftsmanship. We're a family, and we treat your home like our own.
If you're looking for a roof that's built to last with no gimmicks and no hassle, just honest, reliable service, call my friends at Greystone Roofing today or visit them online at greystone-roofing.com.
Acai Bowl lovers, April 6th is National Acai Bowl Day. At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, Tropic Rewards members can celebrate with $5 off an acai bowl or acai bowl with Nutella. Not a member yet? Join the party by downloading the app and signing up today. Log into your account on April 6th to redeem your offer for $5 off an acai bowl or acai bowl with Nutella. You're on Tropic Time now at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Kubota Orange Days delivers the savings you need for the life you love. Shop a wide selection of equipment at your local dealer, including America's #1 selling compact tractor. And get your perfect match delivered to your door. Designed for comfort and built for performance. Now through June 30th, get 0 down, 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,000 off select compact tractors. Sales ending soon. See the details at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Mom and Dad seem different after a European-style holiday on MSC Cruises.
Call us Cloud and Yvette.
The ship had restaurants, shops, and nightlife.
La Galleria.
And American touches like a crazy robo-arm ride that flips you upside down.
American je ne sais quoi.
Mom, you're from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Kevin.
Cruise from Galveston and save up to 30% off. Plus, kids sail free.
MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
Hey, it's Corey Majors from the KNC Masterpiece, and we have a busy household, but it wouldn't be the same without our adopted best friend, Landry. Go to 1053thefan.com/adopt and check out some of our fan ambassadors waiting to be adopted. We would love to feature you and your best friend on social media. We can make a difference, Tolos. That's 1053thefan.com/adopt.
Back to 105 through the fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
What a read. What a read. New guy Jake, who we're going to have to come up with a new name here in a second, because Dylon, when does Dylon make his debut?
I gotta think it's this week.
It's gotta be, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this weekend?
I mean, he's training with me and Kevin on Friday for the Rangers game, so unless that's his first shift, but...
I was gonna say, do you know who's producing for us tomorrow?
I have no idea.
Damn you. It's not you, though.
I just look for my name on the schedule.
That's it. We'll find out. We'll find out during the break. From the 817, my God, Fred, it's Eric Nadell and Matt Hicks. Did I say Eric Hicks? I bet I said Eric Hicks. I bet I did. I say that sometimes. You know, I told Eric Hicks, a.k.a. Matt Hicks, that I got his name wrong one time. And I said, look, Eric Hicks was a Chiefs defensive end, and I got it confused. And then Hicksy told us about his defensive end prowess from back in the day. So, you know, it all worked out. Folks.
I mean, shouts out to you for coming clean.
Look, it's out there. It's out there in the world, folks. By the way, your SOS meal has gotten some run here on the Franklin Injury Training text line. We can't use the first word of what SOS stands for. No. So while you were out, we heard a great story from Mr. Jacob Ray talking about his dad, who used to make this meal for them called SOS. And it sounds horrible, and it looks horrible.
Tasted horrible too. Shout out, Dad.
Hey, Daddy Ray. Shout out to you, my man. Let's see. SOS stands for bleep on a shingle. It was a Navy depression meal. It is cream beef on toast.
Yep.
Okay. First of all, I need you to turn your
what does cream beef even
I don't know,
mean?
but cream beef just sounds horrific. Okay.
I'm trying to imagine.
Like I don't even know that I would want to Google cream beef here on a computer at work because I don't want to get kicked off.
I would imagine it looks the same going in as it does coming out.
See there, this guy here, this guy right here, unbelievable. But I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. So, all right, let's talk a little Dallas Cowboys. Clearly, the news from the other day was Jerry Jones talking at the owners' meetings. Basically saying that, hey, this deal's getting done. We want to do it without his agent. I don't even know what the agent's name is. And, of course, it's hard to him. Yeah, I mean, come on. It's David Mulligetta, who is one of the biggest agents in the National Football League. We've talked about it ad nauseum here on the program. He was responsible for the Deshaun Watson deal. I think Kevin last night rattled off like 5 or 6 Cowboys that have David Mulligetta for representation. So he's clearly becoming one of the biggest agents, not just in the NFL, but in all of sports as a whole.
Okay, so outside of being a sports player, getting in my, what's our name? Not Patrick Dumont. Yeah, my Patrick Dumont. My Patrick Dumont bag. Outside of being a sports player, is it being an agent right there as far as like just crescendo, money, underrated? Like,
as far as
just like making money.
Well, if you're a good agent.
How many good agents do you think there are versus just agents? Because obviously we don't hear about every agent, but obviously other agents make good money. Like, do you think it is a wealthy profession?
Absolutely, it is. If you're
taking a top 5 out,
I think it's like anything else, right? I mean, you've got your big time attorneys, all
the
right,
ones that we all know about.
For every Franklin Frankel, okay, there's some dude that just got out of law school who's trying to make his way.
He's probably been doing it for 10 years.
Make his way in the world today, takes everything you got. Okay, so there's that. But I think look, we had our boy Matt Timpanic on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Who's just starting.
Who's just getting started, okay? I mean, he's representing guys that are all D2,
Okay, how many guys how many guys do you think have been doing this like 10 years and are still not at a great level? Like, do you think there's still...
Well, if you're doing it 10 years and you're not at a great level,
because
then
it's
you're
obviously
probably
very
not good.
commission-based. You
Well,
can't,
absolutely
you can't just say, I'm an agent and sign up and sit at home.
Yeah, because what's the commit? I think it's like, what, 3% is the fee?
It doesn't depend on who it is, or is that just the base?
No, I think it's I think there's a standard NFLPA commission rate. Light's good. I can see you. We're good. You can see me fine. Leave the light off, please. Can we leave the light off? You know what? No, we're gonna do it. We're gonna turn it off during the break. We don't need it.
Carter texted me.
We don't need it.
He said, "Can you turn the light off?"
Did he really?
Yeah, he texted. He said, "Can you turn the light off?"
No, he didn't.
He texted me
after the whole pre-show.
After everything we
bonding.
talked about. That's how he does me.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
What happened? Did y'all have a little?
I see what's going on here.
Did y'all have a kumbaya?
I see what's going on here.
What happened pre-show? Tell me.
We just had.
You had to be there.
You had to be there.
I wasn't. So.
You had to be there.
What time did you get here? 4 to see Carter?
I got here at 5.
Okay, yeah, Carter's still here.
I got here at 5.
Yeah,
5:12.
Yeah.
My eyes were working so great before that light came on.
They want to see you on YouTube.
You can see me just fine.
Hey,
on YouTube.
I don't make the rules. I don't post any YouTube videos.
Me and Carter are going to talk. I thought I gave him great life advice, by the way.
I thought you did too.
Right?
I thought you did too. Yeah.
I thought it was fantastic.
Speaking of Carter, aren't we going to see a Carter showing?
Well, that's what that's what the whole conversation erupted over. Was next Wednesday. We'll get to the David Mulligetta stuff later. Next Wednesday, you're going to be live at the AAC.
I am.
Week from today.
Week from today. Biggest game of the NBA season. Maybe not from a statistical. Well, let's put it. It's not. It's as
not,
far as eyeballs on a random game on a Wednesday.
Well, it's big because of the background, right?
Yeah.
It's not
Less
because
about
like
the basketball.
Hey, that's it. That's what I was getting at. It's not like, hey, we're jockeying for the 1 versus 2 or anything like that. We're battling over playoff seeding. No. This is going to be one of the biggest game of the NBA season.
If anybody's out because of injury and they're not out for the season, like if you're battling an injury,
it's all hands on deck.
All questionable guys on both sides better be playing. I don't want to see no Jackson Hayes on the bench.
I tell you what, Caleb Martin better be ready to play on Wednesday. Okay, is what I'm talking about. Hell, I wouldn't mind seeing Kessler Edwards get a spot on the bench at the end for
just vibes.
And you know what? Hey, he deserves it. All right, because if anybody's worked his ass off and done the dirty work, it's been one Mr. Kessler Edwards. So, but we'll get to that here in just a little bit. But
David Mulligetta with his contract.
So, again, being one of the biggest agents in the NFL, and again, Jerry Jones knows who David Mulligetta is. Again, I think that's more about him being upset about the whole Todd France thing from a couple days before that. But this is what David Mulligetta had to say when it was on a podcast, when it was brought up to him about what Jerry Jones had said about him and Micah's contract negotiation.
When in a contract holdout, in your opinion, what's the best piece of advice to players when holding out?
First thing I'll say is players have a lot more leverage than they think, right? You just have to know how to use your leverage. You got to understand who you're dealing with. What I would say to players is first you have to be reasonable in your demands, right? You got to do your best to try to create a win-win. And you got to be resolute in whatever you're deciding. You can't show weakness. If you decide, I'm not going to play or I'm going to hold out or I'm going to do this, if the team doesn't believe you, doesn't really matter, right? So you got to put yourself in a position where the team believes whatever it is you're saying you're going to do, you're going to do. Teams know the guys that can really go through that because it's tough now. When you decide not to show up or you decide you're going to hold out or you're going to push for this or that, fans are fans of the team for the most part, right? So you're going to instantly become the bad guy. So as long as you understand what's coming with what you're about to do and you're okay with that and you're a type of player that can deal with that, then I think you just have to be resolute in your stance and there's always a win. You just got to figure out how to get to it.
The ultimate back and forth in life is negotiating sports contracts.
It's definitely up there. We'll find out how these tariffs work out here now that they've been levied today.
Yeah.
But no, and look, for a guy like Micah, he can hold out if he wants.
He can.
Okay.
The other teams will be clamoring for him. Fans already understand where he stands. He's the caliber of player that can hold out and still. He's not Najee. Well, not Najee. Who was the running back for the Steelers? Le'Veon Bell, who's holding out where it's like, okay, cool. Steelers are fine with it. Other teams around the league are fine with it, and then you're gone into the void. Micah Parsons will be fine, whether he holds out or not.
Well, and here's the thing about Le'Veon Bell, though, is it definitely didn't help his career, right? Because, and I've said this before, there's something about in the NFL especially for a league that's built on physicality, that for whatever reason, when a guy takes a year off and it's not injury related, I've yet to see the guy, and text in if you can think of somebody off the top of your head, 877-881-1053, but it just feels like when a guy takes a year off, whether, again, through injury, suspension, whatever else it is, it just feels like they don't come back the same. Le'Veon Bell wasn't the same after he came back, and Deshaun Watson hasn't been the same since taking a year off.
I mean, honestly, when you look around sports, it's still hard. And when a guy is, like you said, out for a full year, I'm trying to think of examples where guys sat out a full year and were better than they were before.
Well, that's what I'm saying. NFL-wise, I can't think of anybody. Plus, NFL is hard to do, right? Because I just feel like with the NFL, unless it's an injury, just to say, hey, yes, I'm going to sit out because of a contract.
Not talking about injury guys, so no Joe Burrow.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know that there's really a lot because the NFL, I think there's something about the physicality
you get forgotten about
of it.
Quickly, too.
Well, you get forgotten about, and I just don't know that your body. You would think that taking a year off would help, but I feel like not having that.
Then you come back and your body's like, whoa.
Exactly.
We're hitting.
Your body, exactly. I just, you have to stay in that rhythm. Maybe if you're, I was going to say if you're a quarterback, but obviously that hasn't been the case with
Someone said
Deshaun
Too-Tall
Watson.
Jones came back and was better the year he was out for a year. I'm not going to quote or unquote that.
I mean, that was before I was alive. So, shout out to our senior citizen Tolos and Fatties out there. But that was before my time.
I can't comment on that. Maybe he did.
And if you're listening, 877-881-1053. Tell us what happened.
UNT grad.
Okay.
Bowling Green.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we got a statue outside of Apogee with him.
Well, I mean, then he's got to call in. All right. I mean, he's got one. It's one of your people.
Jamar Chase sat out and the ball and balled from the jump. He sat out because of injury. Last year of college, his junior year of college, because of injury. And then played, and then obviously his first year in the NFL, he was great, but he was hurt and he was in college.
I'm not gonna.
Someone said Mike Vick.
Mike Vick. Yeah, I mean, he did go to prison. There was that. I mean, but it's a small list.
And
by the way,
texts are coming in slow about this.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and by the way, when it came to Mike Vick, all right, Mike Vick had one good year with Philly and then fell off a cliff. So let's not get carried away like all of a sudden he was back to being prime Mike Vick again. And again, part of his prime was taken away, but that's another story for another time. All right, coming up next, let's talk a little bit of Dallas Mavericks, get into a little bit of where things are at as far as they're concerned. Lots to get to. Hour number 1 in the books. Plus, we've got a guest coming up later on in the program. It's not Mo Vaughn, though. I'll tell you who it is next. Don't go anywhere.
More and more of you are turning us on and leaving us on. Hashtag Dolo, baby. Thank you for listening.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of The Fan After Dark happening right now. I'm Fred Davis. That's Blake Elliott. We got our boy, new guy, Jacob Ray, behind the glass, the 1, 2s, and 3s. We've got a little Cleveland, New York on right now. Let's see here. Mavs. What time's that game start?
7:30.
Oh, so we got to turn that game on. What are we doing here? Oh, that's why. Because is it off? Oh, it's a different channel. Okay. I was gonna say, what do we got going on here? All right, Hawks and Mavericks. We've been so engrossed in this sports talk, ladies and gentlemen, talking all things Mavericks, and well, we haven't really got to the Mavericks just yet, but talking all things Rangers and raw milk.
I want to say Derek Lively's in this game. I do want to say that.
I'd heard that too, that he was going to play today.
Let me double check if he's logged any minutes in the first quarter. Derek Lively, 3 minutes. Derek Lively's back.
There you go.
Derek Lively has how many points in 3 minutes?
None.
2 points.
Oh, wow.
1 rebound.
Already got a bucket.
Leading scorer for the Mavs is
AD.
11 points. That's what you need, 11 in the first. I need him to start showing, like, you can have some double-digit quarters, AD.
He's gonna have to,
and I get it. I know what everybody's pushing up. Blake, he's getting back into shape. He's getting back into form, and I get that. So that's why every show we're not crucifying him for not having 40. But yeah, it's starting to be time where you got like a week.
Locked On Mavs, let him have it.
They did. I'm like, it's like a week and a half till the season ends. 2 weeks. I need you to start putting up some double-digit quarters, some plus 20-point games. Because correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, AD since he's come back hasn't scored 20, which is like.
No.
I guess.
Which, well,
12, 15, 18, 12, and 11 in this game so far. So already it's like put up what his stats have been for a full game in the first quarter. He's got 12, 4, and 1 in the first.
I think.
Or 11, 4, and 1, excuse me.
I think the issue is he's just. I know they said he's 100%. I just wonder.
Pacing himself?
I think he's absolutely pacing himself. And we're going to hear from the Locked On guys here in just a second.
Oh, who we got coming on from Locked On?
Nobody.
Oh.
Nobody. It's still crickets on that front. So, you say, well, yeah, because obviously they don't check their DMs. So, work your magic. Work your magic. I mean,
probably not today, but I'll try to set up something.
Yeah, they're obviously. No, we got Sam Quinn coming on.
Shout out Sam.
Yeah.
Who put out an interesting tweet.
Well, that's what I want to know That's why we're having him on, because I'm curious to see what he has to say about that. Which I don't know that I disagree with it. That's why I'm saying I'm kind of.
Should I do this? And I mean this all love. Should we be adversarial with our first guest? Not in a bad way. I'm just saying with this take. I feel like with every guest,
I'll be good guy. You can be bad guy.
Every guest,
I brought him on.
I feel like every guest we have on, whether we really hardly disagree or if we actually disagree with them, we still kind of. They're not here.
The fire.
They're not here in person, so it's kind of hard to like really go back. But like, I don't think that you know what you're talking about. This and this. So I wonder if
you can phrase. I mean, I think we do a good job of phrasing a question if somebody says something crazy or we don't agree with.
I think today's gonna be the day.
Well, like I said, I'll be good cop. You be bad cop.
I'll still do it nice. I'm still professional.
Well, I mean, of course, you're gonna be nice. I'm not saying make fun of the guy for God's sakes.
I don't know. I don't even know what you're watching basketball on. I mean, 1940.
Okay, so in case people are wondering, they're saying, okay, what the hell are you guys talking about? Enlighten us. So he Sam Quinn, who we've had on the show as well, or before as well, put out a tweet. Go follow him. I got to give a shout out to Mavericks Burner on Twitter as well, because he and I chit chatted a little bit today. And you know what? Had a nice conversation, by the way. Okay, I told you guys earlier about how KU basketball Twitter is the worst. All right, some guy had the nerve to tell me. We're going back and forth about KU and the transfer portal. You know what his comeback to me was? This guy needs to get laid. I'm like, really, bro? Yeah, that's what he said. I'm like, really, bro? This is a 50-year-old man, by the way. A 50-year-old man. That's your response. We can't. I mean, we can't go tit for tat. Okay. Anyway, so
in respect, you did say that to Carter.
What's that?
You did say that exact thing to Carter.
Okay, it was a totally different conversation. Totally different conversation. It wasn't a sports debate we were having.
That's true.
It was he enlightened me as to what was going on in his personal life. So I had that's a fair question to ask when you're talking about things that pertain to that. If we're arguing about transfers at KU basketball and you don't like the fact that I'm schooling you in the conversation, you can't come back and say you need to be late.
That's what Carter said to you?
No. Wait,
Carter told you need to get laid?
No. It's the other way around.
Carter was firing pre-show.
Yeah, he was.
You told Carter he needs to get laid.
More or less, yes.
And what was Carter's response? Was it something like this? Because 214 said, I realize who Fred looks like. It's a cinnamon roll. 2 cherry donuts, and 2 pig in a blankets after a binge night of cold brews coming out the other side.
Okay. I mean, if that's... God bless you. I mean, if you've got that much creativity in deciding what I look like.
I love the creative roast we're getting now.
Seriously. Who knew? Okay.
Called you a cinnamon roll.
All right. Well, I enjoy them. I do enjoy eating cinnamon rolls. So.
I think some people take that as a compliment, though. Getting called a cinnamon roll sweet and fluffy and shiny.
I guess that's certainly one way. No, we had quite... candid conversation.
I feel like I'm missing something in this.
Did you miss? I mean, it was one of the best pre-show conversations I've ever had at 105.3 The Fan.
Wow.
And so the next thing, well, that's the thing.
He said, you know what? This pre-show
637 rolls around.
And you're like,
Carter's got to bounce, and I'm saying to myself, like, and I'm looking at Jacob and Carter, and I'm like, where the hell's Blake at? And that's when we called you the first time.
Maybe Blake needs to get laid so he'll stop acting like a 16-year-old. It's a new one.
Do we think you act like a 16-year-old?
I don't know if 16 is... I'd say 17 at
short, fat 16-year-old?
At the very least.
Yeah, 17 at the worst. Hey, it's Wednesday. Where's Khaki Kev? We got new guy Jake from the 817. So I'll let new guy Jake let everyone know why. What'd you do with Khaki Kev? I guess people are looking for him on a Wednesday.
Khaki Kev hasn't been on the show on a Wednesday in like a month.
I'm just saying what the 817 saying.
Yeah.
I'm just relaying the text. I'm just being the middleman. Don't shoot the middle.
All right, let him know, new guy Jake. By the way, shout out to Cam, a.k.a. Mavericks Burner, who told him, hey, he's a season ticket guy. He said he's going to find you next week at the game. So,
let's go.
Listener to the program. So,
shout out, I mean, a lot of good Twitter interactions in the past 48.
It really has been.
Us and the Tolos.
Let's give a shout out to one of our mainstays, Classic Ike. Fred, go on ahead. Give the man Blake one of them classic alarm clocks from the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Walmart still rocks for us 40 and up. Summertime hot milk drinkers, LOL.
Yes.
And basically he was making a joke about how I said back in the day, we didn't really have anything else to drink, but we always had milk. And so after a hot summer day, I'd come inside and I would chase down a glass of milk.
Can I give you an interesting tidbit and then we get into the Mavericks?
Tidbit. Twidbit?
Twid. How do you think people woke up back in the day before alarm clocks, other than just naturally waking up? Obviously, you could still just naturally wake up with the sunlight.
I would guess
There's a method. That's why I'm asking. There is a method that was used back in the day.
I don't know, animals.
That's not a bad one.
I mean, there's roosters, right?
Roosters. I think that's valid. Well, I did some research on this like a month ago.
Okay.
And like the valley. What's the time period where there's a bunch of kings and queens? What's that called?
Victorian period.
Victorian. I was going to say Valley Victorian. That's
Close enough. Close
Victorian
enough.
period.
We like where your head's at.
Apparently, there used to be people who their job was called window knockers.
Yeah.
They had a super long stick, and they would walk and just tap people's windows.
Yeah, and let you know it's time to wake up.
That was it.
That's it.
What would you do if you had a window knocker?
Here's a real question. Who woke up the window knockers? Okay. Huh? Let's think about that for a second.
Is that a 24-hour job? One guy's got the overnight. He's got the overnight shift.
Well, I would imagine you better be on the buddy system. All right. So, like, if you and I are both window knockers, hopefully we don't have the same shift because, like, when it's time for me to go cash out, hey, Blake, hey, you're on, bud. I gotta go. So that
and maybe hopefully there's more than 2 per town.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the town, right? Or how important.
If it was Salem,
I mean, well, they had their own issues down there. Have you been to Salem, by the way?
I wish.
It's wild.
I would want to go. I like history like that. Weird stuff.
It's a wild place. I went there once upon a time back when I was stationed up in Maine, and it's definitely you do get some weird vibes up there. That's for sure.
Weird vibes have been happening with the Dallas Mavericks all year. They're down
it's
1
the
point
weirdest of vibes.
to the Atlanta Hawks. My question to you with time.
See, that's how you can tell just now the rust on Derek Lively.
What happened? I turned
so
away.
Najee throws him that pass.
I saw it closer to the rim.
8 times out of 10, he's dunking that.
That's why I looked away.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's dunking that, but for him to catch, he catches it, brings it back down, and then throws it up behind his head and misses it. I mean, he's getting fouled and going to the line, but
it does just feel weird.
He hasn't played since what, January?
It feels weird seeing Lively with no Luka. They just were so 1-2 combo. Like they're literally, let's be honest, like 99.9% of the reason you drafted him was because you had Luka as your point guard. Yeah. It was like a rim running guy who catch lobs, sets really good screens, is lanky, and obviously it still works with Kyrie Irving, but he's not even here. So it's just kind of a weird fit of like, yes, because I think it was Sam. We'll talk to Sam about this. You got 3 big men, AD, Lively, and AD.
AD, Lively,
and Gafford, which is great, but one of those guys bringing the ball up the court that I forgot about.
It's a weird lineup.
Yes,
it's a weird lineup that makes no sense.
You've got all the bigs, but no guards.
Unless you're saying, all right, look, you two are going to play the 5, and because we want AD to play the 4 because that's the position he wants. I mean,
that's what's going to happen.
I mean, you went out of your. I mean, that's why you made the trade.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, yeah, you're going to have to accommodate him, and that's the best way to do it. So right now it is 40-36. 10 minutes left to go in the first half. So defense is optional apparently.
What do you think? Let's taking a positive outlook. We do think the Mavericks are going to make the playoffs, make the play-in.
Oh, they're going to make the play-in.
Make the play-in.
Yeah, the Suns are terrible.
Now, we both know where me and you stand long-term on the Mavs, but just for bleeps and grins, what do you want to see from this team before they get to the play-in just to give you more confidence that they can win a play-in game and make it to the playoffs?
There's nothing they can do.
Okay.
There's nothing unless Kyrie gets a bionic ACL. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay.
Because Brandon Williams is done. Kessler's done.
Yeah.
Kai Jones.
Now, can you bring Brandon Williams back?
April 11th.
Okay.
April 11th, you're allowed to, but I'm 90% sure, and I'll double check.
But they won't because they're up against the apron,
someone.
right? Exactly.
You have to cut someone. So, like a Dante Exum, who's already a free agent next year, you would think you just go ahead and cut him.
I don't know if you can, though. Can you? If you can cut him at this point?
I don't know. I'm not a capologist when it comes to the NBA. Usually you don't usually have late season transactions with hard cap and injuries you have to worry about. But I
guess you could cut him. I mean, like I said, the contract's guaranteed, so
I'm pretty sure you can cut him, especially because he's a free agent next year or this in a couple of weeks when you're out of this.
And he would understand if you. I mean, and the only reason you're doing it is like, look, if you expect to bring Exum back next year. All right. I mean, at the very least, you go to him and say, "Hey, look, we got to let you go because we need, we need bodies." It's not like he's going to be
just
like,
having
no.
Just having 6 guys sit on our injury report every day.
And we need another guard. Okay. So and Exum's been in the league a long time. He understands how this thing works. But no, there's nothing that this and that's. And I think maybe in a way. So real quick, we'll talk about what our guy had to say. That being Sam Quinn. So Sam Quinn's the thing that brought this all up. Was he tweeted out this morning, and I saw this, and I was like, okay, this is interesting. He essentially says, look, there's 3 teams I think should blow it all up next year because they have no discernible direction. He said the Bucks, the Suns, and the Mavericks. And he's not a fan of the Mavericks. He's not a fan of the AD trade. And he said, you're putting a lot of stock in Kyrie Irving coming back next season.
Yep.
Okay, like the idea that Kyrie Irving, who will be, 33, 34 years old next season.
33.
All right. Who's coming off of another major injury. And you're saying to yourself, okay, you're just going to drop him into the lineup next year, mid-season, and he's going to be all right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, I'm not doubting the fact that he's going to do all the rehab he needs to be done. All right, hell, we saw him the other day walking around, off the bench. He's going to do everything, and it feels like guys today come back a lot faster than they used to, right?
It just worries me with the type of play that Kyrie does. I feel like a lot of people are kind of misreading it with the whole, well, he's not dunking all over people and jumping, so his ACLs won't be. Kyrie's the guy that plays really low to the ground. Yeah. There's a lot of bend in his game. Watch him shoot a jumper. He bends his knees pretty deep. I mean, he's using a lot of movement, a lot of lower leg movement.
And he's not a big guy.
All the acrobatics, think about it. When he's up in the air, you almost might even say dunking it might be a little easier because he has to go up, down, and land gracefully around bigs all the time. That's his game. Giant slayer. He's going up. He's not shooting a floater or not going into guys. He's twisting and turning, falling. How many times do we see Kyrie fall awkwardly every game?
He falls all the time. And here's the other part that I think
someone said, let's just call that the proverbial slap in the face.
It is a proverbial slap in the face. You guys know the time it is. Here's the other issue with Kyrie expecting him. And look, this is not a besmirching Kyrie segment because we were fans of Kyrie. Here's the thing, though. Unless you plan on getting another point guard.
I know a guy.
That's not Dante Exum. All right? Because here's what's happened. And this is what you're going to drop in next year. Because what they miss in whatever. What they took when you get rid of Luka, all right? You get rid of one of your ball-dominant ball handlers. All right.
You didn't bring in another one.
And you didn't bring in another one, right? So now...
didn't we already have concerns about that before? Like, you kind of need another guy when those guys hit the bench that you feel confident about. And
but so you were okay with it because you were like, all right.
But I'm saying if there was a concern, it was that and a backup 4.
That's it.
Those 2, get them fixed. You move Luka, we can talk about that all day, whatever. You don't bring in another ball-dominant guy. You don't bring in a guy that can set up the offense, a guy that can score. You bring in AD who needs to be fed. Obviously, he's hurt. Now he's back. But continue with your point.
But that's exactly what I'm getting at is that you need Kyrie's got to handle the ball more now. Okay, I mean we saw how much. Now again, we'll never know because again he didn't get much time with AD, and it's obviously going to look totally different next season. But again, you forced more minutes, you forced more usage as far as Kyrie Irving is concerned, and like you said, he's a very aggressive player in how he goes about handling his business.
He's going to have to be more aggressive
now, and so
there's no deferring of the ball handling to someone else up the offense. Someone go give you.
It's not like Clay's bringing the ball up the court.
You need Max Christie to pretty much take the Austin Reeves.
You could have had Quentin Grimes to help maybe take some of the load off, but then you moved off of him. So I don't know. To your point, I don't know what I mean, in theory, defense wins championships. Let's this is what we're going to add to the mix. It's so short-sighted for the way the NBA is today, and more importantly, the fact that I could understand if you hadn't committed to building around Luka.
Yeah,
but you did.
Every player on the team practically was a product of having Luka.
And Kyrie played, and you were starting to see how well Kyrie played off of Luka because
it became
he didn't
seamless.
Have to be so ball dominant.
It became seamless. We weren't micromanaging their plays of do this, do that. Like they just play so well together. There's 1-2 combo every game. You could expect like 50, 55 points.
You had to pick your poison.
Yeah,
you had to pick your poison. Oh, you want double Luka? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Leave Kyrie open. Let's see how that works out for you. Oh, you want double Kyrie? Okay, great. Leave Luka open.
Luka's a little tired. Here goes Kyrie.
So it never made any sense to me, and it still doesn't. Okay, coming up next, we'll take a trip around the National Football League. Don't forget we got Sam Quinn. We still got to get to what haiku topics we're going to have. We got a little fair foul coming up. Lots to get to. Don't you go anywhere. This is the Fan After Dark.
Through your phone, smart speaker,
Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Drive way back when I was in my Navy days, from Ocean View, California, all the way. I went from Ocean View not Ocean View, Oceanside. I went from Oceanside to actually I was in Coronado first, then I went to Oceanside, then to Kansas, then from Kansas to Brunswick, Maine, nonstop. So
someone saying the Jake brake is an engine brake.
It might be. I don't know. I just know that I've seen signs that say, and it's like I said, it's for semis, big trucks.
Is that like no?
But it's very loud, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that just like hitting your brakes obnoxiously as a truck driver? I don't know.
I think again, it's a certain brake that's not.
That's something that you do in your car. Somebody that says something about you while you're driving.
No, it's a Jake brake is in a semi truck.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that part. I'm saying, is that like I did a Jake brake, or that guy's Jake braking, or you see? Is it a noun? Is it a verb?
It's an actual brake.
Okay.
Like semis are equipped with Jake brakes.
Okay.
And so you hit that brake so it slows the vehicle down. But I want to say
it's not a verb.
And again, you call it a verb. I mean, you're Jake braking. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But again, my point is, I think it's extremely loud is the problem. And that's why you're not allowed.
everything about him. Jaden Hardy for 3.
Got him.
Net. I mean, the confidence. I want Jaden Hardy confidence when it comes to just life.
Jaden Hardy.
I mean, get DMP like 9 games in a row and come and shoot the first 4 shots to touch his palm.
What if I told you this team will only go as far in the playoffs as Jaden Hardy will carry them?
What I mean, it might not be a hot take. Jaden Hardy can get hot. I mean, if he just...
Oh, he can.
If they said, hey, you're starting Jaden, we know you're going to have like 4 turnovers.
Jaden Hardy time.
But you're just starting, and I want you to do your best Kyrie Irving impersonation. I bet you he would score like 18 a game in the playoffs. If he started and you knew he was going to have 4 turnovers, like just go ahead and put that in there.
You have to be okay with that.
Then I bet you he would average 18 in the playoffs because he can score. I'm never like, oh, this guy can't score the basketball.
Oh, no, he can put the ball in the bucket. Ain't no question about that.
Defense, turning the ball over, setting the offense up, getting other guys going.
A little bit of a liability, but hey, you'll let.
But I feel like the Mavs are going to need points. So
Dyson Daniels. Can I just say real quick before we get into the segment, Smarties are elite. All right, I don't know how you guys feel about the Smartie candy. I'm not a big candy guy, but I will say Smarties are pound for pound one of the greatest candies of all time.
Wow. Okay, we are getting roasted on the text.
For what?
It's an exhaust brake, fools. Okay, I think before I'm going to read the rest of
we kind of made it clear that we weren't real sure what it is. We had kind of like a general knowledge of what it is.
I had zero knowledge. So I'm just going to tell you all the texts are like that with stuff at the end. It's an air brake, you blanking idiots.
See, why do you need to use the bleeping?
Now, if we said, hey, we are experienced truckers and we know better than everyone else, then yes, you can send that. But I don't think either of us.
We literally said I have an idea of what it is, not sure. And I even called out the texters to clarify what it is. So who's the bleeping idiot?
Yeah.
Us or the guy that wants to throw? Because when you start throwing names
Aspersions.
Casting aspersions. Aspersions have been cast.
817, it's a form of braking. 805, it's a, in quote, brake inside the engine and it's very loud. It's called the Jake brake because it originated from Jacob's Vehicle Systems.
Thank you, texter. See, you know what? What's her number?
940.
Not the whole number, but call this guy right now. Call this person right now and tell him we said thanks.
Engine.
That's the text I'm here for.
And then look at the text right above it.
Not the name.
Look at the text right above it. This is duality of a man. Don't actually say that, please.
Jake brake is a downshift of your engine. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Look. I'll tell you what. 682. What a text. What a text. A Jake brake cuts down, a Jake brake cuts down off the exhaust in a diesel engine. Driving a track and driving a car are very different. You don't just pull it anywhere. Pulling a 53-foot trailer and condo sleeper. Well, I mean, I get that part. I mean, that part makes sense. I mean, I didn't think you could just roll it in a semi. Watch out. Why turn here? Hold up a second. Turn that radio down. I'm backing up. No, that's not how that usually works. From the 817. I mean, why? It's air brakes, you bleeping idiots. I mean, what a jerk. What's going on in your life?
He texted back.
Did he apologize?
Yeah.
Did he?
He said, I'm sorry.
Well, thank you.
Do you see it?
No, I haven't seen it yet. What's up, boys? Jagon and Terrell. What's up, my man?
It's right there now. It's right in front of you. You don't see it?
I apologize, but I've heard that it's air brakes forever. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not a trucker. I shouldn't have called y'all bleeping idiots. Thank you. You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. And I agree with that. And I'm okay with that.
I do agree with that sentiment.
You shouldn't have, because we made it clear we're not. I mean, what do you think this is? The Mack Truck Hour? Okay? It's not. We literally just.
Semi-hour. Is that a pretty good sound?
Where's all my lot lizards at? You know what time it is. Huh?
We want to be educated, but we're not truckers. So
look, here's the thing, and I'll say this much, okay? It's a give and take relationship with the fatties.
Yeah.
All right? There's things that we know, and there's opinions that we will spew that you may like and that you may learn something new. And if there's things that I don't know or that Blake doesn't know or new guy Jake doesn't know and you guys can educate us on it, I'm here for it. I am here for that. So put that wherever you would like to take it. All right, we're talking a little. We already talked a little bit of the Mavs. We've already talked a little bit about the Rangers. We'll get to a little bit more. Blake is dying to get to some of this conversation here in a little bit about what Evan Carter is doing in AAA. He's frothing at the mouth.
I am.
He's asked every break if we can talk about it. I've said, Blake, for God's sakes, no. We're not doing it until 10 o'clock. Okay, so calm.
This is true.
Calm the bleep down, you bleeping idiots. That's exactly what I said to him.
Someone said, top 5 show up late excuses. All right.
Okay, real quick before we get to that, what are we going to do for our
top 5?
I think Jake break's got to be one of the haiku topics.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's got to be.
Jake break. All right, so that's our non-sports topic.
Said they don't have these issues on KNC. I'm sorry. All right.
Okay,
They got it.
Okay, well, so here's my question. Are they talking about Jake
breaks, yeah.
on KNC?
Yeah. Let us know.
That's my question. 877-881-1053.
See, you know the difference in our show and all the rest of the shows? And it's not good. All the rest of the shows are great. Let me
Let me do the backhanded compliment everybody real quick first. Fantastic. I'm Tola.
I think me and you will put our ego and pride on the line and ask questions that we don't know
100%
more than the other shows. And I feel pretty confident saying that.
I have made a history of looking stupid.
And I think
not afraid to do it.
Me and you do not care, and we're not. We don't care if we don't come across as what people want. And we're like, hey, I'd rather be educated rather than act like I know and don't know. I'll just ask the question. What does this word mean?
Let's spur a little conversation.
What does this word mean?
Okay.
And maybe 8 out of 10 people, how do you guys not know what it means? I know what it means, but there's 2 people out there that are just like me and you. I don't know what a Jake break is.
Driving around right now.
They just learned what a Jake break is right there.
Jake Rietma didn't even know what a Jake break was and named his segment that, okay? Like, literally named his segment the Jake break and didn't know what a Jake break was. And I thought that that's what he had named it after. And I was like, oh, okay, you know the Jake break. And he's like, I had no idea.
Top 5 trucks you loved as a child.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah. Okay. What's your football conversation? We never really even got to talk about this. I'm sure you got stuff for me. The NFL rule changes that went through.
We did not get into the NFL rule change. And you know what? I'm okay with them not banning the tush push. Like, don't we have bigger issues in the NFL to worry about than the tush push?
I'll splurge through them for anybody.
How do we feel, real quick? How do we feel about the Chiefs wanting to be on Christmas? I guess they're kind of trying to do what the Cowboys and the Lions do, where we obviously know that the Lions and Cowboys are on every Thanksgiving. How do we feel about the Chiefs wanting to be on every Christmas?
They deserve it.
Here's the problem with that.
The schedule with the 7 days, rest, 4 days, rest, 3 days, the 3 games and 17 games, 17 days.
What do you do when Christmas is on a Wednesday?
Yeah, that's what happened. Isn't that what happened last year? It was on a Wednesday, I'm pretty sure.
Was it, or a Tuesday?
Wednesday or
Tuesday
Thursday?
or Wednesday? Yeah, something like that. Because the thing about the reason why you can get away with doing that with Thanksgiving is when's Thanksgiving? Same time every year.
Yeah.
4th Thursday of the month, right? Christmas, you don't know what it's. I mean, I guess you do know what it's going to be ahead of time. So I guess there is that.
You want to? I don't know what you got planned for next time. You want to just save this for this because there's a bunch.
I tell you what. Let's save this for. I tell you what. Let's do a fair foul NFL rules edition.
Okay.
Okay. We'll rattle off. You'll rattle off the rules, and we'll decide whether or not they're fair or foul.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Okay. We'll decide that. We still got another minute left, so let's real quick. Here we go.
What are they talking about with KNC?
Dude, people are still. Let's see. I don't know what the 907's talking about. Like this is wild.
That's one of the more random texts we've got. I don't even know what they're getting at. I'm gonna ask.
Okay, this is probably. So by the way, we had one of the security guards.
Bassing. That's what they're saying.
That's right. Which, by the way, his co-host never texted us back, but that's okay. Neither did Mo Vaughn, but that's okay.
High hopes.
Well, you know what? There's always tomorrow. Someone from the 817. Fred is like the cool older unk for Blake at the cookout.
Absolutely.
Not going to give Fred too much cred here, so we'll just.
Okay, first of all,
decline to comment.
You know what?
Don't need to pump his ego up.
Look, the cool older unk? I am the cool older unk. What are you talking about?
No buttering up here.
Look,
my popcorn's buttered up.
Look, but the reason why I read that, A, because it's accurate, but two, I mean, first of all, my niece calls me Uncle Goat.
Yeah, once you get over
Uncle
40,
Goat.
you're unk.
I am. There's
over 40 is unk. Under 40 is hard to be unk.
Yeah, no, you can't. I mean, it is what it is.
You're just in a weird spot.
Fair or foul, the security guard, because they've got a bunch of new ones here lately. So Blake and I get done with the show.
Oh my gosh!
Tuesday night, I think. So we get done with was it Monday night? No, Monday night.
We get done with
our Monday night show, which was at midnight, right? So it's late, new crew. We'd never seen them before. She says, "Where are y'all coming from?" So just got done doing radio. She says, "Are you two related?"
No smile.
Nothing.
No.
Doesn't miss a beat. Just says straight up, "Are you two related?"
I think I was kind of stunned. I don't know what either of us said. I just kind of sat there. I was like,
we just kind of.
Do I know her? We made a joke about this.
No, and she didn't. And like deadpan, she was dead serious.
And then I was nervous, and I think I said,
"You said I wish we were." And
I
then
think
we
I
walked
said,
off.
"I wish we weren't."
Yeah,
but I
he
was
said,
so nervous.
When it came out, he said, "Which I'm not sure what he was nervous about." I mean, it
just caught me off guard. I was like, "What?" I was like, "I wish we were."
Yeah.
Bye.
Blake does 4 hours of radio and gets social anxiety leaving the building.
That's it. At midnight from the security people. That's exactly
I do have social anxiety sometimes. It's weird. And it definitely kicked in at that moment. I didn't know
I
what
let
to
you
say.
take it over because I really didn't have a whole lot to say to that. So I was just like, well, no,
bye.
We're not. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow. So there you go. But no, me and Blake are not related. Coming up next, Fair Foul NFL Rules Edition. Woo! Lots to get to. Sam Quinn at 9 o'clock. So much to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is The Fan After Dark.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to
That
forget
said, real quick, these Ranger games have been, I mean, I'll tell you what, Rob Manfred is probably, hey, ESPN, this is what you're missing out on, okay? Yeah. Look at what has been going on.
Now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it.
I think they've all been like under 3 hours.
I mean, no. I mean, we're talking about less than 2.5.
Yeah.
I mean, these games are going by quick.
Okay, next fair or foul. I'll give you some of the lighter ones up first and the meatier topics we'll wait for. Approval to expand the league's replay assist system, just using more of New York, using some of the technology and not just, hey, it's only a touchdown. We're going to do this advanced replay. This was passed. I think we can all agree it's fair. Just using more replay technology is always going to be fair. Okay. No vote at this time on the onside kick modification. It'll pick back up in the May meeting. What would you say you want for? Because you remember, it has
They
to
need
be,
to do something.
It has to be the fourth quarter,
which is stupid.
You have to be down, and you have to be trailing by more than like a score.
Well, that, and I think the other aspect of it too is you can only do 2.
Yeah, it's so weird.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
I get it. I think the only thing you should have to do is announce it, because obviously the players being at like the 20-yard line.
No, I don't even like that. I mean,
the players at the 20-yard line, Fred. They're all the way down the field with the new kickoff.
You get to do dynamic kickoff.
Yeah, they would get every onside ever.
I forgot about that.
Don't announce it. Just kick it.
This whole onside thing is kicking teams always getting the ball back. Well, you saw. Okay, real quick. I think it's fair that they tabled it because you need more time to think about this. But we need to see a new onside kick rule. It shouldn't. I mean, it's like 0.5% or something ridiculous of the chance that you're going to get a recovered onside kick.
I mean, when they change this, it makes it very hard for the onside kick to still be useful, because the whole point is the element of surprise. So the only way with the new rules, with where the players are lined up, is you have to acknowledge you're doing it, and then it takes away the element of surprise.
Takes away the element of surprise.
Okay, next rule. Here we go.
By the way, are you doing the touchback one?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to it. Okay. I got a bunch. I got like 10 here.
Just making sure. Vagabond.
Pittsburgh's proposal to have direct contact with free agents instead of travel during the negotiation window was passed, and it has Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin hugging in the graphic. So
I like it.
Just that window opening up where you can fly guys out. Pretty much less of the tampering stage, and just we know these guys are talking.
All you're doing, and I'll use one of y'all's generation sayings. You're doing the quiet part out loud now.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't think these guys are talking. I mean, come on, man. We don't think these dudes. That's why you did the tampering thing, because it was being done. Now this is the next level of that. It's like, because you don't think if you're about to spend money on a guy, especially
you're not
big
waiting until free agency period starts to learn about
that. But on top of that, okay, if I'm about to spend millions on somebody that's going to be a game changer for my franchise, I'm not just talking to his agent. Nope. If I'm hiring Blake, if I'm thinking about giving Blake Elliott $50 million over 2 seasons, no, I want to talk to Blake Elliott myself. I can't wait until the day starts. No, I'm A-okay with that. I think that's more of just a, hey, we know this is already going on. Let's go ahead and make it legal.
Detroit's proposal to be reseeded when the playoffs based on their record was tabled, not denied or passed. What would your thought be on it? Do you think we should? I mean, I'm all for innovation of reseeding, and
no.
You want to keep it division-based?
Keep it division-based.
I think football is good about that.
Absolutely.
And just you get weird scenarios about with the Vikings getting 14 wins and being the 5 seed. I would, you know what? If we're going to do it, make it in basketball.
If you do what?
If we're going to do that, I guess it already is in basketball. Just the best teams.
Look,
I make it, just do it like the tournament is more what I was trying to say.
I got an idea, Detroit. How about you win a game in the postseason? How about that?
Well, Detroit didn't play Minnesota in the playoffs, so I don't think they're complaining about.
I don't care. You know what? I don't want to hear it.
You just don't want to hear Detroit talk.
I mean, what are you? I think you guys just made the playoffs.
But I think what you're saying would be more on par if the Vikings were saying this. Detroit didn't go through this; they were still the 1 seed and didn't play the Vikings.
I get all that. I'm just saying, like, I don't. I mean, I get maybe it's some interdivisional love that they're doing. Like, hey, it's our boys. You know, we beat the crap out of you guys in Week 18, so the least we could do is go ahead and love you all up. Guess what? This is football. That's the way it works. All right. I'll go back to what was it? Was it the Seahawks? When this happened a decade or so ago. I mean, this happens once every, 10 years or something like that. 877-881-1053.
Last
win
3
your
here.
division.
Detroit's proposal to eliminate an automatic first down as a penalty imposed for defensive holding or illegal contact was denied. I think that's our first foul. I think that should have been fair. That is a huge rule change that kind of came out of nowhere that would obviously change how football's played. But I am all in fair of we're getting defensive holding calls and we're giving them first downs when it's something minute or I don't know. I don't think it should be automatic first. I think also in there, it isn't in this post of holding not being a 10-yard penalty and being a 5-yard penalty.
Yeah,
I agree with that as well.
I love that.
Because holding, just make it 5 yards. It is a minute thing. You're taking away the yardage. So whatever the play happened, it's gone. So we're already taking that away.
Because an offensive holding just guts your team.
First and 20. I mean, we might as well punt it right now.
Yeah, no, you're done. You're done at that point. I don't mind, and I'm with you in the sense that a defensive holding shouldn't automatically be a first down.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I heard somebody, and it might have been Broadus who said this on GBAG.
And illegal contact. So you actually run into a guy in the secondary, and it's automatic first down.
Is it? I always thought illegal contact was just a 5-yard penalty.
Illegal
and it
contact
didn't matter.
and defensive holding are both automatic first down.
See, and I think
because we don't know what was going to happen in the play.
Well, and that's the thing, right? So if you take away it to where it's an automatic first down, you might have a situation where guys just start grabbing people, okay? Which isn't a bad idea, right? From a football perspective. I think you would have to, and now we're complicating things a little bit, but plus 10 yards or minus 10 yards, right? So if it's, let's say it's 3rd and 10, all right, and you do a holding penalty, all right, you get a 5-yard penalty. Versus, or maybe you make it a first down. Whereas, okay, if it's 3rd and 15 and you get a 5-yard penalty, then it's just 3rd and 10.
Yeah,
but that's probably a little too.
I'm not a big fan of just automatic first down.
Let's make it a 7-yard penalty. When's the last time we saw that?
Are you a fan of automatic first downs? I'm not. Really, of anything.
Depends on the situation.
I think,
but no, I mean it's
like if a guy throws a 60-yard bomb and the defensive back just takes out the receiver.
See, I heard Broadus say in that same conversation that. Do what college does and just make it a 15-yard penalty. Don't let pass interference be a spot foul.
Oh,
make it to where it's a 15-yard penalty.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I'm okay
because
with it.
then if I'm on the 20 and I'm getting beat, I might as well just tackle this guy rather than let him do anything. And now it's just a 15-yard penalty instead of this guy scoring. Which obviously, if it's your team on defense,
the guy's going to tackle him anyway. I mean, you're not going to try to give him a touchdown.
I think pass interference should still be a spot foul. I'll disagree.
I'm okay with it being a spot or a 15-yarder.
I'm sure you are.
Because that's what I mean. Because look, here's the thing. Think about it. College-wise, I mean, we're not sitting there.
But I'm saying, there is
laboring the point.
There is sometimes some really. I'm trying to think what game was. I think it was Alabama and Florida. I have to re-reckon where it was a couple years ago where there was a deep downfield pass and they only got 15 yards and it was like, dude, that was like the 80-yard game breaker winner right here, and the guy just tackled him before he caught it.
It happened.
And it was just 15 yards. They ended up kicking a field goal and losing. So, okay.
Be better the first 3 quarters.
Last one here, the one that Fred was all interested for.
Let's go.
Touchbacks on the kickoff have been moved from, was that the 25 before?
It was the 20, now it's the 25, now it's the
35.
I mean, let's just start
That's crazy.
Let's just start at the 50. I mean, what are we doing?
35 is
That's insane,
crazy.
man. What are we doing?
So, 1 first down and we're pretty much at midfield.
Already. I mean,
kickers
tell
can
us
hit
you
from.
Don't like defense. Just tell us that.
So a first down and 5 yards, and every kicker's in field goal range. That's pretty good.
Well, if you're Brandon Aubrey, seriously, think about that. With a touchback, like you said, 15-yard play, boom. Now all of a sudden, not Brandon Aubrey. If you need a 3-yard, if you need a field goal, you're back in business. All right, we'll discuss this here in a little bit. We'll get a little bit more of it. Sam Quinn talking all things NBA coming up next. Don't go anywhere. This is Fan After Dark.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more.
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
WFLRenegades.com for details.
This is Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the show happening right now on a Haiku Hump Day. Don't forget those 2 topics are as follows. The Jake Break. And you can take that however you want, whether it's the Jake Reitman segment, whether it's Jake, new guy Jake, who's going to be dropping some knowledge at 9:20, or the exhaust break off a semi-trailer, whatever you're into. And then, of course, the Rangers 5-2 start. Let's jump out to the D&M Leasing Hotline, and welcome to the program, NBA writer for CBS Sports, friend of the program, and a tremendous follow on Twitter, X, or whatever the hell it is you're calling it, the one, the only, Mr. Sam Quinn. Sam, how are you on this Haiku Hump Day?
I'm good. We're hitting the most fun part of the schedule. We've just got a couple more weeks of, tanking and resting, enough to go before the games start to get really good.
We certainly do, and Blake and I are ready to get this thing rocking and rolling with you. And, of course, what got this whole thing started is, like I said, obviously I follow you on Twitter and certainly enjoy the stuff that you put out there. And, of course, you had an interesting tweet today that Blake and I are ready to talk about. You said 3 teams that need to blow this whole thing up. The Bucks and the Suns, 2 of them, which I don't think anybody has an issue with. But the one that got a little bit of pushback, at least, and, of course, obviously I follow more DFW folks, is the Mavericks that you included in that list, in that group. Por qué, muchacho?
Yeah, I mean, look, we have to go back to early February. If Luka Doncic was still on the team, we'd be having a very different conversation. I mean, they were coming off of a finals trip, and I think this year's roster, at least on paper, was better than last year. So if they hadn't made that trade, you generally feel pretty good about their future. They made quite possibly the worst trade in NBA history. That ship has sailed. What I'd be really afraid of if I were a Mavericks fan right now is that they're going to waste the next 2 or 3 years trying to prove that they were right when they clearly weren't, right? Like, the last thing you should want to do right now when you're an aging roster with Kyrie Irving presumably out for most, if not all of next year, is to sink more picks, more money, try to get more veterans in there next year just so you can maybe lose in the second round instead of the first. Like, the way I'm looking at the Mavericks right now, and I'm sure they disagree, is that with their first-round picks owed out to other teams in 27, 28, 29, and 30, is that next year is their last chance to tank, their last chance to get a young, long-term franchise player. And if they don't take it, given the injuries that Kyrie has dealt with and Anthony Davis has dealt with his entire career, how old he is, how old some of those other role players like Klay Thompson on that roster are, how expensive that team is, and frankly, the lost confidence we should all have in Nico Harrison right now, things could get really dark for the Mavericks, right? Especially when you look around their region of the country. The Rockets are looking great. The Spurs have Wembanyama. The Thunder might be starting a dynasty this year, and they owe first-round picks to all of those teams. If they don't figure this out now, there's a chance that they spend the rest of this decade sending young stars to all of their closest geographic rivals. It's a disaster. It's been a disaster since the moment they traded Luka. And the way I look at it is that ship has sailed. It's a sunk cost. You can't look at Anthony Davis and be like, he's our path to salvation. He's our only star post-Luka. No, there is no post-Luka future anymore. You have to look at this rationally. There is no championship coming in the next few years. Anthony Davis is not going to lead you as a contender. You're not going to get Kyrie back in March and have him suddenly look like an all-star again in May. The next few years are gone. What you need to be thinking about is how can we get a young, long-term franchise guy in the building? Your 2 ways of doing that. Number 1, you tank for one next year. And number 2, you trade Anthony Davis for a haul of draft assets and young guys while you have the chance, because given his injury history, given his age, that window might not be open for very long. You take that, you start over, and you admit we made the wrong decision. We shouldn't have traded Luka. It was a bad move. They'll never do it, but I want to stress, I'm talking about what I would do if I were running the Mavericks. And if I were running the Mavericks, Nico Harrison would have been fired the moment he brought up the idea of the Luka trade. He's not going to do it. He's going to stubbornly go down with this ship, but if they're thinking rationally, they've got to blow this thing up. They've got nothing right now.
Sam, you speak with a lot of passion, so I know you know what you're talking about, and I think a lot of people listening are in the same boat as you of wanting the Mavericks to figure this out and right the ship, and you kind of gave your little process of what you think would have to happen for them to blow it up. My question to you is going inside of the mind of Mark Cuban, Dumont, Nico. How does everybody that was formerly associated with the Dallas Mavericks and currently associated with the Dallas Mavericks, do you think they are in a similar boat of, hey, let's figure out how to do this, or do you not even see that on the schedule of we're going to ride this out? We got AD. It is what it is. The fans and us media are just going to have to deal with it and just watch this team rotten right in front of us. Or do you think they could do a turn and maybe do your idea?
I think the important thing to remember with NBA teams and front offices is that they're run by human beings, right? And what do human beings hate doing more than anything? Admitting that they're wrong. Mm-hmm. Patrick Dumont and Nico Harrison were wrong. It's that simple. I think almost anybody who has observed the moves that they've made over the last 2 months can sit here and objectively say they were wrong, and you don't have much faith in their ability to run this team moving forward. But that's us saying that. We're not the ones who made those decisions. They're looking at this saying, we know something that you don't. We think that we made the right decision, and we're going to spend the next few years trying to prove it. So I don't think there's any chance they're going to take my path. What I suspect they're going to do is they're going to re-sign Kyrie Irving over the offseason. And look, maybe he's back in March next year. Maybe he doesn't play at all next year. I don't know. They're looking at this saying, we're going to get Kyrie back eventually. We'll contend with him. In the meantime, we have Davis. We got some assets from the Luka trade. We got another first-round pick. We got Max Christie. Let's go out and try to add more veterans and try to win with this team. I don't think that's a good idea. I could not be more clear about that. But I'm not thinking the way that they're thinking. Frankly, I don't know if they're thinking this way, but I think the reality we have to acknowledge is that Nico Harrison knows that if he doesn't prove that they can win with Anthony Davis, he's probably going to go down as one of the worst general managers in NBA history, right? That's
Sports
not a legacy
history.
Anybody wants to have. Nobody wants to be remembered as the guy who traded Luka Doncic and ruined his team's fortunes for the next 5-10 years. For them, this is almost an ego thing as much as it's a basketball thing, right? They don't want to admit they're wrong. They're going to try to prove that they're right. I don't think that's going to go well for them, but they're human beings, and that's what human beings tend to do.
I want to dive into what you said in the middle of that of re-signing Kyrie Irving, just to kind of do some house cleaning. Let our fans know what that number would be on his player option, how likely he is to entertain other teams, or if you think he is going to be a Dallas Maverick next year, and kind of what the offseason could look like for the Dallas Mavs.
Yeah, so Kyrie has a player option. I believe it's either at or close to the max. It's in, that low mid $40 million per year number. Now, usually when you're talking about a guy who has a torn ACL at that age, they would never want to decline a player option of that money because you don't know that you're going to get it elsewhere on the open market. And there isn't cap space on the open market this year, right? It's Brooklyn, who I think we can say pretty safely isn't going to re-sign Kyrie. And then after that, there just isn't a lot of money out there. So under normal circumstances, you would assume that he would opt in and they would say, we'll figure it out later. I think he knows that he kind of has them over a barrel here, right? Mm-hmm. They traded Luka in part because they wanted to get on Kyrie's timeline. This is Nico Harrison telling the world, I believe in Kyrie. Kyrie is the star that I want to build around. If you were to lose him for free after all of that, look, you guys are in the city. The fans are in open revolt. I can't imagine how much worse it would get if you were to lose Kyrie. Now, you might say Kyrie has nowhere to go. What I would counter with is, let's be honest, Kyrie is not always the most rational actor, right? Say he opted out and the Mavericks said, we're only willing to give you this amount that, we're comfortable with and you're not comfortable with. Kyrie might be the kind of guy who would say, well, you know what? Screw you. I'm going to take the mid-level and I'm going to sign with the Lakers like I threatened to do a few years ago. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine the bad press the Mavericks would get if Kyrie did that? Or, if he sat out this season, went into free agency next year, the Lakers will have cap space in 26. Says, I want to go reunite with Luka. Now, I'm not saying the Lakers are the likely responsibility here, but what I am saying is that I don't think you can look at Kyrie Irving and say he's going to make the calm, rational decision because his recent forays into whether it's trade demands or free agency have not yielded those results. If you insult him with a low ball offer, he's inclined to do something unexpected. So he kind of has them over a barrel. They have to re-sign him. Do I think that's the best idea? Depends on the number. Probably not. I think he's going to go in and say, I want a max and I want it over multiple years. And I think they're going to kind of look at each other and kind of say, oh, that's very scary given the age and the injury and just how small guards tend to age into their mid-30s. But I think ultimately they're going to end up giving him more money than the market would probably suggest that he deserves because they just don't have a choice. I mean, we're talking about how much they've damaged their situation without Luka. If they lost Luka and Kyrie within 5 months of each other, I mean, how much worse does it get than that?
Well, not just that, Sam, but to your point, if you go ahead and give big money, because the Mavericks made it clear they did not want to give big money to Luka because they didn't feel like with the way he takes care of himself and everything else that he was, that was going to be money well spent. How do you? So you're almost a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if you come back and you give big money to Kyrie, who's had injuries and like you said is going to be in his early to mid 30s, like that's you're banking on a 6'2" guard in his mid 30s to take you to that next level in a league that keeps getting younger.
Well, there was some reporting after the Luka trade too that the Lakers were not interested in extending Anthony Davis at his current number. Now, a lot of things could have changed between then and when he became eligible, but you also probably have to look at this and say, whatever demands Anthony Davis makes are probably going to have to be met too. So ultimately, whatever you end up paying for Kyrie and for Davis, for two guys who are older and who have injury concerns, I feel a lot worse about that than I would have felt about paying Luka, right? Look, maybe Luka does have injury concerns. Maybe he does have health concerns. His conditioning, maybe that is a problem. I mean, we'll see how that bears out over time. If you're not willing to pay Luka, I just look at this and say, who are you willing to pay, right? Are you sitting here thinking we'd pay Wembanyama and we'd pay, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and that's it? I don't know. Would they be willing to pay Jokic? Jokic has conditioning concerns too. I guess Jokic doesn't miss games the way that Luka has, but it's a scary proposition when an ownership group or a front office kind of signals we're not willing to pay one of the 5 best players in the league, because what that really screams is, man, who are they willing to pay? Are they going to be willing to pay the luxury tax long term? Are they going to be willing to, take the steps you need to take to build a winner, especially in a league environment where OKC is presumably going to be an overwhelming favorite in the West for the foreseeable future. The Lakers have all of the resources that you need to build a winner. San Antonio has Wemby. They have 1 million picks. They have Fox. The West is not going to get easier in the coming years. And it's not clear how committed to winning this ownership group and front office are. So just on just about every level, I look at the Mavericks and I go, I am terrified for their future.
When you look at guys like Klay Thompson, Derek Lively, Gafford, some of the role players that play really well, even a PJ Washington, as far as I think most of those guys I just named have another year or two before we have any contract talks about them being free agents. But players can ask out as well, trade. Do you see any of that on the horizon? Do you think everybody on this team is bought in? Have you heard anything? Or is everybody ready to move on from the post-Luka era and just put on a uniform and put their best foot forward for the Mavericks moving forward?
We brought up Kyrie's leverage as a free agent. I just want to point out Daniel Gafford can be a free agent in the summer of 2026.
Yep.
The Los Angeles Lakers do not have a center and are currently, we'll see what this offseason bears, but are currently positioned to have a lot of cap space summer of 2026. I would imagine if Daniel Gafford has a good agent, he's saying to the Mavericks, extend me at a huge number or I am walking over to Luka in LA in 2026. So I would imagine that he will be very happy with the extension offer that he gets this offseason. I don't know that there hasn't been any reporting. I don't have any intel on, does Klay Thompson want to be there, for instance. I would imagine, frankly, that Klay Thompson wants to spend his final productive years in the NBA playing on a competitive team, and it doesn't feel like the Mavericks are going to be that team. I don't know if he's expressed that to anybody, but at the very least, I would think it probably makes more sense for him to be on another team. Lively is so young that I think no matter what, I have been of the opinion basically since he started his career that like Lively is a future all-star, future all-defense center. I'm not giving him up. And I know there are going to be rumors like, oh, do they chase Kevin Durant? Do they chase, this offensive star to balance out with AD, blah, blah, blah. Like, Lively is the guy that I'm just holding on to for dear life and kind of telling myself, no matter how bad it gets, I want to have him. So I assume that Lively will be there long term. But any of the veterans, the truth is I just don't know, because I don't know I don't know what their plan is going to be for the next few years. And the reality we have to acknowledge here is that there has been reporting that Nico Harrison does not want to hold that job indefinitely. He's looking at maybe a shorter time frame, tried to go all in to win right now. Given the backlash here, given how disastrously these last 2 months have gone, I can't sit here and tell you exactly how long Nico Harrison's going to be running this team. And if anybody else is, their plans might be totally different than what the current front office thinks. So the truth is, I think almost anything is in play. The only thing I would say is so long as Nico Harrison is the GM, I think he's going to go down with the Anthony Davis ship, and they're going to try to win now. Do I think it's going to work? No, but I don't agree with pretty much anything they've done this season. So clearly where I stand and where the majority of the league stands versus where he stands are very different things.
All right, we got about a minute left. I got to ask you one other question, though, because this is a team that, if on paper you would think, all right, they would have leapfrogged the Mavericks by now. And I'm talking about the Phoenix Suns, who have been an abject disaster this season. That's another team that you talked about as far as they're going to need to blow it up. And it looks like they're going to take your advice. If one team will take your advice, it looks like it will be the Suns. Everybody thought Matt Ishbia was going to be different. Look, the guy's got money for days. He's a former basketball player. He's won an NCAA championship, so everybody's thinking, all right, this guy's got the pedigree that it takes. Like, this guy is going to be a good NBA owner, and he's been anything but. Minute or less, what the hell's going on in Phoenix, and is this guy going to get it right?
I'll say this for Matt Ishbia. He spends money. He's trying to win. He is committed. It's just that a lot of the time when a new owner takes over a team, he really wants to put a stamp on it. And as soon as he took over, they trade for Durant. A few months later, they trade for Beal. I think he was overexcited, wasn't quite thinking about the right things. Look at this Boston sale, this reporting that even though Wick Rusback is selling the team, he's going to remain the governor of the team for the next 3 years. You feel a lot better about a team when the new owner can kind of ease their way in, learn the business, and not overwhelm themselves. I think it was really as simple as Matt Ishbia got excited, bought a team, and said, I own an NBA team. I'm going to go do something cool. I'm going to go trade for Kevin Durant. He went too fast. He got too aggressive. It came back to bite them, and those guys just don't fit together.
No, they certainly don't, and it's been one of the more interesting things to watch unfold over the course of the season. Where can they find you at on the old X and Twitter?
Sam Quinn CBS on Twitter, read CBSSports.com, listen to Beyond the Arc podcast. I'm on tomorrow at noon. Anything CBS Sports. We do great work.
No, you certainly do, Sam. Always love having you on. Let's do this again when the playoffs start.
Anytime, man.
My man. The one, the only Sam Quinn. Give him a follow. You will be glad that you did. All right, let's get degenerate next. New guy Jake, plenty to get to. Don't go anywhere.
Inside Info Look at Cowboys.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
What a job by Sam Quinn. You thought we had energy. You thought we were geeked talking all things NBA and basketball. How about our boy Sam Quinn? Give him a follow.
That's passion right there.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Sam, it's one of them things. You pull the string and just let him do his thing. Shout out to our boy Sammy Q. Great job by him as always. We just get the best guests here on 105 through the Fan when they respond to us. Now, in all fairness, Mo Vaughn has no idea who I am.
It's a shame. He should know who you are.
Dave Raymond has no idea who I am. Neither responded to me. So, we'll see. We'll get back to him tomorrow. Now, Dave could be in the air.
You want Dave Raymond on?
Yeah.
Why don't you just tell me?
Oh, I could tell you a couple reasons why, but
we've been wanting Dave for a couple days.
No, this was today.
Okay,
this was today.
That's a text.
Oh, you know Dave like that?
That's a text. I didn't know we were. I know that's what we wanted. Wasn't expressed to me.
Well, I have said a couple different times that I want some baseball people.
But you didn't say Dave Raymond. He just said some.
Oh, because he's not a baseball person?
He is, but I just didn't know you wanted him in particular.
Well, I didn't know that I wanted him, but Tim Collins threw some names out at me today, and bada bing, bada boom. So there you go.
When y'all were hustling over my elevator badge?
Actually, I wouldn't got that for you.
That's what I'm saying. Like when y'all were...
No, that was in the...
Hustling was probably the wrong one. When y'all were going back and forth with the elevator badge
we
in
literally
hand.
just walked back to his desk, and he got it.
You know, Blake losing stuff.
No, because we made a joke about... No, actually, we weren't even talking about you.
Good.
The joke was... Somebody said something about a box, and I said, "What's in the box?" Carter and Jake both knew what movie I was referring to. I asked
Tim.
Tim goes, "What'd you just say?" I said, "What's in the box?" And I said, "What movie's that from?" He goes, "I don't know." I said, 7. And he goes, "Never seen it."
I haven't either. I don't know. Wait, 7?
The movie. Okay.
No, what I'm saying, I'm trying to think, have I seen that?
No, you haven't. So...
How do you know?
You're missing out, bro.
Because you know.
How do I know I haven't seen it?
Because
Who's in it?
you'd know.
It's like a top 5 movie all time. If you saw it, you would know.
7 crime horror. Oh, it's got our boy in it. Okay.
It's got a lot of boys in it. But yeah, it's legit. I mean, you got Brad Pitt, you got Morgan Freeman, you got Kevin Spacey, Gwyneth Paltrow. What's in the box?
Okay, I'll watch it.
Yeah,
I'll
you
watch
should.
it. I'll watch it because I love some crime.
Yeah,
so.
That's a great movie. It's a great movie.
And I'm looking at Brad Pitt.
Yeah, no,
he looks like he's in a little bit of a interrogation room with the suit on. It looks
he's
intense.
He's a detective, so.
Hey, I haven't seen the movie. He's a detective.
I'm aware of
Come
that.
on, Blake. He's a detective. Did you read the summary?
I'm aware that you haven't seen it. So no, which it dovetails beautifully into my point, because when Tim said he hadn't seen it, I was like, wow, didn't know I was talking to Blake Elliott.
Wow.
So I said, I expect that from Blake. I didn't expect that from you, Tim.
And did he say that's probably that's so demeaning? I can't believe you compare me to Blake Elliott.
He said, ooh,
that one hurt.
Just from a movie perspective, though. Yeah. Like, I don't expect you. Like, I'm at the point now where you and I have worked together, and I know you well enough by now to where when you say you haven't seen 7, I mean, I'm not surprised, and it doesn't even bother me anymore.
Did they just tried an alley-oop from half court?
Like these guys, I mean, what are we doing? I mean, is this, I was gonna say, was this NBA Jam that we're watching over here on between the Hawks and Mavericks?
They're just trying.
I mean, this is what is Caleb Martin doing?
He just threw it into a triple team.
Seriously, what are you doing, Caleb Martin?
I get it. If we can't shoot from the outside, just alley-oop everything.
He's up there somewhere. There you go.
What happened to 80's eye? He's had a bandage on the whole game.
I'm guessing he took a elbow, probably, would be my guess.
Can we not just have them all out there? Put PJ. PJ's not playing. He's out with illness. PJ has probably missed the most intermittent games. Not the most total.
Look, PJ's good for 5. We'll take 3 off. Good for 5. You know what? Wife's having a baby. Be out for a couple weeks. Well, my ankle hurts. See you in February. Yeah. Ooh, got that bellyache. Allergies starting back up again.
Like all the guys
see
are just
in April.
Everybody else has just been out or in. He's like out in, out in, out in.
He really has. It's everybody else has had a season-ending injury except for PJ. PJ's like, no, just
Yeah, I'm gonna keep
back
collecting.
and forth. We'll see.
Well, speaking of out and in, let's go in to the Pimp Cup.
Wow.
With Jake.
What a segue.
And the Jake break as he pumps
segue.
out.
Oh, we got IQs coming up
some
next,
knowledge.
Too.
All right, what do you guys want first? You want a stars update or you want to get the
Give
generate?
me the stars update.
All righty.
You know how my stars 6 in a row last time we spoke.
6 in a row. Yes, still 6 in a row. They got their 49th win of the season on Monday. They got 3 days off.
Wow, we need it.
Yeah, we play tomorrow night. They host the Predators for a chance to earn their 50th win for the second season in a row. Yep. Last game, tell you what, Casey DeSmith, 37 of 38 on saves.
Pretty good as a backup. The fact you can throw Casey in there and give Otter a day off every once in a while.
Is that Casey with the CACY?
Yep. No, CASEY.
Oh, okay.
Formerly confused with KACY, KC, yep, all that. Many different ways
that was an old school fatty pull right there.
Oh, okay.
If you know, you
didn't
know.
know if he moved on to bigger and better things.
We don't know who he is. That's the thing. We don't know. He
Probably was one of the first nights the text line got involved with someone that wasn't us.
Blew up.
They were asking him all these questions.
All kinds of. He ingratiated himself to the team when he was sitting in a Quick Trip parking lot and was talking about some baby that was left in a car when the mother went to go pay for whatever she was paying for.
Do you remember what time of year this was? Like in the heat or what?
Oh, that's what.
No, it wasn't, because it was fall time.
It was fall. It was it was like November, December.
Yeah.
So baby wasn't roasting.
No, not absolutely. No, not at all. Not at all.
And it was definitely late at night. It was like 9, 10 o'clock when they texted
exactly because he had just seen it.
Yeah, he was like live texting us.
It's seriously like he's literally. It was happening. It was unfolding as he was texting it. So it's kind of like weird. On one hand, it's like, okay, why are you creeping on some lady and her kid?
And you know that this kid's alone. It was that part of it.
Yeah,
but
also,
like,
are you going to make a citizen's arrest? Like, what are we doing here?
That's why you got to get tinted windows.
That's what I got.
Hide all your business.
100%. You got tinted windows on the pickup?
Yeah, they charged me for it because they went and just did that on their own before I bought it.
But what's the percentage though?
It's legal.
Oh, see.
Yeah, I haven't crossed into the illegal yet.
5% tint, so they can't see up in my window.
I'll tell you what, I just started paying for my car insurance, and that's really a hit to the pocket.
Oh, especially for you?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Travis, 5% tint. Not the full quote when you said 5% tint.
5% tint, so you can't see up in my window. You know who that's from?
No.
That's from Slim Thug.
Nope.
Okay. Carry on.
Very well. Yeah, so
parlays.
Yeah, let's get degenerate. So I decided to compile a list. Actually, we'll start with this because the NFL draft is, I think, a little over 3 weeks away. So on FanDuel Sportsbook.
3 weeks from tomorrow.
3 weeks from tomorrow.
3 weeks from tomorrow. Yes, sir.
I'm producing your guys' post-draft show with UNCA. I'm looking forward to that.
I'm on the post-draft show?
Post-draft show? We already got that schedule out.
Yeah, it came out yesterday.
Wait a minute. What? On Thursday night?
Yeah.
You're on there. Oh, I get to be at the crib.
I'm on that night? You serious? I wonder.
I'm on that night too.
No wonder Tim asked me, you good being on 7 nights in a row? I was like, whatever. Draft is on Thursday. I was like, whatever, dude. I can't just blindly respond to Tim. You cannot blindly respond to Tim. Don't say yes. I'll tell you what. If Tim texts you, you better take a second look. I'm in there. I'm driving. Oh, yeah, sure, Tim. Whatever.
And Tim's hitting you with the scent with Siri.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. All right, carry on.
All right, so the first one is actually pretty straightforward. Who do you guys think the number one pick's going to be?
Cam Ward.
Blake?
Jackson Dart.
Okay. Cam Ward is a minus 2,000 to be the number one overall pick.
Yeah,
Jackson Dart is nowhere to be found.
Wow, not even on a list.
Actually, no. Jackson Dart is plus 15,000.
There you go. I'm taking those odds. I'm putting $1 on that.
Blake.
You should. That's a good. I mean, it's crazy.
Call me John Gruden. I think he's the best quarterback in the class. So.
Do we think John Gruden's racist, by the way?
That's the reference.
Are we convinced he's racist?
I mean, after
his quarterback class.
Wow.
Did you see him with Jackson Dart's eye paint across his eye in the picture?
I did see that.
I just put together the group of guys that I thought.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And
Jalen Milroe's there. I don't want to hear about just the top two guys.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no Jaden Milroe. Or Jalen Milroe, but so the first two, like Cam and Shador.
It was an easy argument. Maybe they didn't want to.
Yeah, I'm sure they turned it down because it's like, look, being on here is not going to do us any good. Why didn't you have Jalen Milroe on?
Who needs it more?
I'd love to hear what he thinks of coverages and how he's reading defenses. Because I mean, look, we know he's a freak athlete. We want to know what this guy can process. So anyway, that was the. And I'll tell you what, is Twitter just let's just copy the same line that one guy writes and pass it?
Yes.
Am I noticing a trend here?
I'm not going to say it though.
Yeah,
I'm not going to be the one that's going to say it.
You guys can, hint. Well, I don't know what it is. Oh, is it because there's no black quarterbacks on there? Is that what you want to say? I mean, just say it. Anyway, continue.
All right, here's where it gets interesting. What is your pick for the number 2 overall pick? You think it's
Abdul Carter?
Okay,
probably is I would say the leading candidate. It's a betting favorite,
and it's the Browns, right?
Yep.
Shador.
Okay, so Abdul Carter is the betting favorite at minus 270. Travis Hunter is a plus 220 coming in at second. Shador is plus 700.
I'm gonna tell you why too. You guys ready for this hot take?
Yep.
No. I just unearthed this just now in my head.
Go ahead.
I just unearthed this just now in my head. What has Deion said time and time again about his sons in the NFL? That he wants to coach them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You think Stefanski's out of there?
Look, if there's one team at the top of the draft that would do the most off-the-wall thing, I mean, Jimmy Haslam's already come out and said, yeah, we screwed up on Deshaun Watson. Oh, by the way, the guy's still on the roster.
Yeah.
Okay? He's still on the roster. Look, people thought Stefanski was going to get fired after this season. Would you be at all surprised if Shador goes number 2 to Cleveland, they spit the bit this year, Stefanski gets booted out, and you bring in Deion Sanders?
Nope.
I'm telling you right now, Book it. All right. Sorry. Continue.
Okay, those are the only remotely interesting props from FanDuel. I'm really disappointed. I thought we had better going on over there.
No worries.
That's why you use Prize Picks. But
who's your? Okay, real quick. You and I are both in agreement that Cam Ward's going to go 1. Who's your number 2 pick?
I have Abdul Carter.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they go Abdul Carter, and I honestly think Shedeur Sanders drops all the way to 6 to Vegas. And
I see people saying he might get to 7 to the Jets, man.
Dude, I saw somebody say that the Browns were going to trade back into the first round at 24 and draft Shedeur Sanders.
We heard that. We've heard that.
I can see that. I just don't think he's going to last that long.
I don't think so either. I don't think he gets past the Steelers. I think that's the last line of defense.
And they're like, what, 21?
20, I think.
Yeah, 2021.
Yeah.
If he's sitting there in that 15 area, I could see it 12 with the Cowboys say, you know what? Because look, who
what? You know what? We got a million holes. Bump it. Just give it
no,
figure it out.
I'll tell you what I can see the Cowboys
trading
doing.
and getting a bunch
trading
for
back, exactly. And look, they'd be stupid not to.
What is it? Would they be stupid to draft him?
Tell you what.
All things considered, we're talking about moving up for him. All this. If you're at 12,
I'll tell you right now. I bet you wish you were on that post-draft show. If they trade for Shedeur, or excuse me, if they draft Shedeur at 12, that show will be lit.
You'll have more. You'll have more listeners than we've had
in the history of mankind. Okay, short of Michael Irvin, snorting a line off the table here, that would be the biggest. Shedeur going to the Cowboys would be bonkers.
Yeah, bigger than Shoddy getting hired.
Oh, hey, look, because you're going to have a split fan base.
Yeah.
Half of people are going to be like, yes, we've got our guy. Other half's going to be, we've got so many holes. He's not going to play right away. Oh, my God.
Oh, we got 2. Never mind. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. What? It's 37?
What? All right. Are we ready for haikus?
I'm not at all, but let's do it.
You want to do it at 10? You want to do haikus at 10?
It's up to you,
All right,
sir.
let's do haikus at 10. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start off haikus at 10 o'clock. Give us all a little bit of time to dot our I's and cross our T's, okay? Topics are as follows: the Jake break and the Rangers start.
So that means what we're doing next is the baseball corner.
Let's do. I'll tell you what. I know you had one more thing. I think you had some Cowboys futures.
I do, yeah.
And then baseball. You ready?
I've got so much baseball knowledge to share, you guys. Especially what is Evan Carter doing in AAA, and will he make the big league roster at some point? I'll give you that update next on the Fan After Dark.
This is a special notice to all.
I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, man, a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
For success. Jiminy Christmas. When are we going to get a Tim Collins segment? We've only made like 6 references to Tim tonight.
That's it.
Tim's listening. He's like,
Tim, if you're listening, 877-81-1053.
Sit with Siri.
Actually, texting the same number. It's me, guys. Wait a minute. I knew who this was.
Okay,
I knew who this was.
Give us your Cowboys futures, and then I will give you guys a Rangers update.
Blake's baseball minute.
Especially when it comes to AAA, and some of your Rangers are down there and how they're performing. But before we get to that, Mavericks under 2 minutes with the Hawks, tight game. New guy Jake, give us our Cowboys futures.
Here we go, Degenerate. 2 segments in a row. All right. So does Dak Prescott get over
38,000 yards?
Whoa.
My God.
38,000.
Yes! Slam the under.
Jonathan Mingo, 172 receptions for 2,000 yards. Give me the over.
3,849 and a half yards.
What a stat. If he stays healthy, look, this comes down to one thing and one thing only. Health.
Yeah.
That's it. If he stays healthy, he'll do it.
Okay, so you said 3,800 yards or 3,600 yards?
3,849.
3,800 yards. Okay, so in Dak's career, he's gone over that mark 3,800 1, 2, 3, 4 times. He's gone over that mark 4 times. 2018, 2019, 2021, 2023. So based on that knowledge, I'm going to go yes. I'm going to go yes.
I'll take the over.
Also, Fred, do we want to bounce this out with Scott Riley? The new voices in there, wanting to be run heavy, probably drafting a running back in the first round or two.
Who's Scott Riley?
I'm mixing guys together.
Jiminy Christmas, but somebody's going to text it right. Jiminy Christmas blank. It's Clayton.
Clayton Adams. And what's from K-State?
Connor Riley.
Who's Scott Riley?
I don't know. Sounds like a white guy, though.
It does. It fit in my head.
Scott Riley. Your new offensive coordinator for your Dallas Cowboys.
That's about as Caucasian as it gets, Scott Riley.
Scott was born and raised in Keller, Texas. Went to SMU, got his MBA, and decided, you know what? I love the sport of football. Here's the 38-41.
49.
He's done it before, but just with how this offense, I feel like could be less pass heavy.
And I'm glad you said that. And here's why I'm going to take the over. But
I just want to put this out there. I did say the Mavs would lose this game, and I think they will, as Klay Thompson hits a 3 to tie it up with 40 seconds left. Okay, continue.
All right. Clayton Adams, how long was he the OC in Arizona? 2 years? 3 years?
I think it was 2.
At least 2.
Okay. Last season,
Caleb Martin is
finally healthy. What do you think Kyler Murray threw for last year?
Definitely under 4,000.
Let's go 32.
31.
Okay. 31? You said 32? And you said the over-under was 38. 49. Kyler Murray.
45.
38-51.
Wow.
So they're saying, because this is saying this guy's the most influential.
And that's why, because when I got to thinking about it, and I just said, okay, great, hammer the over. But it's like, again, this is a team that's going to run the ball, right?
Even with Kyler Murray, they ran the ball a lot.
They ran the ball a lot, right? And look, Kyler Murray is a hell of a lot more mobile than Dak Prescott. And again, completed 69% of his passes, 38-51, 21 touchdowns, 11 picks, 93.5 rating. I'm going to go ahead and say take the under.
I'm going to take the under as well.
I'm going to take the under on that. I do think he'll stay healthy. He'll play all 17 games, but I think there's going to be some slobber knockers thrown in there. I could see him throwing for around 3,500 yards next year.
Okay.
And give me 22 touchdowns and like 8 picks.
Okay, well, the next line was 26.5, so you're taking the under. This one I thought was very interesting. You mentioned a run game. Does Dak Prescott scoot his little behind into the end zone over under 1.5 times?
Over. I could see them having some design runs close to the goal line. Tush.
I don't know, man.
Maybe not tush push, but I think he will. He's going to want a revenge season, run game. Yeah.
They said he's,
I'm taking the over. I don't think it'll be long ones
too. Yeah,
I don't think he's running 40 yards.
8 or 9. No. It's gonna be quarterback sneaks. I'll defer to you two. Look, the Chiefs don't run quarterback sneaks. Period.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, didn't Patrick Mahomes get his kneecap
dislocated his
put down to his shin or something?
Cowboys don't really do that, but they do some
saying.
short yardage stuff. And we saw Dak even kind of in like when he'll do a little rollout and he realized his only option, Ferguson, because the Cowboys offense is covered up. He'll kind of twinkle into the end zone a couple times.
Did you just say he'll twinkle into the end zone? Twinkle. It's your words?
What would be a better word?
Scamper?
Scamper. I don't. But see,
I would rather scamper than twinkle.
Scoot.
I don't know. I don't think he's scooting at this stage of his career.
Scoot feels like you're moving.
I would say meander.
I like, because even scamper feels like he's kind of mobile and you kind of have to watch out.
The last time we saw him scamper, he ripped his hamstring off his leg.
And the last time we saw him scoot, he snapped his ankle in half.
Exactly.
So no more scooting and scamper.
Yeah, let's keep the scooting and scamper. You know what? Give me the under. I think you've just talked to me. I don't know that I'd run him at all at this stage.
Okay. What's the next bet we got?
Give me the under.
All right, so we got Uno Mas, CeeDee Lamb over 1,274.5 receiving yards.
Over. I don't even need to hear what the.
We only think he's gonna. But here's the thing. The only thing I say to that is if he's only gonna throw for 3,500 yards, because we're in that same ilk, right? 35, 36, somewhere in there.
CeeDee's gonna get.
Who the hell else is gonna
40% of the catches yards.
Is there a Jake Ferguson prop on there?
There is not. Those are the only two I can find. I did, however, find this one. I actually really like this one. Over under 0.5 rushing touchdowns for CeeDee Lamb.
Over.
Yeah, absolutely.
With Clayton Riley. Did I say his name wrong? Clayton.
You went ahead and combined both people this time. You know what? I'm here with you. That's
innovative right there.
I like it. I've already been called an idiot for getting Eric Hicks wrong.
But see, we actually know Nadell and Hicks. I don't know Riley. So I'm going to go over. I say CeeDee has two rushing touchdowns.
I don't think 3 is crazy.
2 to 3. I think they're going to use him and want to use him in the run game and not as well. Anything else you got for us?
That's all I got for you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's get into some Rangers AAA madness as well as some Rangers current status that's going on. So a tweet was put out and a lot of trepidation when I'm about to read the words that are coming out of my mouth. Dane Dunning, uncharacteristically wild last night in Round Rock, which is not a great
Was that like after the game or that was
on the mound?
That was during.
On the mound.
Holding out.
And okay, how long do you think Dane Dunning went? 4
1/3.
2 innings.
Ooh.
Yeah. Game winner?
Oh. Now, you always get nervous anytime you see Anthony Davis fall down like that. But, dare I say, that's why, if you're going to trade for a top 10 basketball player, that's what you want to see. What a shot.
Anthony Davis, 34 points, 15 rebounds.
Going to his left, floater, game winner. What a shot.
He's literally our point guard. Look at it. He's kind of at the top of the key.
Seriously, are you kidding me? Hey, say what you want about Anthony Davis. And I know this poor bastard's been maligned since he got here. The dude can't hoop.
Of course.
Anthony Davis, that was a grown man move right there. For a 6'11" dude, that's insane. Like, that's not normal.
And then here comes the heartbreaker. Trae Young 3 to win it for the Hawks.
From like just inside the other teams. From 92 feet.
Here's the real troubling part. Okay. Evan Carter, what do you think his stat line was the other day in Round Rock?
3 for 4, a home run, and 4 RBIs.
0 for 4 with a walk and 3 strikeouts, and 2 of the strikeouts he struck out looking. He has 15 plate appearances in Round Rock. We want to get him reps. How many hits does he have?
I'm going to say 4.
1. Wow. So Evan Carter is 1 of 15 with 0 home runs, obviously, 0 RBIs, 0 stolen bases, and has got an OPS of 311. Which is
I'm no Tim Kirkagen, but that's not good.
Not good at all. So Evan Carter is still young. He is 22 years old. Dane Dunning's still on the younger side as well. I want to say he's 26, 27. But it is not boding well for Evan Carter and what we were hoping to. Hey, he didn't make opening day roster, but he's going to dominate.
Dane Dunning's 30.
30, okay. Evan Carter's going to dominate in AAA. Like, this we're getting the reps. If he's not going to make the major league roster, he should take care of these guys in the lower league. No, he's not playing well. So guys like Leody Taveras, guys like Kevin Pillar, you're glad you didn't. Mavs do win. You're glad you didn't move off Leody, which I was on that boat. Move off Leody. You got Evan Carter in this. You're glad you got him. You picked up Kevin Pillar.
That was my MVP.
Right before the season started. So the Rangers AAA system, as far as those guys, is not boding well for Dane Dunning, who can't make it out of 2 innings. Evan Carter, who can't seemingly get a hit. And a lot of people are talking about his plate appearances because it almost happened. I almost got it to a T. Trae Young, step back 3 for the win and airball. That was the thing with Evan Carter, was his plate appearances. Was we loved how patient he was in that World Series run, but he also combated it with, when he did swing, it was a double. It was a great hit. It was a single. Great base running, great fielding. But when you're just standing there just watching pitches fly by all day to AAA guys, it's not a good situation. 3 strikeouts, and they said most of them were just him watching the ball fly by.
We talk about how mental golf is.
And they're saying the back is not really
an issue.
Yeah, just saying it's going to keep re-triggering the inflammation. Like, it's not something like, oh, I hurt my pinky and now it's healed. It's like, it's going to always kind of be there. It's how well can he combat it.
Can he bend over? That's the question. That's the question that I would ask him, all right, as far as the back is concerned. In all seriousness, real quick, he's in his head. He's in his head, whether it's injuries, whether it's, not being great at the plate right now, not making the big league roster. This guy's in his head. I think the biggest thing is going to be, give him time, let him turn it around. I think he will. But I think right now you just kind of let this guy go through the maturation process and figure this whole thing out. All right, final hour of the program coming up next. We've got haikus, we've got top 5, and then we will send you on your way. Don't go anywhere. This is the Fan After Dark.
You may not think what we say is smart, duh, but it's coming over a smart speaker, so that counts. Just tell that genius speaker, play 105.3 The Fan, presented by Comerica.
Is your financial...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, it is. Final hour here on the program, which feels weird to say because we've been going till midnight the last couple of days, only till 11 p. Maybe Blake will get some sleep tonight.
I sure hope so.
On the horizon, maybe.
You know what time we're on tomorrow, right?
Yep. Hopefully no smoke alarm goes off tonight. That'll be a nice change.
Well, quit chiefing.
Chiefing? What is it? Oh, I get you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what?
I'm not all there.
Clearly. You need a little coffee?
Zero. Think about it. Zero sleep, but on top of that, an alarm going off throughout the entire night. I mean, you can imagine what's going through. Yeah.
It's like being in a British, in a British crime drama.
Yeah, wasn't great.
What do you think you're doing, Blake? Why can't you sleep, mate? You having a problem?
I did fall asleep to Transporter 3 last night.
Yeah?
Peak. Look, I'm on the verge of shaving my head Jason Statham style. I'm close. I'm so close to it. 877-881-1053. Should Fred go full Jason Statham? I'm just saying. I'm putting it out there. I'm thinking about it, people. I am thinking about it. All right. You know what that music means, boys and girls. It's time for a little haiku hump day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very simple. We like to expand our brains here on The Fan After Dark. Yeah, maybe we might jump to 7 different topics in a segment, but hey, you know what? That's what makes this show so enjoyable. All right, haikus are as follows. 575, 5 syllables, 7 syllables, 5 syllables if you want to chime in. 877-881-1053. The winner of tonight gets a air high five from the show. Topics are as follows. Jake break. Rangers 5-2 start. Okay? We are 2 series into the Major League Baseball season. Your Rangers are 5-2. The Jake break we talked about earlier in the show. Shout out to our boy Jake Riepma, who you can hear me and him on Saturday from 1 to 5:30. My boy Blake's taking care of some personal business, so that's why he and I will not be together on Saturday. So before anybody jumps to any conclusions, we will put that to bed right now. Here we go. We already know what we're going to get out of Mr. Blake Elliott, who had maybe one of his better performances. Really, he's come on strong the last couple of weeks after a month of mailing it in. Meanwhile, Jake, new guy, a.k.a. Jacob Ray, who we got to come up with a new nickname here before it's all said and done, cheated the last time he was here. Used ChatGPT.
Yeah, he did.
Used ChatGPT. Disgusted. But he's coming back tonight. He's actually, you've written your own, correct?
Yes, I did. The redemption arc begins tonight.
Okay, because look, you set the bar really high with top 5 stripper names.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, Riley Rax will forever be emblazoned in the top 5 Hall of Fame. And then for you to play heel and decide to cheat the game, hurt us all.
Yep.
But
Our
tonight,
reputation's on the line.
your reputation is on the line. Okay. So meanwhile, Blake apparently is still writing, still clapping to himself. So take that for whatever. He's clapping, and we're not talking hands. Okay, here we go.
Boom! I got it.
Good. Here we go.
Last second.
Here we go.
Switcheroo. We'll save the Jake break for last.
Okay, don't Jake break last. Go do Rangers first. Yeah. Okay, all right. He's setting the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Where the run's at with
With
minus Mally, team can pitch. 5-2 starting this.
Whoa. That's your first time using I don't know what that's called, but using a You didn't want to throw rocker in there?
I didn't.
Minus Mally. And the guy picked it absolutely.
If you notice, I actually had him in there.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? That's my dog. Let me scribble that out.
Yeah. Got to ride with your dog.
Plus minus Mally. Little alliteration sounds
like
better.
It.
So
I
there
like
you go.
I like it. I'll probably give you. Mine was a little bit more literal, so I'll give you the edge on the first one. I haven't read mine yet.
Let's read yours first before we start handing out awards, okay?
5-2 so far. Pitching shines. They've set the bar. I feel like James Triley. Literally, as that came out of my mouth, I said, my tone?
Kind of sound like him.
Pitching shines. They've set the bar. Here we go. 5-2 so far. Pitching shines. They've set the bar. Torpedo bats. Roar. You need them.
Okay.
I was trying to find a way to put Marcus Simeon in there, but it's so many syllables.
That's a lot of syllables to put in there. Simeon, 3 for...
Or even just Marcus.
Actually, I think he's got more syllables in his name than he's got hits on the season.
Wow.
There you go.
Leiter's the real deal. Adolis hits piss missiles.
Yep.
DeGrom is Cy Young.
I like it. All three of us.
Very abstract.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Okay. All right, so that's the first ones. All right, so Jake Break must be is that the one you're hanging your hat on tonight? Okay.
I am. Hey, gentlemen. Sorry, I know you missed me. A bunch of exclamation points. Great show tonight. I've been listening while installing 5,000 square foot of new drywall in my basement.
Wow.
Blake was late. Come on, GarageBand. Got a show to put on a show. Way to be on time, Frederick, with about 7 exclamation points.
There you go.
Mavs win. What's your thoughts on the Cinderella run by the Mavs? Thanks in advance.
It's a hell of a breakdown right there. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll answer those questions here in just a little bit. And I don't know if I'd call it a Cinderella run.
And then someone else said, Fred, please bless me with just the drop of your seed. I don't know.
Wow.
I mean, what are we talking about?
945.
What are we?
Wow. They sent it twice, actually. And actually 3 times.
Is that what you're talking about pre-show?
Here we go. Fred, I'm going to read from the beginning because we got a little time. I'm like reading it. Why does Fred give me fill in the blank every single time I see him? Why does Fred give... Okay, same text. Fred is so damn sexy. Here we go.
Sorry, that's my burner, guys.
This is at 9:51. Fred, please just acknowledge me. And then Fred, please drop me with just a drop of your seed 3 times in a row. 9:56, 10:02, and 10:03.
I'm flattered. What do you say to that?
I think the best one is just please acknowledge me.
Please acknowledge me.
You've been acknowledged.
Can I set you up with Carter Freeman? Can I set you up?
We're basically twins.
He's a 30-year-old version of me. I'm telling you right now.
Someone said new guy Jake has been vindicated.
Well, let's hear what his Jake Break one is.
And it's in his name.
Okay, let's hear what the Jake Break, because you know me, because if we remember correctly, when Khaki Kev got disqualified, it was his second haiku that he got disqualified on.
My second one's the best one, so.
What's that?
My second one's the better one.
Well, and he's loving his Jake Break one as well. So I'll tell you what, I'll kick off the Jake Break because you two seem to think that you guys are, Ernest Hemingway over here. So
let's get the bad one out of the way.
What's that?
Let's get the bad one out of the way.
Let me tell you something. Okay? Let me tell you something. I'm slow and steady wins the race. All right? Like, y'all ain't got a question. I've had one bad haiku
He did. There was one, and he put his head down as soon as he finished it.
It was not great. I knew it wasn't my best work. I was just whatever. Okay? But you know what? We do what we do. All right. Big truck tries to stop.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Jake brake noise causes ear rot. Bleeping idiots.
I love it. Abstract right there with yours as well.
There you have it.
Okay, so I think I'm noticing a trend in my own writing.
Yeah.
My last line, I try to make a, what's it called when it has a double meaning? I just forgot.
Double entendre.
Double entendre.
Yes.
I try to do that where it's referencing two different things. And I'm looking back at my old ones. I'm like, I always do that in the last line. So here we go. See if I do it again. See if you
Here we
catch it.
go.
Or maybe I didn't do a good job as a writer. So y'all be the judges.
We'll find out.
Here we go. I'm going to ring my own bell throughout it just as far as going through it.
Oh, wow. We got a little prop in this one. Okay. All right, Carrot Top.
Didn't have a clue. Jake Break made me a crazy fool. Fatties. I'm no tool. Tool as in a actual tool.
Yeah.
And you think of engineer.
Yeah.
Think of a car. But also, we're being called a tool.
No, I got
I'm no tool for not knowing the Jake Break. I'm no fool. It's just the first time I'm hearing about this stool.
Okay. We got Scatman Blake over here for crying out loud. Dear God.
I'm just trying to keep it bull. Keeping it cool with the
Now
kids.
you're just making up words. All right.
Bull is definitely a word.
You've said. All right.
Me and you should jump in the pool.
Okay.
Fred, Jake, you guys rule.
This guy's jumping the shark with each word. All right. So this is your coup de grace right here. Like this is. You have built yourself up to this moment.
I've got sounds in mind.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Rawr.
I've got sounds in mind, and I integrated both topics of the Jake break in my haiku.
Can you meow for us? Meow. I hear a lot of meows all day. The meow is actually mispronounced a lot of times because that is the correct one, but I think a lot of people, it's more like a meow.
I mean, how did we get on cat noises?
Because I hear them all
right.
day.
All right, Jake break.
Give me your cat noise. You don't get to bow out. No,
I roar. Let's
us
go.
two did it.
Yeah,
give
you
us your
asked him
cat
to.
noise.
No, I do Jason
Okay,
Statham.
roar. Then roar then.
I do Jason
You pick
Statham.
one, then
Thank
roar.
you. I do Jason
I want to hear you
Statham.
roar then.
Nope, not doing it. Let's go. Jake break.
Meow.
Jake break goes. Jake is a degenerate. Trucks stop, but I can't.
That last line's actually great. Trucks stop, but I can't. That should be in your Instagram. That should be your new Instagram post. That should be the caption. Trucks may stop, but I can't. Can't stop this guy from gambling.
I'll tell you what. Read that one more time, please.
Jake break goes. Jake is a degenerate. Trucks stop, but I can't.
He went a little Spanish.
I'll tell you what, man. For as much as you said that was good, he lived up to the hype.
That was super good.
He lived up to the hype. I'll tell you what. Shout out to our boy, new guy Jake. What a.
We got some text.
What a haiku. We got to figure out, by the way, what are we going to do for our top five?
Well, I got you on that one. 2 and 4, good double entendre. Don't need an explanation after Blake.
No, we don't. In fact, I feel like you spent more time with the explanation of your last line than you did the actual poem.
Another 2 and 4. Here we go. I think this is a
compliment,
haiku.
but not. No.
I think it's a haiku. I wanted to score bar close. Took a 3-0 crack my torpedo bat.
That's not 7 syllables.
Let's go. I feel like it's a haiku the way it was sent, no? Am I reading it wrong?
Are you just reading text in haiku format now?
Well, he said my torpedo bat, and it's just a bunch of random stuff in there, so I feel like he sent it as a haiku.
Yeah, no, that definitely gives me haiku vibes.
I wanted to score bar close.
I wanted to score bar close. Took a 3-0 crack my No, it's not. I mean, it's too much. It's too much. So I don't know what he's thinking. Could be better. Could be. I mean, or could be the
more concise.
Well, that or maybe just the way. Because the thing about text, even if you all right, you put a line, enter, right. So like if we're texting each other, we can do it with the 3 lines. The way our text machine shows up, it's not gonna come up that way. Is what I'm getting at.
Top five gas station rest spots. Top 5 gas station rest spot items. When you're talking about truckers and Jake breaks. Top 5 best things to do while truck driving. Top 5 best things about a truck. Top 5 trucks you've always wanted. top 5 wheels you can buy for your semi truck.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a top 5. I mean, top 5 trucks.
I don't know that many trucks.
I was gonna say. I mean,
but I think why not the rest stop? Those go hand in hand.
top 5 what things you're gonna do at a rest stop?
I don't know if I want to go there.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's 10:20, but still.
I was just saying like items like, you know, get a Slurpee, get candy, buy sunglasses, use the restroom.
So that's
go to
just
the
5 things you do at a gas station.
My bad. You got a better one?
No, I don't. That's why I was asking. New guy Jake vindicated from the 682.
Rereading my text that I read earlier.
Okay, well, you know what? Good double entendres don't need an explanation after Blake.
What is this? Okay, Kevin. Marcus Simeon's batting 105 and went 0 for 4. What do you think he's batting now, Kevin? Flat 200.
A flat 200. Not even paying attention. Guys, if I'm going to go a little bit longer, 6 innings pitched, 600 runs, and 6 Ks.
Can I give you this? I told new guy Jake this while we got a minute.
From the 817, as a truck driver, Peterbilts are the best.
I used to live by a Peterbilt.
And then sleep at the truck stop. So there you go.
I lived at the retreat at Denton. That's when I was going to school at UNT.
Okay.
Peterbilt factory, literally walking. Like it was
Stone's
our
throw.
apartment right there.
Yeah.
It was this close. They were just across. It was the street, 2 lanes, and it separated us in our place. Okay. Can I give you an MLB note?
Sure.
Who leads? Give me 2 seconds. Who leads when we're talking about pitching in earned run average? Who is the best team right now in pitching if we're just going off ERA? It's the only team under a 2 ERA. Either one of you guys can chime in.
I want to, as much as I'd love to say the Rangers, I'm guessing Kamar and Molly.
Yeah.
Molly.
Rangers are in the top 10. I'll go and give you the Rangers. The Rangers are 8th in the league at a 2.9.
Okay.
2.9 ERA.
So the best, I'm going to go with the Dodgers.
Dodgers are second, 2 flat.
Ooh, here we go. Top 5 things to do while taking a deuce.
No.
I mean, outside of reading and playing on your phone, what else is there?
There's not really much else.
There's plenty of things.
Wow.
Also, number 3.
Unbelievable.
Also, number 3 is who the Rangers will be playing. Tampa Bay Rays, 2 flat. So they're a top 3. And every pitching stat you look at, Tampa Bay is a top 5 pitching staff. So are the Rangers.
Who have they opened up with, though?
So Tampa Bay has played against the Pirates and the Rockies.
From the 832, top 5 first date places.
It's random.
That is random.
We usually try to keep it coincide with something we've talked about during the day, during our show. We'll figure it out.
True.
I'm not worried about it. We always figure it out.
Top 5 bat shapes.
It was the Padres.
Top 5 wood shapes.
1.57 was the Padres ERA.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow. I was going to say, because they haven't lost a game yet.
No, the Padres are 7-0. How are they 7-0? Oh, I was about to say, how are they 7-0 in second? But it's because they're in the same division as the Dodgers. So, just want to give you that. I got plenty of more stats when it comes to all things Major League Baseball. I was just geeking out on it today.
Clearly.
Some interesting notes, but summarizing it, Rangers, Rays, both top 5 pitching staffs.
Meanwhile, though, what's their offense look like?
Offense, when you start looking at the hitting numbers, the Rangers are bottom 5 in everything. Batting,
well,
bottom
Rangers
10.
I'm talking about the Rays. 10. I'm talking about the Rays.
The Rays, if you look at just like a batting average, they're 7th in the league, 269.
Okay.
And if you were to look at something like slugging percentage, the Rays are 16th at a 378. And if you're looking at slugging percentage for the Rangers, they're 23rd in the league at a 327.
Okay. I dig it. All right, top 5 at 10:20. Coming up next. We don't know what we're thinking yet. We're going to do it during the break?
Do it during the break. And when I come out of this, you're going to go, wow, Blake is a thinker. And I'm so glad he came up with this top 5 to get me ready. Rock and rolls for the week.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Preterm?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Things rocking and rolling on a Wednesday night. Man, it's too bad you didn't get here a little bit sooner. You could have done haikus with us. A Bobby Belt haiku. But next time.
But I'm not poetic.
Oh, dude, you literally did a diss track. You literally wrote a diss track.
Here's the thing, which, by the way, somebody's trying to claim on Twitter that I chat GPT'd that, a la Jake, which I did not. Here's the thing.
New guy Jake accused you of using ChatGPT?
No, you guys said he did. I was driving in and listening.
He did.
No, I was accused of using it. And here's the thing, though, is that it doesn't take that much creativity. I literally took the exact rhyme structure that Kendrick already had, and I went, what word also rhymes with that can insult him? And it wasn't that hard. He had the entire structure. I didn't have to create a flow, nothing.
Right.
So...
Well,
I kind of cheated.
I mean, look, God bless you for actually using your brain. It seems like in today's society, anytime somebody comes up with something creative, you must have cheated or done something illegal or whatever. And sometimes there's just people. We used to do that all the time.
We did
back in the day.
We did a listener survey, and most of the feedback was really good. I want you to read the response we got that I was mad I forgot to read this morning on the air because you just said people think you cheated.
Yeah.
It's the one in black.
Oh, fire Bobby Belt. He is awful. Sexist. Liar with an E.
Mm-hmm.
Cheat. He has no sources. Drunk.
Yep. That's a haiku. It might be.
What? It might be.
Let me count that. Maybe he was doing a bit. Maybe he listens to y'all. I don't know.
It might have been a fatty who just lost his mind.
Yeah.
Okay, from the 972, why is Bobby in the studio at 10 p.m.? LOL.
Because I know that Sean will find out I was here, and then he'll complain about it. And like, why were you still up then? And so that's why. It's literally just a bit to get at Sean. No, it's going to hail when I'm supposed to be driving in the morning. So I told Kristen, I was like, when you go to bed, I'm just going to work and I'll just sleep on the couch because I don't want to drive in and hail. And plus, because we live in an apartment, as many of you know, as they remind me relentlessly on the show, I don't have the covered parking space anymore since we flipped to the other side of the complex. So I'm like, I got this Explorer that's only a year and a half into payments, and I'm not having to get pelted with hail. I'm going to park it in the parking garage and sleep up
Well,
here.
if you did, Fred would be able to help you out. The roofer himself.
Well, he's actually no, because he lives in an apartment. So.
No, I was just saying his car. Roofing. Isn't it all the same? Shingles?
Made with shingles. That's what cars are made of.
Come on.
Yeah.
Fred's got you covered.
I mean, that's what the Cybertrucks look like.
Come on.
Good job, Blake.
4C. Want to get into this top 5?
Because you live in Flower Mound, right?
I do.
Okay, so you're not far from my hood.
Oh, what's your hood?
Louisville.
Oh yeah, no. We're not. We're like 5 minutes from the border of Louisville.
Okay. I don't mind Flower Mound over in the little Highland Village area and all that good stuff.
Yeah, it's just 10 minutes to get to any highway.
That's it.
That's the problem. It's just
someone said, Bobby,
depending where you live though.
It's Steven Starkey. What are you doing tonight?
I'm chilling, Steven. Haven't run up to RBG recently. I will soon, and I'll see you there.
There you go.
Steven's a good listener. Steven's a good loyal listener.
And then Steven with a V, by the way, for anybody that's scoring at home.
Well, that would be Stefan without it, I think.
No, there's plenty of people who spell it.
No,
Thank you.
It should be with
PH.
No, that's Stefan. So
Not heard of Stephenville?
Nope. That's gonna be.
You haven't heard of it?
Nope. That's gonna be. I'm not gonna be proven otherwise. Steven with the PH.
I mean, I know people named Steven that
I'm
spell
sure,
it PH.
and they tell you it's Steven. I'm telling you with the PH, it's Stefan. Stephen Curry, Stephen Jones, our GM and Vice everything.
Okay.
I hadn't considered that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's totally wrong and stupid, but I hadn't considered it.
That's just, see, look, our problem as a society, we just accept what people tell us. It's Stefan.
It's a name.
It's Stefan.
Okay? It's a name.
It's Stefan.
Listen, Balake, calm down.
That's
All
fine.
right,
See,
top
people do
five.
that all the time.
Top 5 apps.
Isn't it David?
What's that?
Dave.
He goes by Dave here on the show. All right.
Little Dave.
He's won all the he wins all the tickets, all the standing room only tickets. This mysterious David Elliott guy. All right, top 5 apps we use on our phone. Mine's a pretty generic list because I use the same 5 apps over and over and over again. I'll get the thing kicked off.
Number 5, the mail app. Number 4, Gmail. Number 3, the
Are you gonna let me
messaging.
do this?
The
Are you
messaging.
gonna let me do this?
Wait, let me finish. I get 2 on. Number 3, the messaging app. Number 2, the contact list. And number 1, I probably have to go FaceTime to talk to my kids. That's probably what I would go with my top 5 list.
Number 5, ESPN.
You still use the ESPN app? You boomer.
I do.
We got to get him on Reel, man.
Yeah, what are we doing? Get on Reel.
Yeah, but what's real besides just a bunch of stats?
What? Okay. Are you reading stories and articles on the ESPN app?
I know that's a wild thing to
No.
wrap your brain around.
I'm not saying reading stories and articles is wild. I would hope we all do that. I just don't do it on the app of ESPN. Google it, Twitter.
Yeah, but it's more. It's formatted in a. I don't have the ESPN app, but when I had it in the past, it's formatted more clearly for that.
Palatable.
Yeah, because when you open it up through the browser or whatever, it will look a little.
You got saved by Bobby. Just know that. Bad pick.
You know what?
Bad
pick. I appreciate the turnabout. I don't care. Okay.
Good.
I like
Never
to
mind.
read.
It's stupid. It's a dumbass. It's a dumbass app.
You know what? I'm going to put ESPN and actually, I'll put this in my number 4. Never mind. Continue.
My number 5, an actual good app when it comes to all the stats that are available. Give me the Reel app, which was a new app that's come to our forefront. It is the
look how many comments this guy's got on his name. Oh my God, this is crazy.
The Chat GPT of sports apps. It's awesome.
Yeah.
But in real seriousness, there's so many different ways to look at all these advanced analytics and quickly. So when we first downloaded and looked at it with each other, we're like, wow, this is kind of overwhelming. Now that I've been on it for a couple months and I kind of know how to move around, you can quickly get
once you figure it out, I'll give you
a lot of stats in a quick second. First honorable mention. Let's go with TikTok. Wow, doesn't make the top 5, Blake. I thought it'd be number 1. It does not. There's 4 apps that Blake uses way more often. TikTok is a using the restroom or I need to buy time app.
Okay.
Every once in a while, I'll get some news and stuff on there, a funny video that I hadn't seen somewhere else.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I'm trying to waste time.
Yeah, because there's not a whole lot of scrolling for Blake. There's just uploading the videos of him shaking his ass for $1.
Oh gosh,
so the upload time doesn't take that long. He doesn't spend a lot of time on it. The upload is quick.
That wasn't supposed to be public.
Yeah,
be unlisted.
He said too much already.
All right, your number 5.
My number 5 is Twitter with an honorable mention to Candy Crush.
Wow.
Is Candy Crush still a thing?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Really?
Yeah, it is.
I thought that was an old person thing.
Now, can you win money on Candy Crush? You can, can't
I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure you can.
What's the other
I thought
version
you
of
could.
that?
I thought that was the whole point of playing it.
What's the other one? The one that Teen Titans Crash?
Words with Friends?
Words with Friends is great. But what's the one that Battle Royale? No, what's the one everyone played on their phone with you're building your fortress?
Clash of Clans?
Clash of Clans. That was like Clash of Clans and whatever new guy Jake just said, Candy Crush Saga, whatever. Those are the 2 apps that have just always been popular on phones for the last, I don't know, 5-7 years.
Candy Crush has been 12 years. But
But has Clash of Clans been around a long time?
Clash of Clans has been around for a while. There's also Subway Surfers and Angry Birds. Those were also big ones.
Subway and Angry are probably no longer.
Subway Surfers still has a lot of people on it. Yeah.
Wow. Probably more than Call of Duty. Your number 4?
Yeah, my number 4 is Spotify.
Nice.
If I ever want to just drive up here and not try to bash my head through my window in traffic, I just throw on some country music and we're good to go.
Or you can throw on the GBAG Nation. You can catch them 2 to 7 every day. Fan 105.3 The Fan on your FM radio. My number 4. You might be saying to yourself, Blake, only at number 4?
No one said that.
You might be thinking that only at number 4. It's because I have the physical version of it, so I go back and forth.
Yeah.
I go back and forth depending on where I'm at in my house.
The Bible
app.
I knew it. I knew it.
The Bible app at number 4. Very handy when you're just in a pinch, you need a verse. Maybe you're trying to share, maybe you're trying to evangelize, maybe you just need it for yourself. I have a
little soul food on the go.
Physical Bibles, but there's plenty of times you're not with it, and it's nice to have the app right there.
Don't carry it with you, huh?
Bunch of different versions. I'm not walking into Kroger with it. Oh, do you need a verse?
What's your top version?
King James.
Oh,
old school.
Ye oldie Bible.
I don't like the NIV, ESV. I mean, they're nice and they're good for just understanding what it is. But if you want to get really rooted in the word, King James. Now, obviously, you got to take theology classes to really get that far. But that's neither here nor there. My other honorable mention, the Acorn app.
Okay. For all the investing you're not doing. That and stash, but I've said too much.
I just want to throw that in there. Hopefully all you gentlemen are out there on
like
the Acorn
NASDAQ
app.
and, Wall Street Journal app. Like stay abreast of situations.
I like to stocks at number 2, the stocks app. Just
Or
like
the
to,
tariff app. I'm just,
like to watch the market.
That's it.
All right, go ahead.
My number 4, I had to go with, it's kind of a 4A, 4B, Snapchat, and that's because
see.
Okay, now, do you need to, do I need you to editorialize after every single choice?
Yes.
Because I'm about to throw this damn notebook at your head, and I'm going to tell you why I have Snapchat as number 4.
I know, your children.
So then why are you going to, so what are you going to say?
It's still funny coming out of your mouth. That's all. I know why. Snapchat's on your list because of your children. It's still funny hearing you at age
44.
51 saying
44.
Snapchat's in my top 5. It's just funny. It is.
Yeah.
Take context out of it. It's still funny.
Yeah, you're funny.
Looking.
Number 3, Apple News.
There he goes, being old again. Going back and forth from.
I like to read stories. I like to, you know what? I'm old enough to remember the newspaper.
If someone couldn't read your voice and didn't know who you were, I don't know if they would know what age you are. Snapchat, Apple News.
You know what? I don't care.
Didn't you just say the ESPN app was Boomer, though?
It is. That's what I'm saying. He goes back
Apple
and forth.
News would be the same,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sure his number 2 is going to be TikTok. That's my point. He's going back and forth with young, old.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, is it my
Apple
turn?
News.
My turn?
Apple News Plus, by the way. Okay.
Of course. You probably pay for a monthly subscription.
I do, yes, because I read a lot of news stories. That's how I start my day. Thank you.
With a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Fresh out the pot.
I drink a cup of coffee. Little cafe Bustelo.
You hear the birds tweeting as well as you look out of your porch rocker.
Absolutely.
What do you get with Plus?
What's that?
What do you get with Plus?
Well, you get like at The Athletic, and I get the whole slew of articles without being like restricted to what you can read.
You were going to meet it. You can just leverage it. Hey, Athletic, give me a comp subscription.
Well, I get all the news articles too, though. Like
Steve
Wall Street
Jobs is
Journal
rolling over in his grave and laughing.
He might be.
Fred bought it.
Fred's looking at Apple News on his rocker chair on his porch.
I enjoy it. You know what? I don't care what either one of you say.
With some iced tea.
Come here, old Yeller. Yeah,
that's right. My coffee and my news. Thank you. I'm that old.
My number 3, similar. Me and new guy Jake, similar list. My number 3 is going to be the music app, Apple Music app. Use it a bunch.
Nice.
Not much to add to it. Another honorable mention, Robinhood. Just an
Shut
app
up. You wouldn't know Robinhood if you got Pornhub as your number 3. Continue.
My number 3, there's no better way to start your day.
It's crazy. The Bible app at 4 and then 3.
I actually went and just downloaded the shortcut and just added it to my homepage. Thanks.
How'd you know that was a thing?
What's that?
Huh?
Oh, because that's the only app you can do that with.
do that?
Get a grip. Get a grip.
You get a grip.
So my number 3, there's no better way to start your day. I find it when I'm consistently using it.
Browsers.
Consistently, locked in, doing my thing. Life's going good. It keeps me always in a good mood. Prize Picks.
Nice.
Did say the degenerate that couldn't stop.
Me and new guy Jake have the same list.
He did say the
Your number 2
that couldn't stop.
My number 2 is real.
Okay.
We pretty much copied each other's list.
Yeah, literally you, Khaki Kevin, and Jake are the same person.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You heard me.
Wow.
You heard me.
We're going that far? It was one thing to assimilate them together and conjugate them together, but now you're throwing me in there?
When it comes to cartoons and top 5 lists, like you guys are eerily similar on everything.
Almost like we were born close to each other.
Well, that's my point.
Well, then why didn't you just say that?
You're just old, Fred.
Because you're all the same person.
Yeah, you hear him?
Maybe I am.
Maybe.
I got kids your age. How about that? Next. Number 2.
Underdog. Use code TOLO.
That's right. Tolo Fatty. Learn more.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
When you're like, man, I only got
$3 to my name.
I got $3 to my name. I can stay keeping $3.
But if Gafford goes plus 20, we about to pay this rent tonight.
If Max Christie goes under 12 again, I'm feeling really nice.
Okay. Fred's number 1 app is AARP.
Yes.
So there you have it. Not a bad choice. Do you have an honorable mention that you want to go ahead?
Acorn and Robinhood already out there.
And Stash, you already put that one in there too.
There you go. That's Blake.
The LaMelo Ball. A fresh grill and a fresh haircut.
No, what you just described with the prize picks, we have $3. You're that being.
That's pretty.
Yes, I mean, I'm choosing happiness every time.
I would expect nothing less.
Broke is a mindset.
I'm with you on that. My number 2, X, and 2B, Retro Bowl.
Do you still have the app on your phone?
Great poll. That's a great
You
poll.
still have it on your phone?
What? Retro Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Why?
I
even dropped the $1.99 to for 50 more coaching
So did
credits.
I. Customize your team and everything.
You and paying for apps. You pay for stuff on apps.
$1.99.
I know,
bro.
but is this the first time you've referenced paying for an app? Is this the first time? So
do we
I'm
talk
throwing
about
it together.
a lot? Oh, I pay for 2.
That's
well,
it?
first of all, you're not. I mean, I paid it. I paid in-app purchase. Okay, for Retro Bowl. Okay.
Anything else? So there's no other thing that you make a monthly subscription to on
Apple
your phone?
Music.
Okay, we're not.
But I'm on the.
We all
But
do
I'm on
that.
the family one. So
We all did that, but there's no other.
Apple News.
Just that. Okay.
Apple News.
I'll pull back.
So
My
there you
bad.
go. What else am I gonna pay? I mean, again,
I don't know. I didn't know you were paying on Retro Bowl.
So you'll pay for apps. Will you submit your driver's license though for certain things?
No.
Since November. No. Yeah.
No, I ain't submitting nothing. I know what you're trying to do there.
Yeah,
you ain't getting me in that.
XNXX, bro. They don't ask for the driver's license.
Hey, I ain't submitting.
No.
I'm not submitting
I'm telling
anything.
you,
All right, here we go. My last one. The text message app.
Such a old
Boomer,
man.
I get
See
it.
who's right.
Huh?
I said I'm gonna see if he's right.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let me take off the Wi-Fi first.
It's dudes off.
Private browser.
My number 1, 1A, 1B, 1A Twitter. Just it's probably one of the first things I
100%.
open. Get all of
Did
my
I say
news.
Twitter on my number 2?
I don't. You said X, yeah.
Yeah.
Just getting all my news, getting all the videos. I mean, that is the new form of staying up to date
I knew it.
in sports
I was
media.
right. You were wrong.
And then my 1B, the loud alarm.
Yeah. Apparently doesn't work. Maybe
set
just
one.
Bring her up. Maybe turn that ringer up. All right, real quick. Last one. Take us home.
Yeah, my number 1, Bobby Belt already hit it earlier. Clash of Clans. Been doing it since, I think, 6th grade.
Okay.
And my 1B is Retro Bowl College. I'm on my 87th season with the Texas Tech Red Raiders. I have built a dynasty.
What's your coach's name?
It's not safe for radio.
Well, we're not safe for radio. We've got one final segment here on the Fan After Dark. We'll see if Bobby sticks around or if he goes to sleep. Find out next on Fan After Dark.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Brendan Haywood.
We're inside 10 points.
Woo!
Ooh, Jake Rietma has heart palpitations right now.
Because
old clean water Jake.
Let's see. Oklahoma
That's the break,
City.
Jake, for those of you scoring at home.
Oklahoma City has obviously this game. And then to finish off the season, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they have to go perfect to get to 70. If they go perfect, they'll end the season 70 and 12.
What's that schedule look like as far as who they play?
Rockets, Lakers, Suns, Jazz, Pelicans.
They ain't sweeping the Lakers. They'll lose one of those games.
And they're both at home, though, against the Lakers.
Yeah, but they'll lose one of those games.
So, it's obviously going to be the next 4. The Rockets, Lakers, Suns. All. Okay, so next 3.
That's going to say.
Next 3.
Suns may not even show up. Suns may go ahead and for it. What's the WNBA team in Phoenix? The Mercury?
The Suns.
Hell, Brittany Griner might suit up for that game. Who knows?
Yeah.
That's how bad they look right now. What a go of it. All right, so your Dallas Mavericks are sitting at now, with tonight's win, or still, 9th?
You should be, yeah.
Let's see here real quick. We'll take a quick look at it. I'm looking over here. By the way, the Rockets beat the brakes off the Utah
38
Jazz
and 39. And so Bobby Marks' tweet, no longer valid.
No.
All the teams losing in the play-in. The
It's such
Kings,
a random tweet.
Kings 37 and 40 or 36 and 40. They're 3-7 in their last, and they've lost 3 in a row. The Suns, who we talked about, were blazing.
They just lost to the
who
Wizards tonight. The
King?
Sacramento Kings.
Yes, it's
Yeah, what's our boy? The Doug Christie honeymoon is over.
The Suns sit at 11th, 35 and 41. We can't eliminate the Trailblazers technically yet. They do have 33 wins, so they're 3 wins out of a play-in spot. The Mavs are starting to get a little bit of space between them and 11 because they are now 2 full games ahead of the Phoenix Suns.
And then, of course, after that gut-wrenching loss last night, and I do mean gut-wrenching, Denver loses tonight. Second
They lost again
side
already?
Yeah, they lost to the San Antonio Spurs.
Ooh, that's not good.
Well, and let's call it what it is. You had
Did everybody sit?
no Jokic,
No Jamal.
no Jamal,
No MPJ.
no Gordon, and no Brown, a.k.a. Braun.
MPJ played?
Nope.
McDice.
So their entire starting 5
No
was out.
Antonio McDice either.
Russell Westbrook played 40 minutes.
Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf did.
Over
play a few
under
minutes.
9 turnovers if he played 40 minutes.
I'll give you the answer. Fred, you want to throw your prediction out there?
Who's this?
Russell
I said he's played
Westbrook
40
turnovers.
minutes.
Under. And I'm looking at his deal, but I'm going to say under.
4
So not
turnovers.
bad.
Ah, look at that.
He actually
they
led
didn't,
the
they
team
didn't
in
give him the
scoring.
ball.
He went 30, 11, and 6.
Yeah. So there you have it. 3 of 10 from downtown, 11 of 25 field goal range.
That was probably just a hey, we're gonna let you run the team today. All the starters are.
That's Mike
sitting
Malone.
out.
I mean, dude, Dario Saric played. I mean, DeAndre Jordan started tonight.
with 36 minutes.
Okay.
17 rebounds. Take that to the Clippers days.
Yeah, seriously. Zeke Naji played tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Zeke Naji, I tell you what, can you tell me?
Jalen Pickett triple-double.
Well, I mean, come on. I'll give you $1 and a bell ring if you can tell me what school Zeke Naji went to.
Is it a blue blood?
Blue blood-ish.
Houston.
No.
The Ohio State.
Negative.
Wrong Zeke.
Negative. I'll give you one more guess.
Michigan State.
Nope.
Arkansas.
Starts with an A.
Alabama.
Nope. Blue blood-ish.
Blue Albany.
So
Auburn.
close. So, no, still not. Basketball, by the way. Blue bloodish basketball.
What team are we forgetting? New guy Jay, do you know? Are we missing it?
You want to make a guess?
Zona.
Hey!
There we go.
There you have it. Our boy Zeke Naji, that's 2 N's. First round pick, 22nd overall pick in 2020. So
You didn't think you were going to get Zeke Naji information at 10:50, did you?
Who had that on their bingo card tonight? As you're all hunkering down, getting ready to get pelted by hail tonight, you're a lot smarter for knowing that Zeke Naji is a Zona
Can we give
Wildcat.
Jack Leiter some more love? Just
Give him all the love.
flawless,
You
5
got
innings.
you got about 4 minutes.
5 innings. Exits with the blister on his hand.
Now,
Coach-
do you know if that's why he left, or did they just go ahead and shut him down?
No,
after
he
5
left
innings?
because of the blister.
The blister? Okay.
Yeah, they said it was precaution, but I mean, yeah, that's why he got pulled out.
In that game, shout out to our boy Jared Sandler putting everything together for us on a nice, beautiful tweet. Speaking of Jared Sandler, I watched him with the Nathan Eovaldi interview he did the other day.
Yeah.
Post game. Or actually, I think it was this morning. before the game. I thought he's doing a flawless job over there with all things Texas Rangers and breaking down the game. For 5 innings pitched, 1 hit, 6 Ks, no walks, 70 pitches, 11 whiffs.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jack Leiter. So he's throwing some heater out there. And for your Texas Rangers, Evan Grant puts out a great tweet. For the first time in Rangers history, the club has won back-to-back 1-0 games.
Since?
That's all Evan Grant
ever?
said.
They've never won back-to-back 1-0 games? Come on.
I think it was since like the 19-something. It's been a while. It hasn't been the 2000s.
Gosh, the 19-somethings. Can you imagine? Dear God.
What was that like?
The Texas Rangers are the first AL team since the Red Sox in 2006 to win back-to-back 1-0 games. So at least 2006 for the Rangers.
Did they win the World Series that year, 06, or was that 07?
Who, the Red Sox?
Yeah,
I want to say
06 may have been the Cardinals. That was, never mind.
I think it was 07 that the Red Sox won.
Don't freeze. And the first to achieve that feat on the road since the Toronto Blue Jays in Cleveland. If you can guess the year, I'll give you a bell ring.
It's
Toronto Blue Jays in
98.
Cleveland. Close, sort of. Got the 90 right.
I was going to say 93.
Half close, 91. 1991 was the last time we saw back-to-back road
By the way, at your establishment,
we have TVs?
Do you guys have televisions?
Nope.
Even at the bar?
Nope.
Really?
But I mean, think about it. By the time we're closed, there's not going to be a single thing on except for a really early baseball game. Close at 3. So what sporting event's going to be on other than a really early baseball game every once in a while?
That's a great question. That's a great point. I don't know.
And then last Rangers note, multiple Rangers plan to experiment with the new torpedo bats. According to Evan Grant, Josh Smith and Jake Berger are interested in trying out the new bats before they take them in a game, while Jock Peterson says he will use one immediately.
Interesting.
So Jock needs one.
The whole offense needs one.
Can we agree?
Everybody needs one.
Can we agree if Adolis Garcia got one? Woo! Because what we're noticing is the guys that are using them and doing well are guys who are already power hitters. It's not like, oh man, we've never even heard of this guy. Now he's hitting.
But Adolis is barreling it up. Right now he's barreling it up, so he doesn't need the adjustment on the barrel because then that might screw him up.
That's a good point. I just want to see Adolis with even more power.
Yeah.
Even more pop in his setup. We know Volpe, we talked about him being one of the guys using the torpedo bats,
Yeah.
And the other day he goes yard with one. Aaron Judge 0 for 4 the other day. I think a lot of people in the betting lines were not happy about that. I almost want to
he might take one now.
I might almost want to do a bet of just taking torpedo guys for a home run all in one parlay. Probably won't hit.
It's worth a shot. Worth taking a look at.
DraftKings lets you do it.
What's that? All day.
They sort it by torpedo bat now.
Wow. Are there odds terrible though?
No, I mean it was like they had up
minus
there,
1,200.
No, it was like Ellie, Lindor, Trevino. That's who they had up there.
Goldschmidt, I think, is using it. Bellinger.
Yeah.
So
well, you're gonna see a lot. Joe Espada, the Astros GM manager, just said that a bunch of his guys, shipment's on the way, and they got a handful of guys. They're gonna use it as
what's the fielding version of the torpedo bats? Because Jose Altuve needs one in left field. Another error by him last night.
He played second base the other night. So
you want me? I can show you the video of him in left. I don't know if it was last night, 2 nights ago.
Is it the same one where the ball goes over his head?
Nope. On the ground. You would think he'd be pretty good at being low to the ground, but he's not.
Okay.
Tuve's terrible. Sleep with that.
Such a random thing to say.
We're talking baseball. Just thought of it.
Yeah.
Came through my mind.
Yeah. Okay.
Shout out to Sam Quinn, NBC Sports, hopping out with us, talk all things Dallas Mavericks. Shout out to Bobby stopping in the studio and hanging out with us. Shout out to new guy Jake being awesome. Shout out to my alarm not working. Shout out to Fred making sure I was okay. Shout out to you guys carrying the show, and we will see you guys tomorrow, 7-11. Good night. God bless you all the greatest. Good night.
Through your phone, smart speaker,